pick up where we left off with Not a Cult, at the Cult Compound. But speaking of other games, there should be the next DLC pack for Farming Simulator next month or two, end of September at the very latest, with the Scottish map fishing. Yeah, no, I think we posted about it on the Farming Simulator channel on the Discord. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that one. Because they're adding, like, fish farming, just straight up fishing. They are adding onions, like, being grown in a field. They're adding a Scottish map. They're adding a whole bunch of different, like, aesthetic things, like being able to put, like, stone walls and hedges and all that for, like, you know, new fences and all that. So that should be a lot of fun. I can't remember if that's November, what month that is, but yeah, it's this fall. So it's a little ways down the road. It wouldn't surprise me. They typically do a dare drop with it, so they'll probably do the dare drop. I'll probably sign up for that. See if I can't get into our sponsorship and all that. Even if I can't, you know, Farm Sim is one we play a lot. That's part of the reason why when we finished the last dare drop thing, like we kind of dropped Farm Sim like pretty abruptly, is because I kind of got noticed that we were going to have like another whole like DLC for it happening in like a month or so. And it's like, all right, hang on. But yeah, so it's like we're looking at that one. That'll probably be a time we get into it. But to catch up what we got going on this, for those who are going to be picking up where we left off, this is our colony. Right now we are a tribalist colony, and we are a bunch of ritualists. And so what's important about that is if you actually look at ritualist here, we have extremely slow research, which makes our research 25% the normal speed. Tribal colonists also take an additional 50% penalty, so that means we're at about 12.5% the normal speed, so just a hair over 1/10 the normal research speed. So this is a colony that is a little bit more of a slow burn, so if you're used to like going around and seeing your colonies and being like, oh man, why doesn't Rual have insert literally anything? The research is very, very, very slow in this colony. In addition to that, there's an extra stack. Why is there a corpse back here? Huh. Alright. I don't remember what that's about, but okay. But yeah, now I've gotten totally distracted by trying to remember why the heck there was a corpse in that room. But, when it also goes on with that, we are also doing something in addition to that, which is we are running the no research and the semi-random research mods. So no research, you'll notice we did do a tribal start, yet I don't have pemmican, which you get with the tribal start. We started with literally nothing, and this is just the stuff we've researched is what we've got. But you'll also notice if I try and click on pemmican, say I want it, it says locked, and I just don't get the choice. That's because we're using random research. So it is automatically choosing a research, and I just live with that. We have handed R&D over to Randy and said, hey man, we think you will be a responsible adult that we can trust to run this. And he said something about liquefied ferret farts, and we're not really sure what they meant, but you know, it's probably okay. But yeah, so we're just going to go ahead and work on that. But the idea is, basically this run, we have absolutely nerfed our research into the absolute dirt. And we're just trying to make it work. With all that said, we are planning on doing grav ship stuff when things get going. We just, you know, need to have electricity and the grav ship research. Which we got electricity knocked out. And I also remember that I planned on doing the monolith stuff as well, which is over here. And we have got electricity, so we're actually at the point I am good to start the anomaly stuff. So I do think that's one thing we're going to poke right away, is we're going to go right to... Who's our researcher? Who's our researcher? Kionachik. So we are going to go ahead and poke the anomaly stuff and get that turned on. Target is busy. I don't think they are. I'm checking my records here, and my records say Kionachik right now is not currently busy. Are books allowed? Yes, books are allowed. Books are one of the main ways we're going to end up getting a bunch of our research. Because when we get a book, they're not subjected to the penalties. So we have been getting a couple things of research through the books. The downside is I haven't had many opportunities to trade for books. Alright, so the monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch. Kionachik thinks she can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Kionachik focuses on the shapes, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shape begins to flow in Kionachik's vision. But the surface isn't changing. The power begins to uncoil in empty space all around. The black shape is forming in her mind. The anomaly is stirring. And we're going to just go ahead and keep poking that. We aren't planning on making like a 100% anomaly focused run or anything like that, but we are going to kick the anomaly active. So we got anomaly stuff going on as well. So that's the thing. The semi-random research should apply to anomaly as well, whereas the old random research mod did not work with it. Like, you literally had to turn it off and back on again to get it to play nice, and you'd still get to manually choose your anomaly stuff. But this should work. As the monolith twisted and changed, Kionachik was overcome by a horrifying vision. In an instant, she understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified, but excited, Kionachik is convinced she can learn more if given the time to study the monolith. Cool. Go poke the thing. Now, usually what happens from here is you just get either like Shamblers or Sight Stealers as your first event. So I'm going to restrict them to stay in the perimeter to hopefully keep people from getting caught too far on their own. And actually, Vitez, if you go ahead and go inside. Mostly ours can, you know, survive being ambushed by a Shambler, but you being small child, we probably shouldn't. But yeah, from the looks of it, looks like semi-random research did work here. That if we look at the anomaly, it did automatically select entity containment, which isn't surprising. We only have 3 options. I believe it'll also work with the advanced research as well. So they will work on that as able. One thing I low-key like about the automated research is it's less disruptive to have to stop and like hit the research button and be like, oh, that's the one I want and do whatever. Certainly it's suboptimal having them choose random stuff, because then they're like, okay, you're in a desert tile, here, have a water wheel, and you're going, cool, man, thanks, man. Real helpful, that one. Or you'll have something specifically you want or need, and it just keeps not getting it. We had, I still think the outlier for the most extreme one I had is I was playing a colony that we got all the way to on the regular research tree. I believe we had just researched Starflight Basics, we hadn't quite gotten to this. Before I got, I believe it was Complex Clothing. So the entire time, I still had not had Complex Clothing for the whole thing. It was pretty rough. Alright, I am going to let you stay close by. We didn't see the Sight Stealer, so I think because the Harbinger Tree popped first. Oh, nope, there it is. I just had to ever so slightly doubt it for just a second. And honestly, for right now, just finish it. Okay, we're getting the big Sight Stealer event. So with the Sight Stealer Shriek, that does mean we're going to, in the very near future, have a bunch of Sight Stealers show up. So we're going to go ahead and have everyone pop into the indoors. And make sure I've got that zone set. And the reason for that is if we get someone caught by themselves with the Sight Stealers. Sight Stealers are genuinely not that dangerous of anomaly entities. They're pretty low damage, they're pretty low health, they go down pretty easy. But they can catch you off balance very easily because you can't see them coming to react to them appropriately. And then on top of that, you know, if someone gets swarmed by like 8 or 9 of them, they'll still wreck your face. Who are our doctors? Earth Rush? Yeah, go deal with that. Now, it is a thing, and I don't think it's changed with 1.6. If you're very careful, you can actually hear the sight stealers when they're moving around. I believe it's also true with the Revenant. If you happen to like zoom in as part, and like that's without even the mod. If you zoom in fairly close, you can usually hear like the little breathing sounds and all that they make. I was trying to think of a place I could shove a hospital, but I'm not really seeing a good spot for it, because I can put it back here, and that's fine, but the farther away you put it from where you're actually expecting the fight, the more risk there is of people bleeding out on their way to the hospital, which doesn't do you a whole lot of good. Alright, so let's keep everyone trapped indoors. We'll smooth out these walls for a little while. But with that Shrieks, it means it'll be just like a day or 2 or 3. They'll have Sight Stealers show up. One thing I can do in the meantime. And even though these aren't appropriate sizes for them, I'm going to go ahead and make a bunch of these little rooms here for containment. They're overkill. They're bigger than I need. But then if I do it this way and later on I need more bedroom space, we can easily flip it. Well, this is planned to be our ritual room, but I think what's going to actually happen to this room, I think that's going to become the hospital. And I'm going to shove the ritual room back here, I think. Where's the prison? Honestly, it's pretty rare I ever use a prison. A lot of times when I need a prison, I'll just take one of the bedrooms and it just will temporarily become a prison for the day. Or like what I'll end up doing is these will become, we'll get extra bedrooms and I'll just literally have one of the fully furnished bedrooms. I don't think this will get done anytime soon now, because we unfortunately on the last stream we had, was it malaria that got them? We had one more melee person who was a dirt mole. I was really happy about getting the dirt mole because I really needed I need like a dedicated mining person. I was like, cool, we actually gotta get a good one. And got her to join and everything, and I can't remember what happened, whether it was like malaria or plague. Are you here yet? Okay. Go and clear out some of these ones we're not gonna do. So, we already actually have multiple Masterwork Gladiuses. So kind of amusingly, like, it offering me a Masterwork Gladius, it's like, cool, I already got a Legendary and a Masterwork, and the Zeus Hammer, I'm good, man. You're already offering what I already have on hand, so try again, sweeten the pot. Let's have you poke that door. Let's see if anything pops. Alright. Because I actually have plenty of materials. Oh, I don't have wooden storage, do I? Alright. So I'm going to have to let them back out. We're going to keep the kid inside there. Because the other ones have a pretty good chance of doing fine. Oh, wait. I want you to stay close to base. It'd be nice to get that research done. But genuinely, with the size of the colony and the wealth, there's a good chance when these site stealers show up, it's going to be pretty decent number. Alright, so let's try and get everyone we can to a choke point.
Thank you Poity for subscribing for 44 months. I came over here so I wouldn't be lonely.
Hey, Poity, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. And that's 44 months you've been subbed to the channel. Really means a heck of a lot. Yeah, no, YouTube, especially with the way they do their algorithms, is very hit and miss on the viewership. It's just kind of one of those things that it can kind of like really hang. Well, you'll have some streams where it's like really popping off. You have other ones that, oh, you were up there? Alright, well, the others will fight. You just try and kite. Ah, they did catch you. And that's kind of what I was trying to avoid, was having someone get caught out. Okay, and we didn't get another Psychic Scream after that batch got killed. So that should be the end of that. So Ducky Diana took a little bit of a hit. And Lunar got caught out, so Lunar got pretty roughed up. And we're also going to want to smooth this room out. That'll become a hospital. Let's go ahead and get you on this real fast. Alright. But now we can unrestrict everyone. That way they could slowly get, you know, all fixed up. That wasn't the one who got really hurt. It was Lunar. So let's make sure we get to... Okay, you're already on it. That'd be a really bad way to lose a colonist. Just treat the wrong person. Okay. So quite a bit of blood loss. Not ideal, but that's what it is. We do appear to be short on wood. Yet again. So I find one of my growing people. Both my growing people are the ones who got injured. That's perfect. That's just what we wanted. Oh, right. You're really bad at that. It's fine. Just... You're gonna get through, like, one. Once you get through that one, I'll have one of my actual other people take over. Okay, so just chopping off that wood. Don't care about the solar flare. So we actually do have power through an unstable power core we snagged from before we had electricity. We are unlocking geothermal right now, though, but that should make it so we can actually have reasonable power, which will be nice. Oh, wait, I need to turn that timer off. That charity link should still be live, but I'm not trying to, like, broadcast that anymore. Disable timer. That was for yesterday's charity stream. Okay, and let's go ahead and get that back up there. I missed that it was posting that. Alright. And how are the alpaca population doing? How was your day? It's good. I'm a little low energy today. I just didn't sleep well. Not any specific reason, just couldn't sleep. Wanted to sleep. Brain was like, nah fam, that's not on the agenda. Something get wrecked, nerd. Let's not keep entity corpses over there. Put them in the pile with all the other bodies. They're just gonna sit there and rot anyways. Okay, and that gets us back to cooking meals. Right, so that's right, towards the end, Earth Rush is doing the main cooking, and then we do have someone else who's working on cooking, but primarily doing the thing. Burn starting to peel? Yeah, it's always a not fun place. As I saw a few times on Twitch, something good about your YouTube is that you can fall asleep and not wake up to the random channel after being dragged 5 raids. Yeah. I mean, YouTube will autoplay stuff too, unless you've got that turned off. I believe you can actually, for the record, I believe you can have it set on Twitch as one of your settings to not automatically follow the raids, where you have to actually click, like, I want to go with this raid. But yeah, it's the same thing on, like, YouTube. YouTube will just take you on to the next video, unless you disable the autoplay. But same functionality on both. But I get it. Because, while I do try to make sure I raid people, for the most part, with, like, a similar vibe and all that, you know, every once in a while you'll raid someone and be like, oh, this person seems chill, let's go make a new friend. And then you'll raid them, and they'll, like, get in character and go, like, super high energy, and you're just like, oh, hang on, I'm so sorry. I have accidentally done that to my viewership once or twice, where we just raid someone's channel, and again, like, it's, you know, they're chilling, relaxing, having a nice chill vibe, and then you get the big raid pops in, and you see them, like, get up in their seat, and they kind of, like, take that deep breath, you're like, oh, crap. As they just get into, like, character, that they get into, like, an announcer voice or whatever, and you're just like, come on, man. I was trying to raid into you because you seem, like, well aligned with my content. I think the worst one we had for that was, we raided into someone, and someone had, like, air raid sirens blasting at maximum volume. There's a bunch of people who do, like, the air raid siren as, like, their raid sound. But this one was, like, particularly loud, and I was like, oh, come on. Everything about your channel seems super duper chill, and you're gonna break out this air raid siren. I need to get a gun here to force them to go into combat. Let's see, even if the first raid is fine, who do they raid? Oh yeah, no, it's a thing. But it's also a thing as a content creator and all that. You always want to make sure that, like, it's something you do want to raid. Like, very genuinely, if you're a content creator and you're not raiding, you are doing a lot of harm to your potential. Because raiding is a mutually beneficial thing. If I raid someone, then I am now, you know, showing my audience their content. And one would assume that I hopefully am like, yeah, their content's decent, you should check it out. And then just the same, it goes the other way around too, where if I'm raiding them, then that is exposing my content to a whole bunch of people. So, like, it is a mutually beneficial thing. We've had the conversation about it. It's been a very long time since this happened. That there was someone I considered not necessarily a friend of the channel, but like an acquaintance that was generally positive. And you know, we had raided them a couple of times. I'm not gonna say names, but we had raided them a couple of times, and they're always, you know, like, hey, thank you for the raid and all that kind of stuff. That's, you know, very generous of you, yada yada. You know, your typical raid reaction where people will generally respond positively to getting raided and everything. And I was lurking their channel one time, just being, you know, supportive, hanging out and all that kind of good stuff. And someone was like, oh, you're wrapping up? So who are you gonna raid? And he goes, oh, I'm not gonna raid. Why would I give my audience to someone else? and then ended their stream. And it was very much like, well, F this guy. Let's see, raids on Twitch, I guess, by succeeding or failing is how you discover your peers. Yeah, no, it's absolutely, it's a lot of success on Twitch, and for that matter, it can be YouTube as well, or TikTok or anything. A lot of it is networking. It is having it so, like, when I wrap up, you know, I have other content creators who I know their content's good and all that, that I'm perfectly happy being like, hey, let me toss my audience over there. And, you know, the people who enjoy the vibes get to continue to see other people with those vibes and all that. They benefit from, like, us having a mutual audience and all that. People will watch more than one channel at the same time, all that kind of stuff. That networking is like, wow. Yeah, not just auto jumping on stuff. But yeah, no, it's absolutely one of those things that, like, that was, there are some content creators who think everything is zero sum. Like, and I, like, it's totally fine when someone's like, hey man, I gotta go, like, you know, my kid just, they missed the bus, I gotta go pick him up. I don't have time to find, like, totally understandable. Or, like, when something's going on, yeah, you get it. But, like, when someone's like, oh, I am deliberately not raiding because why would I do something that benefits someone else? Like, that kind of attitude is like, well, F you, man. Like, Twitch is a very all ships rise together kind of thing. Like, there can be a certain truth that, yes, if you had a finite number of viewing hours on Twitch and you could only watch one stream at a time, that someone else watching on our channel could come at your cost. Yes, there is a theoretical thing there. But in all reality, you're going to nothing but benefit from working with others, sharing audiences, mutual exposure, all that kind of stuff. So, that kind of attitude I see is very much of, like, cutting off your nose to spite your face kind of thing. Where it's like, okay, cool, you can do that, but, like, it's going to do nothing but harm for you, but sure, man. You'll also not get rated by other people once they learn that attitude, because why on earth would I want to be supportive of someone who's not going to be mutual about it? Because the correct rating is really beneficial. The downside is that often when one does end stream and raid out, the person they raid out into either streams at the same time or afterwards. Thus, it's difficult for one rated to raid in return down the line, but the networking comes down to rating an immense benefit. Well, that's kind of the thing. If you look at, like, the whole rating thing is very transactional. Like, you know, if I drop a raid over to Drongo, like, I like Drongo's channel a lot, I raid Drongo a lot. Now, realistically, because Drongo streams after I do, it is extremely rare that Drongo gets the opportunity to raid me back. It's not never, but it is probably been like single digits he's even had the option. So I can't hold that against him because he hasn't had the option. And I don't expect him to stream to, like, some obnoxious hour just to accommodate it. But you'll end up finding gradually you'll build circles, where what'll end up happening is, like, I will raid Drongo, Drongo might raid Kiri, Kiri might raid, you know, So Everdream, and then So Everdream might raid me a bunch. And so you do end up kind of having this, like, group of friends you start to develop over time where you have this bubble of people who have similar content, whether it's they're in the same categories, the same vibe, whatever it is they're basing it around. So even though I'm rating this person, and transactionally between me and that person, it is one-sided that I raid them way more than they raid me kind of thing. But, like, that happens to the person who raids me too. Like, it's a mutual understanding. It's not, like, if you start keeping the tally, you're gonna feel real bad about everything. The idea is just, you know, chip in, do your part, help everyone out. You know, if you're a good member of the community and all that, you in kind will also be treated with, you know, a certain level of good things. You literally said the base off the river? Yeah, and that's a cool map. We'll probably not stay here forever, but it's a cool map. You don't think you've ever ended up back here on a raid train when you've gone to bed, left the stream running? You did once wake up to find you ended in Tholar, another streamer who sometimes watch, and that amused me. Oh yeah, no, Tholar is, like, in the wider sets of bubbles a lot. Let's see, you guess raids generally flow west, like time zones? It would be fun to see if it follows this pattern. Very loosely, yes, I would agree that, generally speaking, you'll have a generally western moving thing because of time zones and all that. There is definitely exceptions to it. Like, for example, I effectively stream overnight, US all the way into, like, right at kind of the crack of dawn European times. Like, early European times. Oh, there's that seasonal flooding. Now, granted, this time I have plenty of food stockpiled. But yeah. So it is a thing that you'll have people who have, like, this person streams first thing in the morning, this person streams super late at night, so you'll have exceptions to it. But I would say, as, like, the broad paintbrush kind of thing of, generally, yes, you can almost have, like, here's the, like, the 90-ish percentile streamers. You can always have, like, the sliding window going around the world of where people are located based on time. Yeah, so you're gonna have them harvest what they can. And then those fields will get flooded, but that's fine. Man, I've definitely had a number of times that I've had people pop out and they'll be like, the circle is complete, I'm back where I started. Because, you know, it'll be like, I'll raid FG, and FG will raid the next person will raid, you know, a third person, and that third person will raid me, and it's just like, you know, work the whole way around. That happens. Which that's always a really encouraging sign that you've kind of got, like, your group of people that you're getting to know that have similar content, that, you know, ultimately it comes full circle. That's not, even if you have friends and all that who you've made on the platform who have similar content, it's still pretty rare that full circle does happen. Not unless you got 2 or 3 people who are, well, probably 4 people realistically, who are, like, on a very specific niche that can happen. So, like, that would happen in Project Zomboid a lot, because Project Zomboid, when it's kind of on, like, the lower end on viewership, like when you haven't had a major update in a while, you don't end up with that many people streaming it to a decent-sized audience who are kind of known. And the only reason I say the known thing is, as a content creator, while I certainly will take a chance with small streamers every once in a while to drop a raid on, because you want to be supportive of it, you do start to see patterns of where, like, when you have people and they're sitting there, like, that 1 to 5 viewer range, a lot of times, like, I can, like, when I'll go and I'll check a category, I'll have, like, that audio muted so you all don't hear it while the credits are rolling while I'm trying to find my raid target. And there's a number of times you pop in there like, oh, this is why this person has just 5 viewers. It's like, hey man, I'm not saying you gotta have a nice mic or anything, because you really don't. But, like, you got some configurations you gotta do, because this is terrible. And that stuff does happen. Okay, so this is becoming our hospital. The plan was for this to be the ritual room, but I'm kind of recognizing it's gonna take us a while before we get to that point. So I'm just gonna go ahead and chuck some beds in there for ritual room. Transport pod crash on this person. I do not want them to join us. They are a meandrist, but we will rescue them because it could be worth faction and all that stuff. I actually didn't check to see if they're faction or just neutral or whatever, but we'll still rescue them. If they join, we're kicking them out. But yeah. But that's actually, and when you look at a lot of creators, one thing to think of it isn't that you have, like, a group of friends. Like, there's certainly that part of it. But kind of the reality is you'll end up with, like, groups of friends kind of thing. Alright, so we have Lancer gonna pop out there. I got 2 pikemen. I've got a Tesseron. I got a couple of them. They're honestly right here by my door. I literally might be able to pop smoke grenades down here and just pepper that thing. Here. You can probably deal with that pretty quickly. Schedule, everyone stay close by for right now. I need to remember where the heck our smoke grenade here is, because I don't have a special shelf set aside to it yet, because I've been a little lazy on my base setup here. So once we know... Okay, so Amy's all set up and patched up. Let's go ahead and grab everyone. So what I could probably do here is I could drop some smoke grenades over here so that these mini sluggers can't hit me. We could probably honestly take out that climate adjuster before things escalate too much. And honestly, if we'd end up aggroing the pikemen and everything, that's fine. We take care of them, and then we can just use smoke grenades to take out these that I prom. There's no unstable power core or anything really exciting in there, so that's whatever. Now, one downside is I want to hold this door open, and we probably will, but that is very likely going to cause us some grief. All right. Okay, we have aggroed them. Let's back off. Disease infection on her. That's just gonna have to wait. Okay, we need you to get back out here and start... Oh, wait. Never mind, they're aggroed again. It's kind of what we're hoping for, is that we're hoping to get all of them to pop out here. Okay, let's get you into position. So now what we need to do is we just need to chain the smokes to get down here. Man, Alpaca, can you wait a second, man? I'm already trying to do a thing here. Okay, so let's grab our ranged people. Oh, you're behind a wall. That's fine. Totally missed that that wall was there the whole time. Not sure what started the fire, but that's okay. Yep, so we're just gonna keep dropping smoke in this general area. Because as long as I keep smoke up there, the turrets can't shoot back. That's pretty annoying. You can just get out of here, honestly, for you. Let's have you run up a little farther. If we can have anyone who can reach the spawner, focus on that. Because if we can get that before it makes a Lancer, then I don't have to worry about this at all. Okay. So now you can just kind of let them keep popping off as much as they like. Now this will be them practicing some shooting skill. And needless to say, our accuracy is terrible because we are shooting through the smoke. That's fine. And once that's done, we are through with this garbage. Alright, and handled. Schedule on restrict all of you. Just want to haul that pikeman out of the door so it doesn't leave our pen open. But yeah, so low-key smoke grenade launcher is one of like the best things in the game for just dealing with problems. Meanwhile, we had you with an infection. Did someone already get that patched? No, they did not because everyone was busy. We definitely want you to use better medicine, and we'll get Earthrush to beeline straight over there and take care of you before drinking their beer. I already said I was not letting this person stay in my colony, so too bad, Amy. You're gonna get the hell out. Are you bandaging yourself for your infection? That's fine. I was willing to rescue you, but I'm not willing to make you a colonist. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. So we got all that sorted out, got our mech cluster dealt with. That one wasn't too bad. Anytime it's just mostly the turrets of any kind, doesn't even matter what kind of turrets they are, it's usually a pretty easy to handle situation. The real danger you run into is when they've got a lot of the sentry guns, and then to go with those sentry guns, they've got like a lot of support like lancers and all that. Because just it's one of those things that you need the smoke grenades to keep the turrets down, but if you start popping all that off, your accuracy sucks. And then you're just playing the RNG game between you and the lancers to see who can hit who first hardest. And the lancers usually win that. Or whether or not it's usually, they win it frequently enough that if you don't have to play that game, you don't. Now, you can kind of fudge your way around a little bit by having people with shield belts kind of step out and draw the fire of the lancers while everyone else steps out and just tries to Death Star them down really fast while they're distracted. That's become one of my preferred things once I have shield belts. Okay. Hey, How to Be Quiet. Thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream and all that stuff? If we can get a shout out for How to Be Quiet. Silent Raid turned the dial up to 500%. Excellent. How's your RimWorld been? Because I know you've been playing that, so been like lurking and all that stuff a bit and all that stuff. Yep, good old Queet. Queet is fantastic. And there's Geothermal. And Geothermal is also fantastic. Let me go ahead and do a shout out for How to Be Quiet. For those who don't know How to Be Quiet, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole bunch of fun games, Simulation, RimWorld, Product Zomboid, all that good stuff. Definitely good times over there. Definitely someone to go check out. So, you know, all you have to do to check them out is to click on the link and hit follow and all that stuff. You tried 500%, it went really not well. Yes, that is 500%. We are not doing 500% right now. I have done a number of challenge runs. We're sort of doing a challenge run-esque today. Not quite as formalized. We are doing a run here. Give me just a second to make sure the ads don't have for a while. We are doing a run where got a couple things going on. If I check out my ideology, we've got the ritualist meme. Now, the important thing to notice is we have extremely slow research, so my research is happening at 25% the normal speed, so 1/4 the normal speed. But wait, there's more, because we're also tribalist colony, which means you get a 50% research speed. And so those do stack, so we're at a 12.5% research speed. But wait, there's more. We're also running the no research mod, so you know, even though I'm a tribalist start, I don't have pemmican. I'm supposed to have pemmican. We started with literally no research. But wait, there's more. We are also running the semi-random research. So if I go in here and say, you know what I really want? I want batteries. Oh, that says locked. Randy here has the keys to the kingdom as far as my R&D department decides what we're researching. And I am just to Randy's mercy. So far, Randy's actually been pretty okay. I mean, it was a little weird for him to go straight to beer as the very first thing we did, but I can think of worse things. Only 2 male llamas? Yep, that's, we keep about 20 llamas on hand. The llamas are a good source of wool. 20 llamas is actually a pretty high number of llamas, but they give you a little bit of meat, they give you a whole lot of wool. The wool is extremely nice for clothing and for money, so yeah. If you call in the next 5 minutes, I'll put a free set of stainless steel steak knives, yep. But the point is, the run we're doing right now is very, very heavily leaned towards penalizing our research speed, so it is a bit of a slow burn colony. Also, by having the random research being such a big aspect of it, you just don't know what you're going to get. So, I found I really like doing the random research mod. What is your ratio of dramas to llamas? We have actually had very little dramas by comparison to our llamas. We haven't even had a total llama freakout yet, which is honestly pretty impressive. Because that's actually a thing where my wife works. My wife, where she works, they do have llamas, and they do have a chart in their barn that, you know, based on like the way they're moving their ears and all that, you can see how stressed the llama is to know if you need to be like, hey llama, let's go ahead and let's get you back in the barn away from the people so you can calm down. But the highest severity is total llama freakout, which means the keepers have failed at multiple levels by that point. Llamas should not get to the scale of total llama freakout. Alright, we're just going ahead and putting out these couple of fires here real fast. One of the mods that does ideology stuff, maternity and mortality nullified precept. You don't know if it still allows children to be born unhealthy. Yeah, no, we were doing what's a challenge I've done in the past I call the Adam and Eve challenge, which is you start with effectively naked brutality, but instead of one person, it's two. Which sounds like it's going to be hands down easier, and it is easier at the very beginning, but then it quickly gets harder because the caveat to it is that every single one of your colonists must be their kids. So, like, you don't just get to accept anyone who comes by, it's literally you have to grow your colony up just entirely from family and all that. Which means it's a long drag to get that first next adult person. No, so Hypno Butler, I was talking about like actual zoo things. The animals here, you don't have to keep tameness or anything. They'll stay tame. Would you say the Adam and Eve is one of the hardest challenges you've done? It's pretty hard. The thing that's rough about the Adam and Eve challenge is normally it's ones that, like, you get on the ground floor and you're slightly ahead of what Naked Brutality gets. And then immediately after that initial setup and the first kids start showing up, it's like having half a colonist working because both of the parents are splitting their time just trying to keep the kids all that. And that lasts for like over a year in the game while you're still trying to get those kids up to like the first one being able to really contribute to the colony. But there's a next really kind of quiet, subtle, really awful thing that happens. If any of your colonists die, they are related to every single one of your colonists. So if I have like a really big raid and I lose 2 or 3 pawns, that can be hard enough to absorb normally. Well, now, literally every one of my people has, like, minus 60 because, you know, their sister, brother, mother, whatever died. And then, you know, their friend died. And then, you know, colonist died. And you'll literally have, like, 3 stacks of catharsis and still be zeroed out on your mood. Yeah, so if you got basically one person doing all the labor when you had the first child... Well, it's not even one person. You got one person that's, like, part-time doing the labor. Because once you get to, like, kid 3 or 4, there's just not enough time to get stuff done, so your entire progress ground you still held. Alright, so we got entity containment researched, and they're gonna go to next bioferrite extraction next, which I approve, because that's literally what I would do. So Kenhawk has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. She believes the monolith is conduit for psychic energy, connecting some distant location. However, she is unsure where it connects to. Kenhawk is convinced by studying more anomalous entities, she can find a way to close the conduit, or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. And a whole lot of people are getting food poisoning. What are you breaking? Stuff in your room? Have a good time. Okay, so we got our hospital set up. I need to go here. But yeah, so the Adam and Eve challenge is a challenge I really like, but it is a brutal challenge. Like a very genuinely brutal challenge. It is a very slow burn challenge. And a lot of the challenges I do like are the long haul challenges. So, like, right now we're doing this one. That's not, like, a specific challenge. It's just we've nerfed our research into the dirt and we're just managing. The Adam and Eve is, again, like that whole slow haul where you just build up from, like, just the family and all that. I've got another challenge I do, which I call the Pollution Challenge, which is where you start on a map with the pollution set to 100%, and you choose a tile as close to 100% as you can manage. As long as it's over, like, 96%, that's good enough. The game will carve out a tiny little spot in the middle for you, even if it's at 100% pollution for you to live in. And then with that pollution challenge, you're not allowed to export your pollution. You can't just bag it up, walk it off the map, and drop it or drop pot it out or anything like that. You have to just live with that. No taking wasters or anyone who is immune or likes the pollution, and you've just got to endure, which means you very slowly like pull up the pollution little by little under these things called the Pollux trees that will absorb it just one tile at a time very slowly. And so it is a very slowly carving paths into the pollution to live in and all that. So it's kind of like having a micro base that takes a long time to build up. Another challenge, which this is the one that I came up with, is the the whole tile challenge. If you ever go to build, you'll notice there's like little border by the edge of the map. And if you try and build outside of it, it tells you no. Well, the whole tile challenge is from this corner, just inside that border, all the way to this corner, just inside the border. You have to use every single tile as part of your colony in a meaningful capacity. So it can't just go farm done. I have to actually use that farmland. That one is rough because there is zero way you manage your wealth there because you are making a huge colony. But the quick question with the Adam and Eve challenge, what do you do if the mother or father dies? Because then you can't keep repopulating, right? Yes, so I've never exercised the rule, but where I have the rules actually written up, I have made a thing that says, if Adam or Eve die, you may allow one colonist to join to replace that person. Genuinely, I think once one of them dies, you basically bricked your run. But you would be allowed to take one colonist to, continue the family would be permitted. Now, I also have a thing that says, you may not deliberately kill Adam or Eve because a better colonist comes along. So, like, if we have a creepy joiner who's got unnatural healing, I can't kill off Eve and then swap in new mom. But yeah, no, they're all fun challenges. But you'll notice all of those challenges, or the all endings challenge, that's another one. Which there are people who speedrun the all endings challenge where you do, well, it was what? It was 5 endings before, now it's at 6. Yeah, no upgrading to the newer, hotter model. Yes, you can't trade in 35-year-old mom for 21-year-old mom. It's kind of messed up, man. It's not permitted. It's against the rules. But yeah, so you have the all endings challenge, which is basically just do all the endings in one playthrough. Now, let's see, what do you think, in your opinion, is the hardest of the challenges you do? Well, that's, like, the thing is a lot of the challenges are differently hard. Because I used to do 500% naked brutality before I started streaming, just on my own time. This is going back a number of versions ago, to be clear. This is like... What, I mean, Ideology may have just come out. I know I did it before Ideology, but I think I may have done it after Ideology as well. That's the one I'm not sure. It was somewhere around that fence of Ideology dropping is the last time I'd done it. And it's a fun challenge, like, for the record. It is difficult to do 500% naked brutality, but to me, the biggest thing you end up needing to do in 500% naked brutality to succeed is wealth management. Like, a lot of the regular, like, fighting, knowing how to position your people, get cover, a lot of that's applicable with anything where you've got the combat turned up to more than, like, community builder. Even if you have the difficulty set very low, as long as you're at high enough that you can get major threats, combat still can get you. Yes, you'll get higher raids and all that, but as you start getting to, like, the maximum raid values and all that, it kind of stops mattering quite as much what difficulty you're on. But that wealth management is a huge, huge, huge part of it. Alright. Just making sure everything's set right here. So that's kind of a big thing. But for me, the reason I don't do much 500% naked brutality anymore is more what you end up doing is when you're playing at that level of difficulty, the allotment of inefficiencies you can kind of get away with starts to get less and less. So you start seeing where you start making your micro bases, you start making sure your wealth stays like below like 30 sol. I think they changed it, but it was like 30,000 to be eligible for sieges. So you keep yourself under 30,000 until you're like you are ready to escalate. So you'll like it's genuinely a strategy in those runs to literally go like this. Okay, I got this room here, and in this room, I got my research bench. I got a place to cook. I got a bed. I got a table with a chair, a couple recreation items, and then maybe some like one or two other things to take care of stuff. All right, void provocation. And then what you do here is you just keep that 1 or 2 or 3 colonists you've got in that tiny little space, and you effectively don't begin your run until you're like way over here in your research. So those handful of colonists are, you know, able to rock like assault rifles and everything. And that's genuinely one of the strategies for approaching 500% naked brutality, is to like deliberately keep your colony as small as you can, where it's not just one person. So get like your 2-3 people that can support each other, so if plague or whatever happens. And otherwise, and then you also do this kind of stuff where every one of your bases you'll have like the little path that goes around the outside. But then you do like trap, trap, trap. Fence, fence, fence. And you do all that kind of stuff. So you could cheat the system, sort of. I wouldn't say cheat the system, because that would be unfair. That's just the way you play 500% naked brutality. 500% naked brutality, or 500% threat in general, you are going to be leaning very heavily on being very min-max, using cheese strats and all those kind of things, because you're at a difficulty. That's how you play. Like, that's not there's anything wrong with the way the people are playing it. That is what it calls for. Could you not try and light Kiona Chick on fire? That'd be cool. So I stopped playing that difficulty anymore, for the most part, just because my colonies all started to feel kind of same. Okay, did someone get hurt? Oh, Zerx technically got hurt for a second. You like playing RimWorld as a chill game, so you'll probably never do that kind of run? Yeah, no, not, like I said, I used to do that, and I've launched the ship a couple times. I think that is the only ending I've done with the 500% naked brutality, is your straight-up build the ship and launch it ending. But that was also, again, talking around the time the ideology came out. Your only endings were royalty, launch the ship, walk to the ship. Those were your only endings back then. When ideology showed up, Arco Nexus happened, and I know I didn't do Arco Nexus at 500%. I never did it. Which is fine. Because that takes forever to do that. But yeah, so just one of those things. And this, again, no judgment by anyone who plays that. I think it's a good challenge. But for me, having done that for a while, you get kind of tired of doing those kind of bases where you're like, I would like to do more with my base. You know, all my rooms here, they don't have corners because rectangles are boring. So I add like stuff like, you know, I'll have rooms that are weird shapes and all that. Like when I build my ship, it's asymmetrical, so it's very utilitarian looking. It's like kind of NASA punk-esque versus, you know, looking like a sleek fighter, being like the big pill-shaped thing or whatever. I like to have a weird aesthetic to it that's like very industrial. Are you constantly trying to think of new challenges? I do try to think up new challenges as able. There is a decent amount of limitations. Now, granted, with stuff like ideology and biotech, there's a lot of cool stuff we have. I haven't had as many of those challenge stick. Because you can have challenge runs where your challenge run is effectively, it is just normal RimWorld, but you've taken the tree connection meme. Or you're doing the blind meme. Or you're playing as Neanderthals. And those are actually pretty good challenges as well, because a lot of them, like, low-key, one of the challenges I think would be the most frustrating to deal with would be an Impid-only run. Because Impids have a predisposition to being unhappy. They suck at melee really badly. They heal wait, do they heal slowly? Or no, I think they heal slowly. And I think they have a weakened immune system, if I remember correctly. Impids have a lot of bad news in them. They breathe fire, and that's pretty cool. But that's kind of where the good stuff ends. And then fire is as much a liability as a benefit. Considering if I get into a fight where we got drop pods in here, yeah, the fire's gonna down whatever enemies I get in here, but the moment I breathe fire into my storage room, do you know what I don't have anymore? A storage room. Because it's on fire, and even though the impids are resistant to heat, when it gets to 1200 degrees, resistant to heat ain't gonna do anything for you. But low-key, I'm thinking Hussars and Impids would be the worst ones to try and build an entire colony around. Hussars because they have a trait called hyper-aggressive, which means they'll kick off and start social fights constantly for anything. Anytime they have a mood break, it's almost always guaranteed to be violent. So it could be a pretty frustrating one. They also have Go Juice dependency, which means you're dependent on Nutrimine, and that means you're going to have to do lots of trading to get that Nutrimine. And if RimWorld just does not provide that Nutrimine opportunity, that's a problem. The good news is they really don't need much Nutrimine. You're offering me nickels for this. I mean, recon armor is fine, but nah. You recently did a quest that got you 2 raids of 300 impids, and the amount of work they did setting themselves on fire was something. Yeah, no, it's like, don't get me wrong, impids are dangerous. Like, I would say of my colonies that have gotten killed by like straight up raids, impids have been more at fault than any other faction for them. Just because, like, if you imagine this is if you imagine this defensive position I've got here, I've got a very strong advantage here. Impids have very fast runner, so they can run up to you and get to you really quickly. If you have your defensive line here and you get an impid in there and they manage to breathe fire like right across your back line, your people scatter. And so while you're trying to get your people into some type of fighting position, the other, like the next impid comes over and breathes fire over this group and then the next group. Now granted, this isn't a river, so they put themselves out real quick. But you get the idea of how that escalates, where you lose your strategic position, and now it's their strategic position. And that whole big mess. And yeah, no, impids can ruin you. Neanderthals can also be dangerous, but they're slow, so they're very kiteable. Mad horses. Cool, we can eat some horses. See if we can't get to that defensive position time. I don't think we can with that river overflowed. Oh, they get stopped by fences. Look, man, I don't want you to break all of my fences. I'll come out to you. Don't stop. You literally just did that. You're not even having a mood break. You just want to burn things. Which I guess is valid, honestly. Yeah, like even this defense here, I don't even do that super often. But that's just another thing. If you're running 500%, you are doing stuff like this. Like, that's just what you do every single run. You either do this, or you use the pathing stuff. So for what I mean by the pathing stuff is I could have a door here, a door there, and a door here, and have opening around it. So that way, I pop my people out here, I shoot at the enemy when they start to close in, I have someone holding at this door, I step this group in, start working them around to this, start working them around, the enemy goes, oh, I can't reach the target, so it's going down here to that door. You either pop back and grab, like, the straggler or two, or you rotate your people out so you can just keep harassing them again and again. And none of that's wrong, it's just how you play that difficulty. That's just what it takes. So instead I like to do a lot more, like, environmental challenges, do challenges where, like, I'm giving myself a lot of restrictions that, disable a lot of common strategies and all that, and make it harder from that aspect. Or are highly limiting. Plus, I've played RimWorld for a long time, that I've got thousands and thousands of hours in the game, that, I can handle raids fine if I feel like it. But, instead of doing micro stuff to, like, min-max my raid chances and all that, I'll still use cover or whatever, certainly. But I won't go into, like, some of the cheese strats. Like, we used to have the strategy, I don't think it still works anymore. So pretend this is the outside wall. I don't have it quite right. Pretend this is, like, the path into my kill box, so then, my kill box would be over here. Or, like, my defensive position or whatever, so, here's my people. What you used to be able to do is I could put a melee pawn here and here, and what would happen is the raiders would walk in, they would get hit by this person at the diagonal, and they couldn't hit back. So they would stand there and just get hit, and eventually they would manage to break free, but then you get to the next one, it's the same deal. And there's other ways you can make it. I think there was a way you could do a zigzag, where you could fit like 4 people online, where like 1 or 2 of them were able to hit a person at any time. And it was literally a kill box that your only risk was if the fight took so long that your people started breaking because of hunger and lack of sleep. But there's been lots of cheese strats over the years. Or like another one of the defensive boxes that people would do is you'll have a burn room. So you have a little room like this. And what we would do is we'd have this area would all be enclosed. And so the enemy would come in from this side. And then what we could do back here is you'd have this area is considered outdoors. And that's a very important aspect of it. But then you'd have your person here. And they could be at a diagonal so they can't be shot at. I'm not going to bother to set up perfect. But then you'd have your person here, maybe 2 of them, with Molotovs. And you just start having them huck Molotovs in that room. And what happens is by the time the raiders get in here, this room gets to be like 2400 degrees or whatever. And because there's technically a small space that is outdoors, the temperature doesn't carry anywhere. And the people walk in here, and by the time they get halfway across the room, they're down from heat stroke and burns. And you can fight literally with just 2 people, just about any raid, any size, with the exception of mechanoids. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that when you play at those really high difficulties, you end up using one of those strats. Or some other cheese strat that I'm not aware of or haven't used. Oh goody, gutworms. I love gutworms. It's terrible. I have plenty of food, so it's not a problem. The big thing is it's going to cause us a lot of pain, which means mood breaks. But that's fine. I actually have like lots of beer and everything in the colony to help mitigate mood breaks, which I normally don't, but random research gave me beer to start with. I'm like, well, hell, I don't have anything else I could do with this, so yeah, sure, we'll make beer. That's fine. If that's what you're gonna give me, that's what we're gonna do. Hey, Lunar, how's it going? Alright, so the flooding's down, so we can start regrowing our stuff. Right, I was gonna set up the geothermal once the stuff went down, because we did unlock geothermal just a couple minutes ago. So that's gonna go there. And one thing I'm going to do around here, I'm going to put granite barricades all around it. And this is the kind of stuff that, again, if you're going actually optimal, this isn't right. I like doing it this way. Even though the geothermal is not supposed to be flammable, I have found really weird conditions where it will burn anyways. That's not supposed to be a thing that happens. And maybe it's something that's been fixed over the years. But I have lost a geothermal to fire. Which, again, if you look at it, geothermal has a flammability. Oh, it is 50%. Did they change that? Huh. I could have sworn it was 0, but either way. The point is, it can catch fire, and if you don't have a gap around it you can get to, you can have, like, this tile back here is on fire, but there's your door. And so you have to tear down the wall while it's being destroyed by fire. And I find I can just put a little buffer around it. You put the barricade so drop pods can't land in it because it's just kind of a BS thing to happen. And then you just tell it not to roof it, and you're good. But with that, what I could do is we are going to go ahead and grab power cable. I wonder what happens with the power cable when it goes underwater because of flooding. I wonder if that's going to be a big problem. I mean, honestly, this map, water wheel generator is not the worst tech. Anyone get struck by lightning? Yeah, no, it's been a long time because I had that happen to me once where it caught fire and I was desperately trying to deal with the fire and I couldn't because I didn't I had wedged it in where it's just a wall around it so it didn't get hit by the raids. So these days I put it like that. Is there any legit reason to use power cables? The only reason to use power cables is there's 2 of them. The primary reason would be if you are on a map that you are so starved on steel that it is worth paying the half price for that. That's very unlikely to really matter. I personally would still just muscle with it to get the hidden power cables and just be upset with my lack of steel. But that would be one argument, is if you're on a tile that literally steel just isn't available on the tile, and you're just trying to make the most of it. Alright, so we got 2 people with pistols down there. One of the automatic guns, and an incinerator.
Thank you
Okay.
Zidian _ for subscribing for 42 months.
And thank you, Zidian, for the tier 1 sub. That's 42 months your sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. I do hope you've been enjoying your advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So not loving the incinerator. I love using the incinerator on people, but that's going to be a little bit of a rough time for us if it gets into a position which... One of the problems with the incinerator is it fires almost instantly, so there is no interrupting the hit or whatever. You've got to drop them before they get it, and I'm pretty sure I'm in its range right here. So we are going to take a hit right to the face. I should have a fire foam pack on us, though. So we should be able to, like, wait till it sets the fire, instantly pop the fire foam, and be good. Yeah, and then the other reason you can use the wire is I have seen people set up where they've got, like, their corpse pile, and they'll put a single tile of regular cable in where their corpse pile is. So every once in a while, it'll just trigger the event and then burn the corpse pile, and they don't have to have manually anyone go in and deal with it. I don't find that one as particularly useful because, I mean, you're still going to have to go and clean up everything anyways and rebuild that piece of cable. But whatever. I need to get a sentry gun so I can put it by this door so it forces them into combat on the way in there. Because you see how they're stacked here? When they're in combat, they can't stack like that, and that stack can get you killed. Because if you have like a really big stack of like rabbits, they can get here and then suddenly explode out to instantly fill up that whole area. And if you're set up like melee here, it will literally push your people apart to make room for the rabbits. I've lost runs to that, and it's really upsetting when that happens. I need to get that one block out of here. I think someone was hauling that and it didn't go. Well, that's not good. They got a shield, and then the incinerator's inside the shield. Okay, there's the incinerator. Pop the fire foam. Okay. Well, we had one person get down because they took a... Well, two people got down because you took a shotgun hit to the neck, which is not great. And you took a shotgun hit to the leg. So, really in that fight, the incinerator scattered us as one of our main problems. And then it was otherwise it's just the shotgun. So, let's go ahead and you get rescued there. You get rescued here. Everyone else start working your way back. You two can worry about hauling our guns back and all that. You'll never do hauling, of course not. Alright. So that was what I was a little worried about. I didn't even notice the shield belt there. So what we need to do is we need to get these people back here as fast as we can. We need to get them treated as fast as we can. Okay, so there's Kiona Chick. You've got the really bad neck hit. And all of our competent medical people are hurt. So you're just going to do your best. Okay. So yeah, we took a couple of shotgun hits and then all that. We're still in a bad shape because we don't have any body armor to speak of any kind. So stuff like shotguns can be pretty scary. Alright. And that'll be good news. We'll get everyone treated and all that. Now, curiosity is, do I want to use the incinerator on them? So let's haul that back. You can't haul still. Haul that back. Yeah, most of their weapons I'm not worried about. But there's definitely something to say about the incinerator there. I'm definitely going to take their stack of medicine. Cool, so I got Void Provocation as our next thing we got. We also now have our advanced showed up because we actually have something available there. That's kind of a curiosity. We are going to need to get these rooms open. Well, not need. I would like to get these rooms opened up so that we'll be able to go and get our anomaly stuff going. For right now, though, I don't have a dedicated mining person. My mining and my construction person are one and the same. No, I lied. We no longer have a mining person of any kind. Disease infection. Don't love to see it. Go ahead and bump you up to industrial medicine. We've got it. And on top of that, we will preach health you. No reason to take any risks. I've got medication to spare. I've got a preach health to spare. Let's just use it right on the gate. Get it knocked out. I go haul that pump shotgun. I could see potentially wanting to use that. Haul back the revolver as well. Worry about the rest later. If it gets brought back, great. If it doesn't, that's fine too. Once I get our geothermal online, I can start wiring up more than just lights. We can get that switched over to an electric stove so I don't have to constantly stop and cut down trees. We can get these last handful of torches we're using for lights out of here to get some better lights in this place. We can start looking at whatever other things are going to get hooked up with electricity. I don't think there was another convenient geothermal around here, right? Yeah, I mean, these two aren't terrible. That one's awful. And that one's awful. These two aren't terrible, but they would be inconvenient. Sorry about that. Medical treatment needed on donkey duff for gutworms, right? We are dealing with gutworms. Okay, yeah, you're in the clear. We'll drop you back down to herbal. I don't need to waste any of my good meds I can't make right now. And we may never get to make all depending on how the research goes. Why are you cutting down trees? Do I still have you set to a higher priority and cut? No, you're at 2. I also forgot you got the ability to start growing stuff as well. Okay, so you are planting. That's like here. Like, we got tons of food. I just want to make sure we get that sorted. One thing I need to do here is right now I could zoom in. Right. I'm going to do this thing where they won't want to select the shelves on me. That's fine. We're going to just select all these shelves. We're going to link them. Storage. I'm going to go here and go blocks. Don't put blocks in there. Dump all the blocks outside, please. I want stuff like food and weapons and armor and all that in there. Blocks don't decay, people don't steal them, they're not worth anything, so I'd rather just dump them on the ground outside. Okay. But yeah, so problem I realized is once we lost our dirt mole, we lost our mining person. And we had Max here used to be able to mine. They didn't have a passion for it, but they used to be able to fill in mining. But I made them my production specialist. And then because of that, they can no longer mine at all. So now I'm in that awkward spot. Do I take my main researcher and make them my main mining person? And then have them dip off of research? Which definitely doesn't feel like a win. That's the incinerator. I don't think I want you rocking the incinerator. There's a recurve boat. There we go. What I need to do is I need to start organizing these shelves. Oh, who was the pyro? Yeah, so go grab your Hellcat so you get the mood bonus from having a fire weapon. Lunar can mine? Yeah. I mean, well, they don't have a passion for it. I'd rather they grow plants and or research versus having someone with a passion for it. It's mostly, do I want to take Keonachik off of research for mining, or do I just want to leave it? I think we do. Because I do have 3 different people who can research. It won't be as consistent of research, which is a bummer. But otherwise, our base will never get any of this other stuff worked. And if we want to do anomaly stuff, I gotta have rooms for the anomaly stuff. If I want to do the rituals, I gotta have a place to do the rituals. So I got all that. How are our animals doing? Okay, so you're managing to keep the population at 20. I'm honestly surprised they're not starving. 20 is a lot of alpacas. I genuinely expect them to, like, slowly clean sweep this place of all life, but so far it's gone alright. And let's also do kind of an inventory on injuries. We are starting to collect scars, which is not great. Those will become liabilities over time, because every time you take a scar, that part of your body gets a slightly reduced maximum health. So, like, here's a pretty bad one. Stomach at is already like 25% reduced health. So, yeah. No, this is a year-round, so unless we have a cold snap, it won't wipe them out. Let's see, Kenhawk has made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void, a dimension hidden behind the space or substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into our reality. Kenhawk wants to study the monolith farther to see what they can learn. The monolith now provides more knowledge. Neat. Keep doing your thing there. Oh, good, and we're getting components that are just, like, perfectly in line with this area. Love to see that. Alright. Let's see, you always go for cold tiles with long, rough winters, so year-round summer feels like I'm on easy mode. Yeah, no, there's definitely times we'll do really suboptimal things. A lot of times I'm doing challenges where it's like no research, random research, maximum pollution, yada yada. Where then adding that with a really cold or really hot tile becomes its own thing. Like low-key, the no research, random research, don't do hot tiles. Because you don't have the passive cooler, nor can you guarantee yourself the passive cooler, it makes Heatwave a potential RNG death, where if you just get Heatwave during the summer, you can't do it, like, even living underground, you can't prevent yourself from dying to the heat. And so you go, oh, well, I can caravan at the tile, and some places you can. If the summer's cool enough still that you can survive without heat stroke there, you're good. But if you're like on desert or extreme desert or something like that, and you get a heat wave, you just go, well, start a new run. Just dead to RNG. Okay, so we can allow that geothermal to be built. And that'll mean my power will be in good shape for a while. Yeah, and then like for the limited space of the pollution challenge and all the penalties you get because the smog cloud will keep crops from growing for a little while and all that. Adding on top of all of that, then you do the cold. That could be one of those ones where it's just like, I guess you just don't get to have food. And then usually on the polluted tiles, there's next to nothing to hunt. I have no idea how the polluted tiles do when it comes to fishing, because I've not done that challenge since 1.6 dropped. But I don't know. So, like, I haven't gotten a chance to stress test fishing and be like, how many colonists can I survive with fish? Like, if I go up to the ocean and I got a colony of 20 people and I put all 20 of them on fishing, well, 19 on fishing and 1 on cooking or whatever, will the colony survive? Why are you lighting people on fire? It's bad enough when you start these fires, but when you literally go up to where someone's sitting on a chair and light the chair they're sitting on fire while they're in it. We're having a weirdly high frequency of Zerk starting fires. Like, Pyromaniac is one thing, but weirdly, it's been like every couple of days for some reason. And it wasn't that the other day. It's pretty annoying because that'll damage things that, you know, a bunch of we can repair, like the chairs and all that. But when there's stuff like, you know, a gun in the cabinet or whatever, you can't repair those, so that's pretty annoying. I usually don't mind pyromancers that much. I'm just sitting there looking like, Zerx, man, you're a weirdly active pyromancer. And you have multiple people running into and standing in the fire, which is not helping anyone with anything. Okay. Alright, let's... So we don't have smithing and we don't have machining and all that yet. Right. Hope not to set a gas or nuke on fire. So luckily we don't have anything that dangerous. The worst we do have is I do have chem fuel back here, which is pretty bad if you set it on fire. Especially since some of it's already badly damaged from being out here too long. But that's about the worst they can do. How am I doing on wood? Are we about out again? No. Let's have you... Someone refuel that fire. Because I recall correctly, I think this festival is a drum festival. And it gains us goodwill, so we'll just do it as a way to do moods. But he got arrested for arson yesterday at RimWorld and said, screw it, their problem now. Oh yeah, and that's, there's absolutely those kind of runs. Oh, that's gonna be unforgettable. And so we are once again maxed out reputation with the Empire nearby. So while I do have a lot of beds for treating my alpaca and all that, there's a lot of sick alpaca. And it is a thing that RimWorld will just do, is if you start getting like way too many animals and all that, it does low-key fudge the odds of things to try and like be like, oh, we need to knock this animal population down a little bit. It's getting a little much. They also do that with your actual pawns. It's not as bad as it used to be. But for those who don't know, when it comes to your pawns, there's the frequency at which point you get unwavering prisoners goes up as your number of colonists goes up. And then the frequency of having enemies in your pawns, instead of being downed, they instantly die. That goes up too as your number of colonists go up. It's a whole lot of things that RimWorld does to like keep the numbers down. It's one of those things I'm curious about now, because like a big reason they used to do a lot of that was in the past. When it came to performance implications, they were pretty significant. But now, with the performance overhaul, that seems like it's a lot less of a big deal. Now, I would definitely say RimWorld is a game that you can certainly reach a point where the game stops being as enjoyable because just you have too many pawns that makes it just too frustrating to manage. But I'm pretty sure all those kind of soft limitations so far as number of colonists are still around. Sandstone meteorite, I don't care about that. And we're getting rid of all the torches. That's kind of my first priority, is all those things take wood. Okay. So what I'd like to do is one of my earlier things is let's get the electric stove going. Because the moment I get the electric stove going, I don't need wood for any of this crap. You make your barn with temperature control in it, and then you make your own fridge where they have hay. Alright, so right now I'm just gonna go boom. And boom. And deconstruct that. Okay, and that hit near my wall, but as long as it didn't knock a hole in my wall. Could you not leave wood directly in the door where then enemies can just directly attack my geothermal and break it? That'd be great if you just didn't do that. Okay, so what else can we go ahead and get going? Production-wise, we're not going to be doing nutrient paste. All the other stuff is fine for right now. I don't really care about the electric tailoring bench. It does make it so they do work a little bit faster and all that. I don't need it. I don't really need the electric smelter right now. The crematorium can be nice for a couple of things, but I'm going to leave that alone for the time being. Hey, Rachel and Flowery, how's it going? Sensory Mechanites. Cool, man. You can go ahead and put those with the gutworms for stuff that just angers my colonists. Alright, Earth Rushes are on. Just making sure someone's taking care of that. Okay, so we did, like, they did randomly research to choose the watermill next, which is not ideal. This is actually a good map for water wheel. I can put them here and all that. But honestly, I'm probably not going to lean that hard on expanding my power too much because I do intend on making the ship. And the reality we're going to have with that is just the fact that if I get myself set up where I need like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 power, there's just not going to be a way to make that manageable on the ship. So I'll probably just bring like the electric stove onto the ship. Maybe one or two other production ideas. The big thing is I switched this off of wood now, so literally the only things I've got using wood are these two fires. Can a water mill work with water like if on flood tiles? I don't know, but that would be investing a lot of materials for something I only get to get the power from, you know, for a week out of the entire year. And that to me would be just a waste of components. Part of me, actually, we could probably do that one. What you can do is just plunk you down there and go granite, 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 and then we can go here and say zone, do not build a roof on it. Because we got way more than enough granite, we could just, oh, that was sandstone. It's probably fine. Can't remember if you could change it after you post it. I think you can. That's fine. Cool. Because we have too many alpaca, while we are already dealing with alpaca flu, we have triggered alpaca flu. Or animal flu. Like I said, once you get to a certain animal population, the game will try to deliberately, forcefully cull that population down. You can counter it by actually taking good enough care of them. But they'll make it to the point where you just have too many animals to tend that you will lose some. So it becomes a significant effort investment to not let them die. And we want to latch those up, and that's another thing of components in there. Running a lot of components back here. Alright, S2D Vitez is now an adult. Ooh, okay. Very industrious, very neurotic. Yep, all day long, every day. Crafting, you are definitely getting. I'll give you mining. I'll give you artistic. Yep. It's a shame, as a pig, they've got the hands that don't work well for that. Okay, so you're able to do a lot of stuff, and I don't know what I want you to actually work on. Let's take a quick peek at Pigskin's penalties. So they're poor cooking, and then they're trotter hands. Trotter hands apply with everything manipulation. The answer is we just don't want them to cook. That's the important lesson here is we just don't want them to cook. Everything else will be slightly slower, but because of industrial that don't those cave bugs spawn randomly in your rooms if you build on a mountain? Yeah, and they're one of the easiest events to handle. That's what all these things are here about. That's how I handle infestation. If this room triggers infestation, I have someone pop the door there, my melee park here, my range park there, and even if it's like 4 or 5 nests, we can handle it just fine. Like no cheese, no anything else. You just bottleneck it, and that's all you need to win. Infestations used to be worse than they are now, but even then they weren't that bad to deal with. And don't trigger often enough to be that big a deal. Stuff like that usually is only a problem if you're already in a bad way from a raid that went badly, and then you trigger in the infestation, you're like, oh crap, what do I do? Like things are grim. Yeah, should have set that to be sandstone. I just looked down here, I was like, granite. I just didn't see the color right. We're still fine. I still have a long way. Like the Fearful Monument, I still got like 12 days to build it. And with multiple crafters, we should be able to get that to happen. I just gave them a priority that if they're cutting brick, to go do the granite instead. Do I have a dedicated hauling person in this group? I don't think I do. Oh yeah, I do. It's Donkey Duff. Because they will clean first, then they'll haul, and if there's nothing else, then they'll research. Which means realistically, they don't get a whole lot of time to do a whole lot of stuff. This whole mountain has been basically sandstone. But yeah, no, generally speaking, if you go here, any place you see dark green, for the most part, is eligible to be targeted by infestation. And just the tendency is they'll go after larger rooms. It's not like a hard rule. So odds are, like, this tunnel has a really high chance of being targeted by infestation. These 3-4 rooms on the bottom have a pretty good chance, but it can target any one of these things. So my general advice is if you want to do a mining base, just have different places that you can make into choke points really easily. And the way I do that is just anywhere I would have a natural intersection, I just do this pattern here. Because then from any angle, if I could break it down to where I can go 3-on-1 in melee with range support. So if it's up here, I go to this side. If it's down there, I go to this side. If it's over here, go to that side. If it's over there, go to this side. You get the idea. So you'll see me do that a lot. I'll even do that in my ships too if I have, like, not ships, but like any base, even if it's not underground, I'll usually have some kind of setup like that where I can choke point stuff that, you know, I'm going to get tangled up in melee with, and I want to make sure I'm got the numbers to throw at it. Okay, we're at the stage now with the stove. I'm going to restrict it, so you have to have cooking 4 or higher. Alright, Basset, you have a good one, and thank you again for tuning in. It's always good to have you. Sleep well and all that good stuff. Yeah, we're getting this mined out. This will be our ritual room. We'll start putting some of this back here for anomaly stuff for when they start showing up, so we can actually take advantage of anomaly. And they're basically running out of brick, and I've got a couple people. Right, so you're busy making clothes, that's totally fine. We need to catch that up anyways. Zerx here is making drugs. That's also fine. Earthrush here is busy cooking, which is also fine. Yeah, because I don't have much stuff for doing it. Yeah, no, I did see the picture of the burn. I forgot to respond to it. But yeah, I know it's a solid burn. Burns aren't fun. I'm going to... Oh, you'll never do hauling. I keep grabbing that one person being like, please haul for me. So haul that beer back so it doesn't just go bad in the water. They're not... Yeah, no, I've been fortunate that I haven't had too many bad burns. I've had a couple of burns in my life. Nothing really terrible. Alright, so people are slowly getting themselves into more covered in alpaca clothing and all that. And they're also slowly getting all smoke leaf made. That's kind of what we got right now, is for like the cooking and all that. Because the brewing counts as cooking, our cooks are staying perpetually busy with also the brewing, which is fine, we could sell that. But between the tailoring and all this being crafting, they're falling behind there. But we're getting more people. So you've been very happy with how your bug trap turned out. You have a bait room full of IED traps and it sorts stuff out. Yeah, no, you can do that kind of stuff. One of the old classic ones was to there's a couple old classics. So you had one where you'd go out here and you'd have where you could bait the, like, you'd have your colony here, and like somewhere in the middle you'd have this room. But you have a room like this, and for the width of it, you'd take that column and you'd match that so that this whole room would be a whole thing. And then you could put something in the middle, put a column right there, pop the column, drop it on top. There's other things we could do. We could put like an IED and just some chem fuel, or like just fill the whole room with hay or anything like that. Just something flammable and light it up. So you're willing to visit. You would bring a melee and shooting book and a bunch of that. Sure. You're welcome to the colony now. You're on a full recreation schedule and you're required to stay nearby. But have yourself a grand time, friend. Because I will certainly take the reward you're offering. And more food poisoning, which is fine. Oh, also, before you get too far, let me guess. Your ideology is no drugs? Okay, so sign, no drugs, and then you can be put on social since you are not children anymore. Monolith study complete. Kanahaka has completed her study of the monolith. The structure is a conduit that links to the void, the reality hidden under every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence of terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open that conduit. With the conduit open, Kanahaka believes that she could reach through the link and permanently close the conduit, or find a way to harness its dark power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Yay! There should be nothing questioned about this increase in, research speed. Or the fact that the research that we're going to have so much of is going to be the, the spooky, dangerous research. Certainly fine. Yeah, so it'll probably happen is this will keep taking a little while. Well, actually, that'll be fine. Once you get the last cape replaced here, then you'll stop doing that. Colonists need rescue, and they're starving. Oh, because mechanites and food poisoning. A real rough combo, that one. So we'll rescue you. And you go haul that back. Yeah, so it's food poisoning plus gust burns plus sensory mechanites. Was just too much for them to stay up. Got knocked down. And with that, they're getting sick, which is giving them malnutrition, which is dealing with problems there. Now, one of the reasons why we're getting a ridiculous number of meals here is one of my settings on these. If we check for the cook forever, it's if it is meat, they'll cook forever. And we're reaching the point with the alpacas where we are constantly knocking down their population. And so they become meat, which means I make the meals, because the meat doesn't stay good very long. It does stay good a little bit longer than the, Sorry, the meals stay good a little bit longer than the meat does. So deliberately making the decision to cook them up just to try and help that out. Oh, gutworms. You're so terrible. Okay, can we find that masterwork bow? No, that's the masterwork sword. That's a shotgun. That's fine, we'll go find it this way. There you are. So many things that need treating. How are you doing down there? So you're still working on that? We're still getting those bricks cut. I still have 9 days to work on that. Music so jolly? Yeah, no, RimWorld's got some really good tunes. RimWorld's music has always been, like, really solid. Man, we must have not been getting good quality capes, because as fast as you're making those capes, we're just getting them put on people and all that stuff. Happy RimWorld music? Happy? Yep. You have food poisoning? Yes, you do. Alright. And that's because we still have a new cook who's learning. It's fine. It's just one of those things you gotta absorb. At some point, if you're not gonna just run on one cook, you gotta train the next one. And that's gonna be a little bit of food poisoning in your future. And there's stuff you can do to mitigate it. Which we did a little bit of that. Please just... Okay, so you went down right there. And that's again... Oh, it's because you drank beer, so you're slightly drunk, you're slightly high, and you have food poisoning. My friend, are you trying to kill yourself? Alright, so we got our people getting scattered. So everyone set you all to indoors. I also just realized your schedule has not... Oh, you're a guest, that's fine. Let's get everyone indoors as fast as we can, till we know where we're landing. Okay, so we did have 2 landed inside our perimeter. Is anyone outside the perimeter I gotta worry about? No. Okay, so first one showing up with a knife. Yes, it's not many and they're pretty badly scattered. Is there any I gotta worry about though? We got 1 set of Molotovs. And 2 submachine guns, and everyone else... Everyone else is melee. Go get him. Okay, let's get that fire up before it gets out of hand. Oh, Zerx is of course the one that took the lead and can't put out fires. So I'm going to try to get everyone in position here real fast. The good news, they are moving slowly there. Alright, let's get into position to knock that one down. Everyone just getting in there? We can just mop up what's left. And you get a fire foam pack if we get the chance. Okay. Unfortunately, they're all bunching up again. That's just going to be a thing that's going to happen every single time. Okay, so this is one of the reasons why we designed it this way. Because now I can run over to this side. They're going to work their way out of that maze directly into where I'm waiting for them on the other side, too. Alright, Zerx, just get out here. You're good. You're just throwing up. It's fine. You don't need to be here. You got a little bruised up. Canahawk looks like they're about to throw a fit, so let's get them out of here. How are you doing? You're fine for right now. You go grab your Zeus hammer. So meanwhile, while they slowly try and work their way back out of this mess, we're just gonna get a little bit more XP on our shooting. Like I said, the one there has a fire foam pack at a minimum. Okay. So we are going to strip that one because they have fire foam pack. Strip that one because they've got a flak vest. We'll unrestrict everybody again. Okay. Yeah, because they had a little bit of goodies. Those fire foam packs aren't like a huge win for us or anything like that, but if I have no other utility stuff and they can actually help, it's still worth doing. Okay, people are recovering from their food poisoning again, so that will be good. And how are we doing on the monument? We have 8 days left. It's looking like it's coming along. It's already got one of the 2 sarcophagus, which is our big granite costs. They do already have 40 more granite cut. But they're working on it. We get a masterwork alpaca wool face mask. And you're mad because you're hungry, and you're in pain because sensory mechanites and gutworms. Now, for those who don't know, the sensory mechanites, basically, you just wait it out. There's a timer on it. It doesn't matter if you're hitting it with like maximum 10s of like 150% every time or 0% every time. It's going to take how long it's going to take. Now, the caveat with that is there is still value in you taking the time to tend it. Because as you tend it, it reduces the amount of pain it subjects to people to. So that's one of the things that can kind of mitigate the main negative symptom from it. But it won't make it go faster. Now the gutworms, that's one of those ones where it's when you treat people, like when you tend people, it keeps a cumulative total against it, and when you hit 300, it wipes it out. So if you get like 3 really solid 10s, like over 100%, you'll knock it all out in one go. But if you're getting like a bunch of like little 20s and 30s, you'll get stuck with it for a very long time. Why are you not getting this cleaned? Like, everything is vomit everywhere, and that needs to be better. Okay. How many hours do you have in RimWorld? According to Steam, about 3,000. I do believe there is some I don't have counted in there. But the point is, I've played a lot of RimWorld over the years. Okay, so we can go in here and we'll have Anomaly. Alright, next up, tree sowing. Cool, man. I gotta wait till they move those blocks for it to be eligible. Okay, I also need to put lights in here. Let's see, the most hours of any game would be Elite Dangerous and Warframe at 1,200 each. Yep. By now, Warframe's been overcome by a bunch of other games, but that was definitely one of the ones I had up there. Elite Dangerous was also another one of those ones I had way, way up there as well. I believe my most played is Path of Exile. I know Project Zomboid got pretty close, but I don't think it ever did overtake it. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of lights showing up here. So we got a poorly made containment room now. Alright, so honestly, like, the 3 hives is not a big deal. I don't really need a recreation book, nor am I going to be using a tough skin gland, so these are wards. They're just wealth that's going to sit in my colony I'm going to trade away, so I'm going to say no. Because I'd rather my people just keep working on stuff like getting that done than, you know, do a quest where you can get hurt and get nothing I care about. Your most played game? Well, if we actually have my most played game, I have no idea what the hours are, but I would be genuinely shocked. Like, genuinely shocked if it wasn't EVE Online. Like, I played a lot of Ultima Online, I played a lot of EVE Online, I played a lot of World of Warcraft. But EVE Online, as far as raw hours, I'd probably put the most in, and on top of that, I had times I was running multiple accounts at the same time because I have, like, my one account waiting for PvP stuff to go on, to have my other account just mining asteroids, a third account that I'm running industry stuff, fourth account doing agent missions, because that was a game you could multitask in a big way. But yeah, so that one is probably raw hours, but I couldn't tell you what those hours were. I don't have a place I can go to check that. Let me check actually what my most played games are now. Because we check our profile. Not recent games. I believe I can go to my games list. I think it'll say my most played. Yeah, so according to this, my most played game is Path of Exile, which doesn't take into consideration all of my hours, because I have at times used clients that are not the Steam client. So that says over 3,700 hours, which apparently it's been almost a full year since I last played it. But yeah, that's still one of my all-time favorite games. I just don't have the time for it, unfortunately, since I became a content creator. If I can't stream a game, it's really hard for me to play. And Path of Exile is just one of those games that you kind of either you play it or you don't. There's not really a medium ground there, unfortunately. Because if you try and like play casually, you just don't get to engage with most of the stuff, which is just a real big bummer. Then after that, I've got Project Zomboid at about 3,600 hours, which I last played that back in March. But that's another one I played a bunch. And then RimWorld, I'm about 3,000 hours. Then Elite Dangerous, about 2,600 hours. And that's where you get into stuff that's no longer being there. I feel I feel like, did Warframe have a not Steam client as well? Because it says I only played that 1,000 hours. Some of the ones below here, I'm less convinced about their hours. Some of these I expect to be way higher than they are, and ours not as much. Because Warframe, I know, was my most played game at one time, and it's only at 1,000 hours. But yeah, Elite Dangerous is only a hair behind RimWorld now. But yeah, but RimWorld's third on my list. I would say over the years, though, RimWorld's been the most consistently played game. Whereas, like, Project Zomboid, I went really hard for that a couple years, and then I haven't really played hardly any of that lately. You played WoW a lot, and you have no idea how many hours you have in it. Guild Wars 2 probably surpassed it because you RP'd in that. So in addition to playing, you spent a long time just standing around typing in chat. You were an alcoholic. Yeah, no, I did the same. Right, that's probably exactly what you're thinking. Well, exactly what it was, Maximum. I'm willing to bet I had Warframe not on Steam, because it's like, man, I remember that one having an absurd number of hours into it. I played that a lot. And eventually, like, the thing, like, I basically played that game pretty consistently until they had, like, that radio thing came out, which was a use it or lose it kind of situation where it was 100% being like, what if we added more FOMO? And, like, instantly killed the game for me. I was like, nope, I'm out, done, forget this, never again. I also just realized this whole time we could have built these bookshelves. Yeah, Nightwave, that's the one. Because, like, having a thing where you could do, like, daily quests or whatever to you know, like, to get, like, extra rewards, that's fine. I have no objections with that. I get it. You're trying to get us to log in. It's fine. I'm not a huge fan of daily quests or whatever, but I'm not instantly like, no, that's an absolute deal breaker. The thing that got, like, notorious for that one is it ran in seasons. And so what would happen is you'd have, like, okay, here's this week. You'd have X number of objectives, and so you'd have to do, like, 2 or 3 objectives each and every day. And you'd have to do that for, like, 2, 3, 4 months without missing more than, like, a day or 2 a week to get all the points you needed. To get, like, the super duper rare, really good, you really want it peak reward. And then the really nefarious part is if you did miss those couple of days, you physically couldn't get that reward anymore. And so it wasn't something you could put, like, the hours in and then eventually unlock it. It was like you had to make it a scheduled thing that you'd have to be on there all the time. Let's see, it did make it so you would get the rewards you missed to come back later. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things, but, like, that was kind of the after the fact of, you know, that mechanic came out, and it was very, again, use it or lose it. Because the worst thing is, it would literally delete your points when the season was done. Yeah, that happened after Descent bought Digital Extremes. Gotcha, I didn't know they got acquired. I mean, because I've seen companies that get acquired by Descent and be perfectly fine. I've also seen companies that get acquired by Descent and it's just bad news after that. It's kind of one of those things to keep in mind with Descent. Descent just acquires everything. And there's a lot of stuff they acquire and they just don't touch it after that. They're just like, you're making us money, we don't care. But then there's also stuff that Descent goes in and you see significant change. I think that has to do with, like, the people running those companies, how much they're willing to hold their ground, push back, whatever you want to use for your phrasing. The seasons route, so you'll get them eventually. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things, though. Like, that, all of that stuff got improved later. And I think it was because of individuals like me who kind of was like, no, one of the beauties of Warframe as a game was it was one that there was always something you could grind for or go after, like, do your mission to get, like, your next prime part or whatever. And I had only a couple pieces left. And the only ones that really annoyed me was a couple parts you could only get through the daily login thing. And it was RNG. But you just had entire groups that the moment that thing showed up, you just have, like, this broadcast message go out to, like, all the Warframe communities being like, everyone get on, like, whatever the thing is up on the board. And I had, like, one of those missing and all that. But it was just, you know, there's always, like, 2 or 3 things to be, you know, items to get because you didn't have them. But you could, like, step away and be like, all right, well, I'm just not going to play for a while. You know, I'm missing a piece of Limbo Prime or whatever. It's like, whatever. I could just, you know, take a break from the game for 3 months and then come back and go back to it, and I didn't lose anything. But with the radio program thing, it was like, no, genuinely, this is the first thing we've had where, you know, once it's gone forever. Okay, so we got this person here. That'd be a pacifist. And while they do offer social and all that, I don't really need another pawn. We actually have more than I really want. We're already allied. I don't care for the honor, so there's nothing there you're really offering me. For some reason I thought I saw a trade caravan. You had over 6k hours when you quit? Yeah, I don't know what my total is, because like I said, on Steam I have over 1,000 hours, and I want to say I didn't start playing to Steam towards pretty close to the end. If I remember correctly, because I want to say it was a standalone client before, which is unusual for me to get into a standalone game, because that's usually a deal breaker for me, as a game that has a standalone client was quite often, that was like enough, I'm like, nope, it's not where I want it, whatever. So with that said, chat, what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to go on my quote-unquote long break. It's about a 5-minute break because my wife gets home, and I just take a quick break to run downstairs, welcome her home, you know, after work, and just chuck something in the oven, then she usually takes it out so that there's food for us later. So this is going to be about a 5-minute break, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be right back for more RimWorld, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Whew, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... Hey. Well, that's just mean. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. Okay, and we're fine. Back. Sorry that took like an extra minute or so than I had planned for, but that's okay. Getting things all going and all that. But yeah, that's I enjoy the clips. I still think. Okay, cool. So we got the monument done. So I still think out of like all the time on the channel, some of my favorite clips from all time, and I didn't see what all played there, but the clip where it's me and Tomb, and just, you know, what was it? What's the name of that game? Not Porsche, it's the other one. Sandrock. My Time at Sandrock, that's the one. So it was like I was playing My Time at Sandrock, or My Time Porsche. I was playing one of the two, it doesn't matter which one. But it's one of those like Stardew-esque games or whatever, where you can romance someone. And I had started romancing the person, and they have an item called a withered stick. And the idea is, if you decide you don't want to romance a person anymore, game mechanically wise, you get the withered stick, and you give it to the person, and that's your way of saying you're breaking up. And there's just this entire clip where it's just, you know, me and her going back and forth as I'm just like mining junk on the screen or whatever. And just being like, yeah, you wouldn't want to break up without a withered stick. Like, that's just faux pas or whatever. But, like, unscripted, unplanned or whatever, I started making the comment that you wouldn't want to go, you know, you have to pay at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. But me and her just the same time saying the exact same thing, same cadence and everything. So that's just a fun clip. And then as Basette's mentioning the Raj, which is Coral Island, which is another Stardew Valley-esque game. There's a character, Raj, who is like the local coffee shop person. But they show him as a very dapper man. He is a very, very dapper man. And I'm just playing, and just out of nowhere, like, Tomb comes around and is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. It's like, yeah, Raj is hot. You're not wrong. That is a very, very dapper man right there. It's you with no glasses? Nah, man. I am perfectly comfortable with how I appear. But also, I am not in that league. Which it is low-key, and this is content creator things. Low-key, you'll have people who pop in your channel and they're just there to troll. Like they're not coming back. There's not gonna be some positive interaction. They're 100% there just to troll. That's the only thing they're there to do. They're just there to get a rise out of you. They're not coming back. They're just there to get a rise out of you, get kicked from your channel, then to go on and do it to the next person. And a way a lot of them will do it is they'll play on common insecurities. Like, people are being very insecure about their appearance, making it feel like, you know, their success in streaming isn't earned, or whatever the thing is. If you're a commonly targeted demographic, you know, someone with disabilities, LGBTQI, A+, you're a highly visible woman in content creation or whatever it is they'll target, and they'll drop in and they'll say something crappy and they'll go other way. But for whatever reason, a couple of times that I've had that kind of person pop in, and they'll usually attack my appearance, and it's one of those things you just turn around, you're like, look, man, I'm going married on like 15 years and all that stuff. I am very secure with myself and my physical appearance and all that. Like, you need to go back to like 20-year-old me if you want to start hitting me up about insecurities. Like, I have done extremely well in my career, and this isn't even talking content creation. Like, my dev career, I've done extremely well. I'm happily married. I am very comfortable with where I am. You're gonna have to try and find an entirely different way to get under my skin for insecurities. The attacking physical appearance is not going to get you very far. Plus, low-key, I'm not going to listen to garbage from some rando on the internet who pops in my chat. First time chatter. Oh, you look like a hippie. It's like, cool. If I wanted your opinion, I would ask for it. Okay. So we can go ahead and sell that. We got the beer. Sell her... whatever. The worst time, like, half the times, like, their bad takes will be like, you look like, and they'll act like it's something negative. It's like, no, actually the thing you're comparing me to is also pretty cool, so, you know, that might be something that bothers you, but I'm pretty indifferent on it, so, you know, cool, man. Alright, so they can't afford my stuff. Alright, so how much does the Cave Coalition like us? 71. So we can get 29 more points before we're maxed out. Let's go and get those points. So we can go to gift. Let's grab all those capes and stuff that we have. Apparently a bajillion spares. I'll clear out space. And then I got a whole bunch of smoke leaf for them. Yeah, it's fine. Really, most of the time, those kind of people are sad at their own life. And it's the funny part. Well, yeah, no, that's kind of thing. Is the kind of person who goes out and, you know, it's the same kind of person who goes to, like, your local fast food person and just utterly is absolutely garbage to the poor cashier, the poor person working the counter or whatever. You know, the person who's just like absolutely an ass to them. And usually when you look at that, that's the same kind of person. They're in this crappy job where their boss treats them like garbage. You know, maybe they're in a relationship that's not healthy or whatever's going on. Like, they're usually fighting their own battle legitimately. But, it's usually a thing that they lack autonomy and all that. And so they end up kind of, you know, just finding someone else to lash out at. You know, because they feel like they have a little bit of power and control there, whether or not they realize that's what's going on. But it ends up being a thing that you feel a lack of control in your life. And so going to someone who is at their workplace, so they gotta walk on eggshells because, you know, you're the customer, and there are places that believe the customer's always right, and they're objectively wrong. Because customers are always right in a matter of taste. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Just matters of taste. But people don't bother with the second part of that quote. Many of those quotes that, you know, are really bad advice. And it's because they're incomplete. Luckily, I'm pretty sure we just sold all our smoke leaf. So if there is any... I mean, I got 12 of it. It's a shame I couldn't get that last 11 out of here before you got to it. Yeah, so it's like, you know, there's the customer's always right in matters of taste, is the full... And I probably have the exact verbiage wrong, but that's the full quote. But you only hear the customer's always right. Which is a very misrepresentation of what that's supposed to mean. Or you'll have, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. I always forget the other part, but basically the implication is, you know, being a jack of all trades is actually better than being really good at just one thing. But it's like, you know, like there's like a whole bunch of things. Curiosity killed the cat, satisfaction brought it back. Is that like the full quote? Because I actually don't know where the curiosity killed the cat quote originally comes from. They're also singing a rise out of you, and we don't give it to them. They get meaner and all that. Vicious cycle. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the reasons, like, very genuinely, whether you're a content creator, you're on social media, whether, like, even if it's a person you have in your real life, whether it's family, friends, or whatever, if someone's crap at you, you just cut them out. And there's a difference between, like, disagreeing with someone and someone just being crappy. Like, it's totally fine to disagree with people. That's fine. You shouldn't just cut people out for that kind of thing. But if you have a disagreement and then the person just calling you an idiot because you don't agree with them or whatever, that's a person that, you know what? Maybe they don't get to stick around. Maybe they don't get to be considered, you know, and invited to stuff anymore. Maybe you stop calling them back or whatever. And you'd be like, well, they're family. It's like, yeah, but if family's treating you like garbage, that's family you don't need. I don't have a problem with my family, but there's definitely people who I've known that you see their family members like, no, you are in a better place with that person not being around. Like, objectively, them not being around is to your benefit. Jack of all trades, but master of none is oftentimes better than master of one. Yes, it's something like that, but you just hear jack of all trades, master of none. And they just... You know, they treat it as like, oh, you're not a master at anything. It's like, hey, man, you don't need to be a master at anything to be really good stuff. Blood of the Covenant is thicker than Blood of the Moon. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff like that. Your sister and I both chose to go no contact with your father for her own mental health. Yeah, no, it's a shame that that happens, but at the same time, there are some people who are terrible. You have really no tolerance for extremely negative people. Yeah, no, there was definitely like people I used to hang around with like in high school that I kept around. So I didn't run into much with like family problems, but there was definitely people I used to hang around in my circle of friends and all that. That, you know, as I got older and kind of got a better idea of how the world worked, and I'm like, you know what? This person doesn't need to be around anymore. Like, I'm making a conscious choice to not involve this person in my life anymore. Yeah, your family is a bunch of narcissists. You're the black sheep, so it's better without them. Yeah. It would just turn out to be a drain on your own life. Well, right, and it's kind of the thing, if you look at any demographic, there's going to be some percentage of a demographic that are... Like, it's not even that they're necessarily bad people, they can be, but that they're bad for you kind of thing. And, sure, that might be very low odds that it ends up being in your family, but it's not zero. So you can have, like, that one uncle, you're like, oh yeah, Uncle John? Uncle John's an awful person. So, you know what I'm not gonna do? Hang out with Uncle John. Okay. Still gotta wait for them to get those last ones out there. Vagabonds request resource. They want a big old stack of cash. Hey man, can I get on the scam? Can I get on the money scam here? I would too like a big stack of cash. If you'd be so kind. Okay. Psychic ship, 3 lancers, a militar, and a scyther. Alright, well the sad thing is I do not have EMP. At all. The good news is, these 3 I can bunch up. So there's a good chance, with them being down, I could potentially run my people up, get my Zeus hammer on this one, just like right on top and immediately smack the Scyther. The other melee, get them on the Lancer, and then just spray them with bullets. We do actually have this revolver has EMP rounds into it that do stun. It's not reliable because it's got a accuracy penalty. But, you know, getting the occasional stun added in there for free is definitely not a bad thing. Kind of ways to breath sort of thing? Yeah. And again, that's not that... Like, that's the catch. People will be like, oh, well, you think I want you to stop calling because you disagree. Like, no, I'm very clear. It's like, there's a difference between disagreeing and there's a difference between being a jerk. Having disagreements, you know, that's fine. Unless the disagreement is, like, your basic human rights or something like that. Like, then maybe that's something that perhaps you shouldn't ignore. But, you know. Okay, and we're just cutting all the brick. This is just piling around. We do actually have the art bench sent to just make... Oh, wait. Oh, right. I had this set to do forever, and then I got rid of it for do forever. Just because we were then getting enough brick to actually do stuff, and it had stuff I wanted to do with it. So I believe this is the one set to slate only. Yeah, so go ahead, artist, if you got some time, get it done. Alright, so with that, we should be good. So let's bring everyone over here. Because like I said, the plan is going to be to get Maximus right here. Right there at that spot. And we're going to turn them on the Scyther to try and get the stun on the opening, so that hopefully we get all 3 of them tied up in melee. Ducky here is going to go slap that thing in the face. And then we're just going to basically spray it all with bullets. And then between all the firepower we've got, as well as a little bit of EMP coming from Lunar's revolver, the hope would be that we can just knock it down before they can do anything of substance. Okay, get in position. Get in position. They might wake up on the approach, so that's the worst case scenario. If they wake up before we're in position, things get bad. Alright. So, zap you, have a good time. You got knocked down in 1. You're not a wimp, are you? You got punched by the Lancer and knocked down in 1. That is not how that's supposed to play out. Well, at least we basically Death Starred that thing really fast. Okay, go grab your weapon. The rest of you, go shoot that. How are you doing? What happened to you? So you just got cut up pretty bad. Oh, they're all stoned. That's what's going on. A bunch of them were like, I'm sad. I'm just gonna get stoned. So you rescue them. You rescue them. You'll never do hauling. You haul that. You haul that. That's one reason I normally don't keep Smokeleaf in my colonies. Is I personally find of the drugs, Smokeleaf is deceptively rough. Like, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. And then you just end up having people, like, getting knocked down constantly and all that because they're stoned. They end up running at, like, 1/3 their normal speed or half their normal speed because they're stoned. They work super duper slow because they're stoned. And, like, very, very genuinely... Where are you going? Oh, we didn't get the medicine hauled back. Like, very, very genuinely... It's kind of a death by 1,000 cuts way of having your colony die, where there's just a bunch of these minor efficiencies that get you knocked down. Versus like Site T, on the other hand, is not really that big a deal. Okay, you're working on that. Like Site T can get you in trouble sometimes, but it's pretty benign. But I genuinely find Smokeleaf in a lot of ways to be one of the worst drugs to deal with. Oh yeah, no, I can show you. And this is like, you'll have people be min-max like, well, actually, streamer, you have these in the wrong order, and that's probably true. But you have like a bunch of these drugs here. Generally speaking, when it comes to your drugs that you use for recreation, Side T, in my opinion, is the most benign. You can actually use that preemptively going into a fight to mitigate risks of mood break and all that. It's mostly just good news. The Silo Cap, I'm not quite as solid on how good, bad, or otherwise. It seems like 90+% of the time it's utterly benign. Like, it's just really not a big deal. Except for the times it makes you catatonic. So it's kind of a... The odds of it having a bad outcome are low, but going catatonic at the wrong time is pretty horrible. Ambrosia is a pretty nothing burger. That's one of your safest ones to utilize. Even if you get addicted to it, the penalty for addiction is pretty low. Beer, if you get addiction, can cause cancer in the game, and that's pretty bad. But if you do keep them to not having, like, hey, there's different days. There's like some you can do 3, some you can do 5 to avoid addiction, but it's pretty not bad. Smokeleaf, like I said, it penalizes so much. If we actually look in there, consciousness minus 30, which means 30% reduced movement speed, 30% reduced manipulation. And on top of that, you have like a 10% movement speed penalty, and you get hungrier faster. It does reduce pain, which is one of its only benefits, really. So it really isn't good. Whereas beer, when you go in here, let's see, where are you at? Yeah, beer I don't think does anything meaningful in any of that. It mostly just gives you mood. I think if you get to the point you drink a lot, you get drunk, and then it has a problem. This is the one I still want to see what happens with this more. The Silo Cap causes hallucinations, but basically what can happen is there's a small chance it knocks you catatonic instantly, or creates a creativity inspiration. But yeah, but then we look at Psi T. Psi T is pretty benign. It reduces the rate you fall asleep. It reduces the amount of pain you feel, and that's about all of it. Yeah, so from my understanding is you can't get addicted to Silo Cap. I think you can overdose on it if you're like binging it, but again, I haven't had a chance of testing it very much. But it is supposed to be very safe. The catch is it does have a thing that says it has a random chance of basically causing you to go instantly catatonic. Which is basically where your character is effectively paralyzed for a period of time. So that's kind of the thing. So it seems like 99, whatever the percentage chance that you go catatonic, like the reverse of that, the inverse of that, it's like the vast majority of the time, it's totally fine. Like it's genuinely just a free mood bonus, but there's that small chance it instantly knocks you down. So it seems like, generally speaking, it's not too bad. I guess the other big question with the Silo Caps, though, is what is a percent chance it knocks you catatonic? Because if it's something like 1% chance or something like that, it's probably not a bad idea, other than to use, like, don't use it right, like, leading into combat. But for, like, managing moods, it's not too bad. And also, how long does it knock you catatonic? Is it like when you have a mood break catatonic where they're going to be down for several days? Because that's awful if that's the case. That at the wrong time it can kill your colony. But if it's just catatonic for like an hour or two or whatever, it's like, oh, that's just a nothing burger. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just embrace the chaos. But like that's the stuff I need to actually test it to see what's at. It's genuinely very valuable, is one thing I have learned from it. That very genuinely, it does do a lot for you. Like that is actually one of the major benefits of those, of the new shroom, like glow forest biome and all that. And you're with who again? For the cave collision? Yeah, we basically got you near maxed. Alright, so we got a brand new statue of maximum effect. Do we have a maximum effect statue in here? So we have Kiona Chick. Yeah, we've already got a maximum effect statue in that main room. So which room is maximum effect's bedroom? Because we have been doing this for the memes, which is we are slowly building up like a hall of heroes where everyone who is in our colony gets a statue. And then the next statue I get of the same person, we then put it in their bedroom so that we can make it super awkward, so that, you know, when they go and they have that date and they show up at the house for the first time and they're like, you know, hey, let me show you my bedroom. The very first thing they see is that you have a statue of yourself in your bedroom, which certainly will not make anything awkward and will not require immediate explanation. Okay, and I just realized you can grab your Zeus hammer. I need to clean this room up because it's really a problem. No, you had that great bow. The Masterwork great bow that should be in here somewhere. There's a Masterwork Gladius. So what I need to do is take one of these, take one or two of these here. Why is it out there? You must have gotten it back and then got downed by something. Like food poisoning or something like that. Right, you're gonna just smash these barricades. Let's go ahead and have you pop out over here. Nicely done. Wait, is it that bad? Her first date? So, I don't feel like it's a thing you couldn't talk your way out of. Like, there is enough weird but plausible excuses. Like, when we were joking about this the last time, like, honestly, if I had gone in and, you know, some woman invites me back to her place or whatever, and, you know, she's got a statue of herself in the bedroom or whatever, and just kind of, you know, it's like, you'd walk in and you'd be like, what? Like, you'd kind of be like, what's this about? You could easily, like, roll your eyes and be like, yeah, my ex got me this thing. It weighs, like, 400 or 500 pounds. I don't know what the hell to do with it, because, like, I don't want to sell it because I'm selling a statue of myself to someone, and that's weird as hell, so it's just here because I don't know what to do with it. And honestly, it'd be like, you know what? Fair enough. Depends on the statue. Is the statue naked? Well, I mean, I feel like that, to me, that wouldn't change the equation any, like, whether it was, like, in the nude or, like, in, like, a summer dress or whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, it's all weird, but statues being in the nude is just things statues, like, that's just normal statues. So, like, that wouldn't register for me one or the other. I mean, unless it's, like, a truly provocative statue or something, like, really over the top, at which point you're like, alright, hang on, wait a second. It's a dress form mannequin. Not put your plea. Yeah. I mean, I would even buy that excuse. If it was a statue that they were using as a mannequin, I'd be like, you know what? Sure. Why not? As someone who sews, a true-to-size model of myself would be handy for making clothes. Like, that's the thing. My mom's side of the family, like, a whole bunch of them are an American Sewing Guild. And honestly, like, if someone walked in, they're like, yeah, no, I'm tired of putting the stuff on, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, and doing adjustments, and now I just have a statue here I can do it with that. I was like, alright, I mean, that's a commitment that you're going to hold that build for the rest of your life, but you know what? I'll buy it. It's a weird approach, but you know what? That would seem not unreasonable to me. Like, it wouldn't be a thing to even, like, set off a yellow or red flag. It would definitely be, though, seeing the statue in the bedroom. You couldn't not ask. Like, that is the thing. You would ask. That is just something that's going to happen. Let's see, your brother had to rearrange bed assignments because he realized a masterwork bed had the art of an owner's mom. That feels like the passive-aggressive way that a parent tries to make sure you're not hooking up or something like that. They don't say no or something, but they get you, like, bed sheets that have, like, you know, the family portrait on it or something like that. Sad Wander. What is going on here? This pain? Yeah, it's just gutworm pain. Alright, so we got one of Earth Rush here. So let's see, we got a statue of Earth Rush here. We do not, so Earth Rush, welcome to the guy. Let's make sure it's not another Earth Rush. No, there's not. Alright, so we got Earth Rush getting added to the Hall of Heroes, where it was said. A noble statue of Earth Rush. Earth Rush has a look of confusion. Honestly, that seems to be one of the most direct statues. I'm pretty sure we already have Donkey Duff in there, so it's Donkey Duff and Lunar, the other two statues. So we have Donkey Duff in there. Now it's funny because that's Lunar's statue. So that's when we did the statue, and that's what Lunar looks like now. This is what Lunar looks like now. So Lunar is going to take the statue of them as an adult and have that in her bedroom. And I'm pretty sure Donkey Duff's might be an extra at this stage. Nope. There we go. We can go ahead and, slowly but surely, because we're making the statues out of the slate to knock down the amount of slate we have. Oh, you know what? That's what's happening and why everything's getting so scummy and dirty. Right, so we're gonna adjust some things here. That's fine. Oh no, because they all said you for research there. Man, yeah, it's fine. It's not what I thought. Why is everything falling? Oh, it's because you got hit by that charge lance and hurt. So you were down for a little while, so it's taking you a while to get back in there. And then these gutworms, penalizing everything is just annoying. That's not one of those things that's a death by 1,000 cuts. If it just kills your mood, and it doesn't slow you down much, it's like 10% or something like that. But it is those things that can add up really fast. And just all the people who need gutworms things. And you're stoned on smoke leaf again. That seems to be your constant state of being now. Thanks, man. 0% of those gutworms are definitely going to get us through there in a timely manner. I mean, the problem is I need more heal root. So I'm probably going to need to go here and be like, hey, just expand it so it doesn't all die every flood season. And we are slowly cleaning this out of stuff. Alright. So there's another statue of Earth Rush. So there's Earth Rush's statue to go in their bedroom. And that should help because that'll start moving everyone up from like somewhat impressive bedroom to impressive bedroom and all that sort of stuff. And we've got another statue of Lunar Bell. Well, Lunar Bell already has a statue in their bedroom with them. So this one can go in the hospital. Okay, we can finally put the ritual stuff in the back here. Which the only one we've got right now is Void Provocation. We don't really want to do much with that. Waking up from a coma to your face. You just wake up and there's just that statue of you staring down. You're like, nope, still in my nightmare. Closing my eyes. Not doing it. Nope, nope. This nightmare and me, we're going to be spending time together. Oh, did you actually finish smoothing out all those rooms? I didn't realize you were fishing. I was like, wait a second. Well, yeah, I mean, in that case, start working on all this. Okay, let them work on that down there. We won't worry about, like, the back area until that's all done. Even worse, the statue got installed mid-coma, which could totally happen in RimWorld. Yeah, you just get knocked out and you just wake up and there's a you in the corner and like, well, I'm dead. Especially considering if you were doing like the anomaly run, where you're seeing all the spooky stuff and you've just got like this doppelganger you standing in the corner. You don't know yet that's just a marble statue. We're just like, well, apparently doppelgangers are real, and mine's about to kill me. Or steal my skin, or whatever it is that doppelgangers do in this particular scenario. Whatever it is, it's not in my best interest. And we got Hopeless Travelers. That is a lot of refugees. Okay. So, they are all adults, so we're going to immediately pop in here and be like, all of you, drop your weapons. Give you all recreation real fast. Work. I don't actually want to do that. Keep the social things to people who can social. Or at least have a passion so they someday can social. Alright. That's all fine. I'll take you off the crafting stuff so we don't have you start clothes and then leave them half done and they never get finished. Okay, so get to work. The problem I've got is I do not have that many rooms available. But don't worry, random refugees. It'll be fine. I've got these wonderful vacant rooms in the back. Just don't worry about the shackles. Look, man. Don't kink shame. We can all be cool if you don't make it weird. And what we're gonna do for the very first thing is we're gonna have a party. Just ignore the floating skulls. Don't make it weird again. Definitely not a cult. It's literally the name of our faction is not a cult. By the way, welcome to the cult compound. We hope you'll enjoy your stay. And unforgettable, and we are once again maxed out with the Empire. I'm actually kind of really looking forward to seeing how much you can abuse that. Just fly from place to place and then rerun that thing that gives you reputation. So just go parks relatively in the general area of a faction you're enemies with and just keep doing that till they're friends. It wouldn't be in a very efficient one. Alright, so we got Canahawk. We got Ducky and... oh, Cockroach. Cockroach is not one of our people. Disassemble that and get it out of here. Yeah, we already got Ducky Deanna. That's a statue here. Alright, so everyone's gonna work on trying to get their stuff all sorted. Hopefully they're not here too long. 9 days, that's not too long. I have a pretty strong suspicion they're gonna betray us. What is your ideology, by the way, visitors? It's probably terrible, right? Oh yeah, supremacist. That's pretty awful. Honestly, not that bad in the whole, like, RimWorld considerations. But still, I don't think you walk up to someone and they go, by the way, supremacist, and you go, oh, they seem like they're a reasonable person. That's definitely someone I should hang out with more and have more conversations with. I should definitely not judge that by its cover. Oh yeah, we still got the Mechanator thing over there. At the rate you're being tended, you're never getting over those gutworms. Lunar here is just going to max out their medical skill by botching your gutworms again and again. To be fair, they did start at no medical. So without any proper training, they're going up and be like, hey, cure this disease. And they're going, it's my first day. Look, man, I don't know how to draw blood yet. Look. I feel like I'm not getting the resources I need to succeed. That's another statue of one of our people here who is not an actual colonist. So we'll disassemble their art and they can try again. Alright, so like right now we're just smoothing out the hallway and all that. Making the lab a little nicer. That shouldn't matter too much. Okay, we got a statue of another one who's not a colonist, so we're going to go ahead and destroy that too. And Earth Rush is actually getting to fish. And that's with crafting, hauling, and cleaning. So we're hitting the point there that we're just running out of tests, dude. To be fair, I got a whole group of people running around cleaning and hauling right now, so that's making that a lot easier. Is there anyone here super impressionable? Not really. We want them to put out that fire before it starts taking on our crops. So the next thing I'm thinking is production. Was there anything else you want to do? So I can make the crematorium, and there is reasons to do that, so instead of chucking the bodies there, you just burn them. I think it takes like something like 700 watts of power, which is not insignificant. I also have the thing where we can process the mechs down. Yeah, you don't need to make recurve bows anymore. So you can smash the mechs. Have you done that, or are you still working on it? Yeah, you've already done that. Oh, we actually don't have much steel. I've been sitting here thinking it's like, oh yeah, this run we've not needed steel at any point. That's fine. So we'll go ahead and mine some of these out. Cool, we're gonna have a party, help out with our moods even more. Oh yeah, we can also upgrade ourselves to having an actual pool table here. So let's go ahead and do recreation, pool table, sandstone. Why are you knocking our people over? Nobody's helping. Everyone's like, nah man, I'm not missing the party. Now we get to decide if that was actually kind of messed up or not. Who started it? Yeah, we can argue that Canahawk brought that on themselves. They did basically try to convert the other person who got upset. So, not blameless. Versus like if someone insults the other one, you're like, alright, come on man, you were just asking for it. We also need furniture, chairs. I think if I put it there, it'll prevent the pool table from working. So I have one side of the poker table that only has one seat at it. It just is walking, it's like, you know, just prolicizing the person. Like, don't get me wrong. If someone's like, hey, would you consider believing in this thing? Maybe don't just punch them in the face, but at the same time, you know, just pop it in there and just dropping that. I don't have a whole lot of respect for that. Because as far as I see it, that's, you know, someone trying to push their views on others. So it's like, it doesn't even matter what the views are. I see it as a kind of a disrespectful thing. Now, it's different if the person asks, of course. Like, if someone's like, hey, I am curious about, you know, whatever you believe in, would you tell me more? Like, that's totally fair. Like, that's fair game. Like, when the person initiates. Or if you're having a discussion where it would be relevant to the flow of discussion for that to be a topic. But if you just walk up and you do, like, the whole, it's like, have you ever met our Lord and Savior? It's like, come on, man. Look. It's cool you got something that you believe in and all that. Like, I'm not gonna judge you for it or anything. None of us knows what the reality is. But you don't go swinging that around at people. Now we got a little embroidery we can grab down here. Now, if we're lucky, after this tree sowing, maybe we'll get lucky and the random research. Because once you random research that basic grav tech, then we can start looking into actually building the ship and doing stuff with the ship. And I do want to go that direction. But with random research, we gotta convince Randy that that's what Randy wants. It's a delicate balance you do with the boss where you need to convince the boss it's actually their idea to get them on board, because if it's your idea, they're just not gonna jive with it. But if you can get them to think that they're the one who came up with the idea, you know, you got it sold hook, line, and sinker. I've had those bosses where you gotta, like, walk them through the conversation of, like, why something's a problem to, like, walk them to the solution. so that you can do the thing you wanted to do in the first place. Hey, Darth. Yeah, no, Twitch servers have been having some problems lately, and I hear the mobile's been getting affected extra hard from it. It is a bummer because I've known a good couple of content creators who are having like a really good night on stream, and they didn't just have like a hiccup on their stream went down completely for a while. And for those who don't know how bad that impacts you as a content creator, like if you have your stream drop completely where it goes like error whatever that the people have to click to get back in, or it does the whole thing where there's like the person going like, oh no, and it says stream has ended. The moment you hit that, unless you got a lot of stream left, you might as well just call it a night, because you end up losing like half your viewership, and it just takes so long to get those viewers back, like for that to slowly work its way back up. And then plus, usually, because it's kind of a thing that's hurting you like very genuinely and is completely outside your control, it is a very, very feels bad man kind of thing. So in practice, it usually just kills your headspace, so it's kind of hard to just jump back in and have a good time. You end up being a lot shorter with people and all that. So it's really tough. Now it's different. It's like right at the beginning of stream, you just started stream, you got a 9-hour stream, and like you're 20 minutes in and it drops for 5 minutes. Yeah, that still sucks, but it's not a big deal because people haven't had a chance to really show up. Not unless you just had like a raid of like if you had like a really huge raid and then it happens, that's another one of those ones that's a good growth opportunity that just got taken from you effectively. Not that Twitch does it deliberately or anything like that. I don't want to imply that. Just kind of one of those things that it's an unfortunate thing that really, really hurts you in a big way. And we're getting all that mined, which is good, so we're gonna get all our steel back up. You don't have a headache anymore? That's good to hear. Headaches are no fun. Headaches are really no fun. And so what's gonna happen here, chat, is when I have our next ad break, I'm just gonna take a minute or two to quickly eat my food and all that. That way I'm not doing it like on camera or whatever. I mean, the other thing I do is mute my mic and then hide my camera and do that, which I might do as well. But yeah, that way it doesn't sit here and get cold, because I'm notorious for doing that, grabbing my dinner and then not eating my dinner because I get zoned into the game. It's just unfortunate with the times I stream, or rather the schedules between me and my wife. There just isn't really a good time for me to stream that I don't need to stop at some point to make some food happen. But it's only usually a couple of minutes, so that's not a big deal. We already had the long break. And I got a bunch of components in the wall I'd like. We'll worry about that a little bit later. Meanwhile, I can grab you. We keep harassing the same person, that way we might convert one person. Get a little bit more of our ideology. You slept it off? Yeah, that can always be a good thing. Honestly, there's a lot of wisdom in like when you're dealing with like, eye pain, headache, just being like, hey, try going to sleep. Not that it will always help, but sometimes, like a lot of times, that kind of stuff, it could be you're dehydrated, you just need a little bit more sleep, like those kind of things. Getting dehydrated causes really bad headaches. And a lot of people dehydrate themselves without realizing it. It's a real big problem here in Florida that people go outside and not realize just how much hydration they're sweating off and all that. There's a reason when we have people visiting and they're going to like theme parks, they're like harassing people constantly. It's like, make sure you drink water. Make sure you drink water. You should drink some water. Have you drank water recently? You should drink some water. You just don't realize just how much water you really kind of need. Considering, I think the heat index of this last day we had a day, it was 112 heat index at like 80% humidity or something god-awful like that. Where you just walk out and you go, can I choose death? I would rather choose death than be outside right now. This is really awful. I hate everything about this. Humidity of you are swimming in soup. Alright, so we got a lot of stuff here. With how much food I have, I'm gonna go... Actually, let's wait to see. So, do you have anything I want? Because that's been kind of the big snag here, is we keep having them show up. And I got plenty of stuff to give them. And they got nothing. Nothing that I want. Whose statue is that? We're selling the statue. It's now one of our colonists. It's like very genuinely, I've got tons of alpaca hide and beer and all sorts of stuff. So we are just producing a lot of goods. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the full money out of this, and then we're gonna see what we can do to try and get our it's gonna be like 120. Okay, we can get 15 more stats with you. Gift. There's 5, 8, 12, 13. And maxed. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna stretch my legs and use the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back, and then we'll get back into it, and then there won't be probably another break for a good while. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. And since there's 2 sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training and quality.
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after
Jesus, that one was torture.
We'll deal with that in a minute. What is that? What is that? Hang on. What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What? Destroy it all.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She-Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. Alright, and I am back and dinner is done. So my apologies about having those like 2 breaks. And like granted they were like an hour apart. But when you're watching, it does not feel like it's that long. Even though I wiped my mustache, it still feels like it's in my mustache. I need to replace my electric razor. It broke. And while I can do all this with my regular razor, trimming the mustache has not gone as well as the other stuff. Okay. So we got being attacked from multiple angles, attacking immediately. They are just bringing the bows. Is this an impid group or... Yeah, it's an impid group. They're bringing the bows. They're bringing the bows. This is convenient. So you know what this is what we call, chat? How did you get hurt? Oh, you social fought. So my entire strategy for this fight is to let that sort itself out. Ooh, they are actually ignoring that. Well, my strategy was to just let them sort it all out, because I was figuring you got a whole caravan there being all juicy and delicious looking. That's the verbs I'm going with. Adjectives. You know I'm going for. Huh. I'm a little surprised. Oh, you know what I bet it is? They probably targeted some of the stuff up here just because it was closer. So they showed up here, they detected the nearest thing, targeted it, then pathed to it. So they didn't consider the pathing so far as the distance. They consider just that. What mods do you use? Exclamation mark mods will give you the list of mods. But not a whole lot. We have a couple of mods that add, like I've got, most of the mods are honestly music. Like very genuinely, the bulk of the mods are related to music. So like, of the list of mods, Harmony doesn't do anything in itself. It is a mod that supports other mods. Don't Stop the Music makes it so the music doesn't stop. Self-dying, that's where if you look at our colonists, you'll end up having them have all sorts of different colors of clothes. Actually, I don't think we have the self-dying set up, do we? I think we have what we need to set it up, though. Yeah, go ahead and do that. But self-dying means they will dye their clothes their favorite color. It's one of those things you could do in the game without self-dying, but it's a manual task normally, where you have to go like right-click, you go to the thing, say favorite, 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 okay, apply dye, and then they go do it. It just makes it so you can have that bench have an assignment so that if they have clothes to dye, they'll dye them as long as they got the supplies. I don't do it for the mood bonus. It's convenient that gives the, like, what is it, like 1 or 2 mood bonus for wearing your favorite color? I generally do it because it makes it so all your people don't look kind of the same, because you have people in, like, pinks and purples and yellows and oranges, or black and black and black, and then gray and beige, because RimWorld has really weird choices for favorite colors. You've got Camera Plus, which means I can go to people and go, hey, Chef. Where'd you go, Chef? Hey, Mosquito. Hi, Mosquito. And I always forget what the key is. There's a key, I think it's home. There's one of the keys I can actually make it lock onto and follow that pawn around. It's just for, like, you know, streaming and all, I can zoom in. Let's see what else we got in there. Music Manager, I can go through and change tracks. I can tell it how long to wait between tracks when you're in fights and all that. So it's just, again, music. OST and Locker makes it so you can listen to stuff like the royalty and anomaly music even when those things aren't active. P Music adds additional music to the game. No research means we started, if we look at a research tree, you'll notice we were tribal start and I don't have Pemmican. We started with literally nothing, so anything you see here we have researched. And then on top of that, I'm also running semi-random research, which makes it so I don't have control of my own research. So, like, I didn't go out of my way for tree sowing. It just randomly got selected. Let's see, do you have any hair cutting scissors? You know how to use them for activists? I don't have any hair cutting scissors. I prefer the electric razor. It's just, like I said, mine's worn out. Needs to be replaced. Like, I tried to get by with it, but now it's at that stage where it's more pulling hair than actually cutting it. So my mustache is getting a little there. Like, I trim it up a little bit with scissors, but it's not the right kind of scissors. And I just need to go by the store and do that. So that means Pemmican could be randomly selected for research? Yes. Anything, if we look here, anything that is highlighted and available to me, any of these, I can have selected. If it's not available to me, I can't. But yeah, so it is filling this in and all that. What we're hoping for right now is the grab ship, because we are planning on doing grab ship shenanigans. Oh, you have an addiction? There's no Site T. I was gonna say, if I had some Site T, would have you take a hit of that to work your way through it. That is unfortunate, because that's gonna be a pain. Can you get out of order text? No. Because if you look at, say for example, we have the grab tech and then standard tech. This has the prerequisite of I have to have both basic and microelectronics. So until I have these two, that one's grayed out and it can't choose it. It can only choose the ones that are available. So like Cocoa I can't do now, but the moment tree sowing finishes, then Cocoa becomes available as a possibility. So it can't like cheat, skip you ahead to stuff you're not supposed to have. Oh yeah, no, it's nothing like that, Darth. It's I have an electric razor, and it's just I've had the electric razor for a very, very long time, and it just needs to be replaced. Toxifier generator. I don't need that. I'm not upset about it, but I really don't need that. And that's another one of our not colonists, so we'll just keep destroying those. Okay. Security for a friend. And you'll send me a raid that's got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 ranged people. Hold that thought. Horror cultists. They are going to try to kidnap someone. It is a full melee group, so we're just going to go ahead and grab everyone immediately and get them moving. That's just, you're going to have to live without that. For those who don't know with these cultist events, generally I found the best way to deal with these is do not wait. Like, unless things are truly dire, do not wait. Waiting is almost always the wrong answer. If you can get in here and knock a couple of them down first and cancel it, that's the best. Because if you just leave them to do their thing, they will just ruin you, regardless of which one it is. Okay, so we aggroed a bunch of them, more than I really want to be aggroed, because these ones actually, cultists are more dangerous than you'd expect. They're really strong in melee. They do tend to carry decent weapons, but the added thing that really makes them rough is this inhumanization. It reduces their pain by 50% as the major thing we have to worry about for melee, because that means it takes a lot more to knock them down. Alright, once we hit him, it'll cancel it. And sorted. But yeah, so that's kind of the big thing, is with the cultists. There's a lot of anomaly stuff that once you're aware of the threat, it's drop what you're doing and get on it. Yeah, and that's exactly what we did, is we just roll out there and deal with that. But a lot of anomaly events, it's more the moment the event pops up, you drop what you're doing and you're now dealing with that event. Okay, you're apparently getting a ghoul attacking. Doesn't have anything special going on for it, so that is unfortunate because we are starting to push the point that we're going to have mood breaks. So we just had back-to-back events. A ghoul by itself isn't usually that big a deal. Okay. Alright, so I need them all to not have to go and deal with another threat for a couple minutes, because we need our people to eat and all that, because they're getting really upset. And you're dealing with psychite withdrawal. Okay. Got sensory mechanites that need to be treated and all sorts of stuff. Yep. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. So you got a lot of tattered apparel happening. Maximum effect has tattered apparel? What are you wearing that's tattered? Oh, your vac suit helmet. We don't have any of you on Forced, right? No. Yeah, so we got that vac suit helmet from a quest way earlier. Before, like, we still can't make our own helmets, so those are our upgrades. I've got 3 of them now. But they are starting to wear out now. Yeah, so the self-dying is, if you look at Ducky here, where Ducky has painted all their clothes kind of orange, this one's painting their clothes purple, this one looks like they're painting their clothes green, and that one's white and blue and all that. That's the reason I do it, is it just kind of makes them a bit more interesting in that everyone's outfits start to be different colors, so it's not just... If, say, for example, I'm using alpaca wool for all of our clothes end up that exact same, like, kind of off-white cream, like, almost tan color. And that's fine, it looks cool. But then it gets kind of dull for all of your colonists to look the exact same when it comes to their outfits. But by having all the different colors going on, there's a little bit more spice. And then we can make fun of, you know, people running around wearing all black and pretending they're Batman. So almost done smoothing out that whole hallway. I'm just gonna go up here and say, what if you smooth all? Yep, and that'll be the plagues catching up because we had multiple instances of animal plague that stacked. So it's no surprise that we lost some, especially having to deal with a couple of different events to fight. So far we've actually been doing okay with the boomalope for chem fuel. It's not going to be sustainable enough for our ship when we build it. But it's something. Alright, so let's check. So, security for a friend. You would have me defend myself against, looks like it's around 12 ranged enemies. So they're more likely going to have flak equipment and guns, so they're definitely going to have the advantage on me in that regard. I can have the advantage on them in regards to defense and setup. I've got 5 days still to take it. The good news is our guests here will either betray us or leave the map here in just a minute so we can get all of them out of here so it won't be quite as overwhelmed on people. So we don't have to have people sleeping in the room where we're going to be putting the anomaly stuff. And then how long do I have for you? Okay, so all of our guests will be leaving soon. So we can probably have all of our guests leave. And then once all of them leave, maybe we will take that tack. It'll be bringing on a decent number of threats. But I'm kind of hoping that we'll be able to make it work by just genuinely trying to split up the group a little bit. And doing what we can to take full advantage of that so that we get to put a lot of shots into them before they do much to defend themselves. But it really all depends on what they show up with, because like I said, there's a really good chance they'll show up with flak vests, which gives them a pretty distinct advantage, because I'm pretty sure only S2D has any type of armor. And we should have multiple cooks. Does RimWorld have landmines? They have IEDs, yeah. I don't have the research, but yeah, there's IEDs. They work. They're not terrible, but, you know, you still have your gutworms because you're our only good doctor. On the upside, that is slowly getting our other 2 doctors some skill, but that's through making Earthrush a long-term patient. The catch is you need the enemies to actually walk on the landmines. You can't quite control that. Because you can't have them like be the same bottlenecks that you'd cross through. They have a resource cost that makes them a bit more costly than just putting up a regular spike trap kind of thing. Now, they still can be usable. Like, they're definitely not bad. It's just most of the time, if you're using that type of defense, you're just using spike traps instead for practicality purposes. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, no, probably got grabbed because we've had, you know, we have a lot of communities we share with LGBTQIA creators and all that. And unfortunately, most of the time when people use the term grooming, it's not talking about animals, unfortunately. So, I got tired of random people popping in here and making a big stink on things. And so I just kind of was like, you know what? We're just going to say no to that term. It doesn't come up enough in normal conversation for me to worry about it. Plus, if you were to get access to them, you could saturate the kill box while having a second exit for your pawns and guests. The problem is if you have them all blow each other up, your first landmine hits the first thing and then it destroys all your other landmines. They're very cost prohibitive. It's just one of those things that's not really worth putting the time into. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to restrict people back into this area. We're going to choose this quest. Like I said, you can use it, but usually the way you end up using the landmines on it. Alright, so we got you. Have you stay inside here. And go to your schedule, full recreation to keep you happy. Go these and delete them. Okay. Yeah, so usually what you do is say, like, one of the landmines you could do will resurrect corpses, so you'd put the mine in here and you'd fill this room with corpses, they walk in, it pops. Or a lot of times you'd actually, preemptively, you'd have the landmine there and you'd shoot the landmine. So it resurrects everything for when it goes there. Just the regular landmine by itself actually isn't super effective. It takes a moment or so to blow up. And like I said, usually you'll just use traps. I'm not too super worried about it. Let's check what your ideology is before you get mad at stuff. Yeah, you're fine. Just checking to make sure you're not upset about any type of drug use. Right, so we got a pretty big attack coming in here. So what my expectation is, potentially trying to split the group. That what we might be able to do is put someone here at the door, get some of the people to come back to us, back them off. Meanwhile, have everyone else hold up down here. And have them just kind of feed in. I am going to try and put someone right there before the fighting starts to see if I can't force them to go in combat so they slowly feed in one by one and not bulk in there. Because if they do, I'm going to have to back off a lot. Do I still have that flamethrower? I do. So the flamethrower is not going to do a ton of damage, but it will keep them scattering. The downside is they are in a river, so they will get put out almost instantly. But they could interrupt their shots again and again. But then we have a higher risk of someone stopping here and shooting from around that area where they get cover as well. I think we'll just go up with a straight up more bullets and leave it at that. Okay, so we do have that shuttle. It doesn't arrive for 18, 19 days. I am restricting my people to not be allowed to go outside this perimeter. As much as it's annoying, they won't be able to pick up the bricks. I got everything I need inside here. Yeah. We got everything we need inside the perimeter here. So you can just worry about that. That way I don't have like someone up here, the raid comes in here, and then I have a dead colonist. Dead and or kidnapped colonist. Because they would have to figure out their way past the enemy over here, and they're just going to get piecemealed when that happens. Especially since we're talking a pretty decent size of ranged. Alright, so let's go out here and get that. Okay. So, I don't really have a use for Nutramine right now. Oh, here we go. Grab ship. Grab ship and sterile materials in a book. Crafting skill in a book. The 2 crafting books. So it's crafting book level 8. Crafting book level 10. So we'll take the one that's level 10. Alright, so let's see stuff we can dump on you that maybe you'll be happy about. So you can go ahead and let's drop like 500 corn, 500 potatoes. Keep the chem fuel for now, I might need it. Surprising we don't have that. Go ahead and take all of these clothes that we've been making. And honestly, that'll be good. Okay, for just a moment, unrestrict you. Because I need you to go down here if I can see where you got this book. So haul that. And haul that. That means even if we don't get the random thing target, I need to get people hauling this. There is so much money laying around out here. Because of all the trades I've done out here. And our dedicated hauler just doesn't take the time. I also have a bunch of people who never do hauling, and it's not helping. Alright, let's get all that money in real fast. And I got all this plasteel over here too that I need to bring back. Okay, so I'm just trying to send people down here before I re-restrict them to try and grab all that plasteel and all that stuff to get in here. But the good news is that book we just scored basically guarantees that we will eventually get that that grab ship on the closer end, because it's a book we can read. And as they read it, they will slowly gain the knowledge about that. You can haul that. Okay, once we grab those last two, we can go ahead and re-restrict everything before people are caught out there while the raid's going on. Because then that's going to be time to start moving towards building a ship. And I gotta figure out how the heck I'm doing it with this many pawns on our first ship size, and I'm not expecting that to be a smooth ride. I think what's going to probably happen is I'm probably going to have to just have like the barracks break room on the ship, and then food storage, not worry about like production facilities for the most part, just like pack up the benches and just store them. Get to the next place and put down a production room almost. Alright, schedule. Get back into your zone. Tainted flak vest. Well, don't wear a tainted vest. Come on, man. So manage apparel, anything. Do not allow tainted. Melee, do not allow tainted. Just leave some behind. Just leave some behind and let them live their best life while the towel blows up. Cool, man. I fished up a rare catch of a dead, rotting squirrel. Alright, that's officially the worst rare catch we've gotten so far. Just a rotten corpse. That's like the cat bringing by their, like, big find, where you have, like, you know, a cat who brings back, like, a dead bird to show it off or whatever, and you're like, cool, cat. I understand you did a cat thing, but, like, also I really don't want this dead bird. We suppose a squirrel is a rare catch while fishing. Yeah, it's not wrong. It is pretty rare that you go fishing and you're catching squirrels. That is an accurate thing. That would be rare. If you build a thing where you can come back to the tile, is it one-time use or forever? It's a forever thing. The big problem from what I've read is my understanding is the wealth of the ship still counts against the tile while it's not present, just the way it works. Which makes it just really not reasonable, practical, whatever you want to say, to try and have where you run a base here and have the ship. Not unless you're running a really lean ship. But everything I've read from people who've tried to do that is it's very hard to make that work without cheesing and all that, because it's just so much wealth. So you don't even know how, but in one time in your house, at the house you grew in, you left your French glass door open about an inch in overnight summer for sleep. You woke in the morning to your cat having somehow convinced a small bird to come inside. You found some innards of the birdie feet outside your room door, and that was it. So there's the things that cats will do, is cats will actually make bird sounds to try and get birds to come to them. That is actually a thing they'll do, is they'll make like a whistle sound, trying to mime birds. Alright, we can go up here and say smooth all this out as well. Even though that'll take an eternity to happen. You love cat chatter? Cat chatter at wild things? I mean, animals. One of your cats you always described her cry as a chirp. Yep. Look, I have indoor cats and they just bring you something they stole. Yeah, and that's there's a lot of pretty awesome, like, interesting things that animals do. I still think my favorite is just the bees that cook hornets alive. That they've developed a self-defense mechanism against the hornets that'll go in and take over their nests and kill them. Where they act chill like nothing's going on, and then the moment the hornet gets in there, they all just dive onto it. And they can't sting it because they physically can't get through its exoskeleton, but they'll literally like all pack on it and kind of like just vibrate and dance on it until literally it reaches a temperature that it cooks the hornet alive, and it's just barely fractions of a degree up before the bees themselves start having health problems. And so it's just like, okay, like literally these bees kill by dance, that they take this larger, much more ferocious bug than them, and they just vibrate until they slowly cook it alive in a ball of bees. You're like, man, nature, you metal as hell. I have a lot of money. Okay, so where is this raid? I mean, we have 15 days, it's fine. We're basically just waiting for this raid to happen one way or the other. It's going to be a pretty chunking raid. We don't have plate armor or flak armor or cataphract or anything. I got a couple of spare helmets we found, and that is the entirety of our armor. That's the only thing that makes this really scary, is every shot they get off is real dangerous for me. That there's always a chance that they blow out a liver or, blow out a liver, brain, heart, that stuff. Let's see, bluefin tuna are so densely packed together with muscle fibers that they can cook themselves while being caught just from flexing so fast. So you have to catch them quick, kill them, and cool them down to prevent the spoiling of the meat. Alright. And apparently we're getting Coco next. Cool game. I'm glad we got the book, though, because that we should start seeing some progress happening here. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to plant the chocolate. But yeah, we just need them to recreation until we get that book sorted. Because I do think, despite my better judgment, we are going to, when we build our ship, I am going to make a ritual room, and I am going to make an ideology room as a priority, which is not the right choice, but that's just thematically some of the stuff we're doing in the run. We will be ending up letting go of the alpaca, most likely, because trying to bring them with us and keeping them fed is probably just going to be obnoxious. They've served us well, but, we're going to eat them. It's fine. Okay. So it won't be too much longer until we can have this flood again. Yeah, we're not going to be doing distress signal. I'm already doing that. We're not going to deal with the logging place. That's fine. We're not going to get to the components of our allies. I do think it would be interesting to, like, really build out the ship into a proper base. That's going to be hard to do. So probably do is build the ship up here and just see what we can make happen. Now, I do wonder, like, with the ability to get plasteel and all that, I do wonder, like, how much you could invest into, like, make your ship entirely out of plasteel for the 1400 health per, or 1200 health or whatever is per tile, as opposed to the 400 health. Probably an utterly total waste of time and resources just blowing up your wealth. But it's a kind of, like, min-maxing approach to the ships that, you know, it'd be interesting to, like, go out of your way and slowly build your ship out of just the best materials and all that. Honestly, it might even be something I consider if we're sitting here running around on the map and genuinely, with the speed of the research, I can't take advantage of a lot of the stuff that I'd use plasteel for. Alright, pods arrived. Because we helped those refugees, they gave us a skill trainer in social, medical, and a stone skin gland. Alright, so social, medical, and a stone skin gland. So we're gonna go ahead and have you use both those learning things. And then you're just gonna put that away. So now suddenly, Lunar here goes from being not necessarily particularly good at a lot of those things to genuinely probably being our highest social colonist. No, not quite. But now is genuinely a solid doctor tied up there. So that was a big bonus. Just skipped a bunch of levels on our medical. Might fix the gutworms? Are you still dealing with those? You are. Yeah, the good news is you're 1/10 away from it, as long as it's more than 0, because it's only 4% until you're done. But hey, I mean, that's one of those things, is those kind of diseases that are obnoxious that stay around for so long. They're a really good opportunity to get people who have, like, no medical, some solid medical, by just attrition. Okay, we've got the Aurora. Alright, and I keep debating if I want to start building the ship now. I think what we'll do is right after this raid, I'm going to begin building the ship. The big catch is I can't build the special ship parts like the cockpit or like the control panel, the fuel tanks, and the engine until we get that research done, so it might just be sitting here for a while. Or we're already a third of the way researched because of that book. But I'm still going to wait till the quest finishes, just because it's going to be a bit of a spicy raid. And if they do break through and I have to back off and all that, I don't want them an opportunity to try and steal the core. Because you can have that where they just grab the grav engine and leave, and you're like, well, I guess I'm done with that. You eventually will get another opportunity to get a grav engine, but it'll be like 2 years or whatever. Alright, so they're going to attack real fast. They're just going to run down here. I'm going to do a test. I'm going to run you to stand right next to that door. And the theory here is, by running them next to that door, I was going to say, by running them next to the door, they will stay aggro, but they can't go over fences, so it becomes a non-issue. I don't want them to tear all that apart. Okay, and all I was trying to do was move the bodies out of the door. just so when we have the actual raid here, we don't have to worry about that. And you're the only one who took a hit. It's got a little nibble on your arm. All right. But then we're going to eventually go to our rightful place in the stars. And as I mentioned, the big problem we're going to run into is we're going to have a lot of colonists. You just rot out there. We have a lot of colonists for not a lot of ship. So that's going to be a pain point where I think we're just going to load up food, get from place A to B, and immediately start just piling everyone out of the ship and just making ourselves a temporary base there. Is there any resources we should be exploiting on here before we go? Gold. Jade. Silver. Uranium. Compact machinery. Compact machinery. Got a lot of walls we have to replace here. Man, there's so much compact machinery in here. I don't know about any of that. So the important thing is there's no compact plasteel or anything like, oh, that's a material we really should go after. Yeah, I don't know if we'll go down to that steel. I'm going to queue up all the resources on the map that are worth us hitting. But genuinely, I'm going to fill in a bunch of holes that get mined out. More merchant. All right. Have you trade real fast, see if we got anything else good we can get out of you. Alright. So we can have some smoke leave. Have a weapon I don't want. And meanwhile, I'm not seeing a whole lot of exciting weapons and all that. I guess I'm just gonna take your money. Alright, so trying to look for other rooms with holes carved into them. Now we're going around doing that. Oh, we got more materials over here. Okay. So basically we've been ignoring all these like valuable materials in the wall because I didn't want to mine them out and leave them there. Like mine them out for grabbing them. But if we're going to start building the ship itself, now's the time for anyone who can mine to just get anything we want to take off this tile and get it pulled. Alright, so still get a little while before that raid can... I mean, the raid can show up any time now. A little while before it's guaranteed to show up. Okay. And we got a gift of a Pila I will never use. And a psychic ship has landed nearby. So, this is a little bit of a problem. Because obviously I don't want that penalizing us for all this showing up. We got 11 days till the guarantee shows up. So we've got a Lancer, 4 pikemen, and 2 scythers. Which is not my favorite. Alright, so you got that sword. Let's not wait on this. Let's get in here. And the reason I'm saying we need to get in here is we're going to have this other fight. If we got this psychic drone going on, they're passive now. If we aggro them and it came from up here, that'd be great. But if they came from down here, we would be dealing with a psychic drone while fighting a raid. And that's just not a great combination. Okay, so how do I want to do this? So unfortunately those scythers are split up in a way that's reasonable. Oh, if I can go back here, I can get cover. And give ourselves a little bit of cover and deny them a bit of cover. Grab our 2 melee pawns. Okay. So plan of what I think we're going to do is probably not going to be the best. Is you're going to run up there, and you're going to run up there. We're going to try and take out these ones before the other ones start to work their way around. I think, honestly, having the rain here works to our advantage. Because while it's going to penalize all of our accuracy. Oh, come on. I need to take those out. Get on the Lancer. Actually, you have to get on the Scyther and just protect yourself. Colony Siege Rescue, we'll deal with... Oh, it's you. That's not what I want. Is it bad? It's not great. Okay, get that one out of here. Man. So you want the chain shotgun? Come on, drop it. Okay, so let's take a inventory here. So Zerx took a hit. Solid hit to the arm. So Zerx is in the immediate most problem. So we're gonna rescue Zerx. You grab someone because you're hurt. Oh man, you're actually, a couple of you are pretty badly hurt. That did not go nearly as swimmingly as I had hoped it would. When we had one of our melee go down right away at the beginning of the fight, it's like, alright, now we just got free stuff causing problems. So I want to get this way so you can move faster. Okay. You do not haul. I see, 1 second. You haul that. You will refuse to haul. Orders. Okay, let's check on our people here. It's no immediate danger, 7 hours, no immediate danger, 19 hours, 10 hours. So Donkey Duff here is the one that's in the most trouble. You start running, and you rescue them. I'm pretty sure you're going down before you're good. Okay, who else can do medical? We're gonna probably need an immediate intervention. So you're already rescuing people. SD Vitez, you're hauling steel. You're tending this person now because Donkey Duff's gonna be unable to walk soon if we don't patch him up. Okay. I want to go back for the other weapons, but first we gotta make sure our people are actually getting patched up. Okay, so let's do an inventory real fast. No immediate emergency, no immediate emergency. 18 hours, 8 hours. So we're getting you in there. You're gonna go down soon. Tantrum, you're gonna break stuff in your room. That's cool. Definitely do that. Prioritize them real fast. Where did you go? I need to get our haulers to be more dedicated. Them running outside all the way to that field to get the medicine is not going to go great. Okay, I'm just going to patch you up real quick. Okay, and you're tending to someone over there. You need a rescue because you were bleeding a lot and then you decide to get stoned. Typical RimWorld things. Okay. But I do need to send you over here to go grab the weapons that got left behind. So you haul that. Hold that thought. Health, medicine, proper medicine, earth rush. You tend that. Because you're my best doctor. So Vitez, haul the Zeus hammer back. Preach healthy to try and get you through that infection as fast as we can. Disease infection on you. I'm gonna slap that with a glitter real fast. Because I'm worried about this other raid showing up while we're dealing with that. So I'll drop that back down to regular. Okay. Now your weapon got dropped around here somewhere. Maybe we did already recover it. Need to get everyone rearmed for this next raid popping in. So you've got the Masterwork revolver. There's your Zeus hammer. There's the legendary Gladius. And then there's your Hellcat. Okay, and we need to go over here, rebuild that tile. And we'll wait and see how long it takes us to get this all cleaned up. Okay, so everyone's rearmed, so that's good news. That means we didn't leave any of the weapons behind. You hold those two back, and then don't worry about after that. Just grab those components, because I want everyone back here before we have to worry about whatever the next disaster is. If we get the components, at least none of that. Well, I mean, the mechanoids will eventually rot, but I'm not super worried about that. It's going to be mostly just steel. Maybe a little plasteel and stuff like that. What's your deal? Recreation unfulfilled. That's fine. You can live with that for right now. But it's kind of the thing that I'm worried about, the fight with that raid going that way. Where things just get messy like that, causing us to take a bunch of extra hits we wouldn't otherwise need to. There we go. Alright. Everyone stay close to base now. Just deal with stuff at home. Let's worry about getting yourself through your infections. Ooh, spine injury. That's not great. Yeah, so sooner or later we're going to need like an unnatural healer or some type of stuff. As we build up these scars, we're going to have to start getting bionics or something going on. Those scars will eventually become a real big problem. It just increases the odds again and again of going there. Yeah, so spine injury would reduce the part efficiency, so that's going to affect like everything. Medical emergency on you, that's fine. You are winning against your infection. Yeah, there's not going to be enough treatment. Alright, so assigned, everyone's got it sorted out. Okay. So good news is most likely at the rate we're healing up, we should be in good order by the time the attack comes. We've already got our infections locked in to have them all sorted out. We're just dealing with some injuries on you, which looks like your arm is going to be the big one for both of you, which is unfortunate. Cool, and we got sterile materials is a new one we gotta go. But we got cocoa trees. So I'm just gonna do this because why make good decisions when you can make bad ones? So I can go here and say, hey, I think we should grow the cocoa. Yes, it's just our melee people are still hurt. Are you doing the Mechanator? Right now, I'm not putting any effort in the Mechanator right now. I'm not against doing some Mechanator stuff. The problem we have with the Mechanator and what we're doing right now is I don't have control of my research, and Mechanator does depend on some research to do and not be frustrating. So we're kind of just going to leave it alone. But if I happen to get the appropriate research for it when we reach that point, then we'll, obviously consider it. I like the charger and stuff. Right, so when you look at the Mechanator, you got a couple of things. So first, you gotta grab the item and do your basic mech tech. That's one in itself. And that gives you a bunch of your basic stuff for like recharging your mechs, that kind of thing. And then you have like all your different tiers of Mechanator. And those are a thing to go there. Realistically, if you're doing it long term, you're either nuking your relationships with everyone or you're using like the waste pack atomizer or whatever. But you got all that. You're definitely going to need fabrication, advanced fabrication, all that kind of stuff. there's a lot that goes into it. Now, if I just want to run like the very basic robots, yeah, I can get the little hauler and the little Roomba and all that. It's worth considering. It's just with random research, it's irrelevant until I get the research. And right now, my priority is more the grav ship. I haven't even destroyed the thing up there at all, let alone pursued any of it. For the moment, it's just not a priority. I don't tend to do the Mechanator stuff hardly ever. My general thought is a lot of your stress, you know, story building and all that, with that comes the fact that these are people. They'll have breaks, they'll have social interactions, they'll have different traits and attributes that all make them interesting and all that. Whereas the Mechanator, your mechs by default don't have any of those things. Which isn't bad, it's just, it doesn't make for as good of storytelling and all that. Now granted, they're very useful. Like having something that can just Roomba around and get stuff done is a pretty sweet deal. We'll give you the machine pistol as well. Here, with the coalition. Alright, so we can still use like 52 friendship with you or whatever. If there's anything else you want, we can give it to you to try and pad that out. Take some beer. Take the stone skin gland. That would be nice later, but I don't have someone who can do the surgery and not have that be a problem. We give you some clothes. Okay. Just trying to keep our relationships up for the time being. Having allies is always a good thing. You never know when you're going to have like a really bad raid and go, crap, how am I going to deal with this? And then your ally shows up, splitting the enemy and making it go from a fight that you're just kind of scratching your head going, man, this is bad. Just suddenly it's like, oh, this is not a big deal. The orbital beam targeter is a fun thing. I don't use it very often, but it is strong. I think in this case we are going to pass, just because we already have this quest accepted here. We're going to have a pretty decent-sized raid. People are showing up with lots of guns, and we're still healing from our last one. Man, that spine injury is going to hurt us. It's luckily not too bad of one. But yeah, that's not great. Yeah, no, Mechanator strong. The pros and the cons of Mechanator is... The pro is you have something, and it's not like 24/7 it works for you or anything like that. It does work kind of long shifts and all that before it needs to stop and recharge. But the cons that go with it is it takes a lot of components, it takes a lot of materials. Still not that big of an issue. But, you have to have it recharge. That's a bunch of electricity. Again, not the end of the world. It produces pollution that you then have to do something with. And with the way the game works now, is if I land my ship there somewhere and I dump off some pollution, and then I leave, I take a reputation hit with whoever's the nearest person by. So that becomes the whole thing. That I'll just constantly be hurting my relationship with people everywhere I go. And I still think it's worth using, but it'd probably be one of those things that I'd want to wait till we get, like, the atomizer or something like that, so that way I can have the mechs just zipping around and have no consequence, which would be, honestly, super late game and probably well past what it's worth. Plus, then I gotta have the space for the different, like, things to make the mech, recharge the mech, repair the mech, and that's more room on the ship, and eventually we can do that. But early game, we're just not gonna have enough room. Early game ship is gonna be a struggle, because this is a lot of colonists for the first size of the ship. 9 people squished in that little ship is gonna be packing them in like sardines. There's gonna be important rooms that we really should have that are not gonna be in there. And we're about halfway, we're actually over halfway through, well, no, we're about halfway through our basic grav tech, which again, we're getting that from a book on the shelf here. So every time they stop and they do recreation, they'll end up reading that book from time to time. But as soon as this quest is done, where I don't have to worry about my ship core being stolen immediately, we are going to start building our ship here and just doing what we can. And like I said, it is going to be an inefficient design. I am going to build my ideology and ritual room as some of my first rooms, which is going to eat up like 100, 200 of my 400 and whatever tiles for not living arrangements and all that, which I'm certainly going to regret. But I'm trying to keep with thematically with what we're doing with the run of having like the whole ritualist thing going on, even though we haven't been doing very many rituals because we haven't unlocked very many. Like, you can avoid provocate and all that, but Now, it'll probably be something I'll do that when we land on a new tile, that it's going to be, not one of the ones I'm going to land, grab stuff and go again. But when you're like land, you're like, okay, you know, food's getting a little low, let's sit down, put some food down here and getting it all processed and all that to like repile up all the food and all that kind of thing. When I hit one of those tiles, I'll probably take the time to be like, all right, let's, once we get the plants in the ground or whatever, let's, you know, poke the anomaly just to do it. I don't think we're going to get a containment room right away like I wanted to. I think just getting the ritual room is going to already be stretching what we can get away with on our 430 tiles. We'll figure it out. Alright. Yeah, getting all that steel pulled up. We don't have nearly enough storage for it, but that's okay. Once we start building the ship, we are going to start burning through a lot of steel very quickly. Part of the reason I'm letting this mining happen. So realistically, we should be reaching the point that we'll probably have this raid just about any time now. We wanted to do a murdering crows, but crows are one shot so easily. Oh yeah, no, all the birds almost always die in just one hit. Because like we've had plenty of raids where it's like, it's a group of 20 blue jays, and you just sit in the door and look at the occasional hit in just because your character will thwack one, you know, blue jay, the next one immediately moves into its position and gets a hit in. But they do very relatively low damage, and you can one-shot them consistently. It just, they make up for a number. It's the same thing of like when you get attacked by the rabbits, and you just get swarmed by them, and you're like, but they're rabbits, they do like no damage. But they do no damage a whole lot of times, then you just bleed from your everything. It's like all superficial cuts, but, you know, your whole body is just one big collection of superficial cuts that then become genuinely dangerous because volume. This is going to flood like any time now. I'm not super worried about that. We're doing really good on a lot of our stuff. Yeah, what happened to Roadcraft? I beat all of the content in Roadcraft. So, you know, we went to check out, like, the next thing going on. Like, Roadcraft is genuinely a lot of fun, and I highly recommend it. But, it's those things a lot of people don't realize when it comes to content creators. How much time we end up sinking into a game and how little time. That, like, I've had, not on Twitch, more so as YouTube, I've had people's like, oh, streamers are so terrible, they, like, move from one game to the other way too fast, it's, like, really wrong. And it's just more indicative of games come out so fast now. But it's like, you kind of want to sit there and go, hey, I stream 9 hours a day, you know, practically like 7 days a week, even if a game is 100-something plus hours, that's 2 weeks. And then the game's done. And then also when you do this like all the time, you start learning patterns in games. So even if a game is new for you, a lot of that stuff does carry over. You're like, oh, okay, I've seen this mechanic before. And so it might take a person a bit longer to kind of grasp the mechanic you've done it a bunch of times already. But yeah, because Roadcraft had a solid amount of content, to be clear. You had three Thrumbos show up on your map, killed 2 of them, the third self-tamed. The third understood what was going down and was like, hey man, I'll come quietly. But every once in a while you have that. And we've had the conversation that genuinely, it's not a creator problem. Not in the sense that creators are causing the problem of like flipping between games too fast and all that. It's just a genuine problem in the industry that if we go back to like the 1990s and all that, if you had like, say you're into simulation games, you would have in a given year probably only a number of titles to count in one hand for like decent simulation games that drop. If you're talking like capital S simulation games. Versus nowadays, you go in a year and you go simulation games that drop. And out of the 17,000 games that drop on just, you know, Steam every year, you probably have at least a good couple hundred, like a good 100+ simulation games that all drop in a year. And sure, maybe half of them are worth actually playing, but you get the idea there. Is you're going from a time where you kind of had to milk a game for its content if you were like kind of picky about your games, just because they didn't come out that fast. Whereas nowadays, the moment you kind of like, all right, well I'm ready for the next thing's already there. Like you're on the backlog. And then if a game doesn't land in the 90s, if a game kind of was like, you know, is more lukewarm, you're like, yeah, well, I mean, I spent $50 on this, I'm still gonna play it. Like, I spent $50, I can't return it, I'm still gonna play it and get my money's worth out of it. Versus nowadays, you can get so many games for like 15, 20, 25 bucks. And that's today's money versus back then money. So, you know, that 25 bucks is, you know, cheaper than yesterday's 25 bucks. Cool, we're gonna get air conditioning. That it's just, if a game doesn't absolutely just lock it in with you, you're just gonna move on to the next game. And I don't mean like any individual, it's just as a general population thing, where the game doesn't grab your attention in a big way, you just move on. And it is a shame, but it is just the nature of the business. Used to be a lot more beggars can't be choosers kind of situation, and now there's just no shortage of options. Because, like, think about, like, if you're into city building games back in the 90s, SimCity 1 came out, and then if you wanted another game to play, you just had to wait for, like, the next SimCity title to come out, which would be years. And that's all you could do is just twiddle your thumb and be like, man, I can't wait Maxis for them to come out with their next title. And I know there's a couple other alternatives, but generally it was that way, where it's like, oh, well, I just gotta wait 3-4 years till the next Sim game, like SimCity, comes out. Oh, there's SimCity 2000. Now I'm just gonna have to wait a good couple years till, like, the next one comes out. Versus nowadays, while there's not many that stand out, even for a genre that doesn't have that many titles drop, we probably have half a dozen to a dozen, like, city proper building games show up. At least half of those are actually worth, you know, considering checking out. And that's if you're being truly picky about a niche. If you're someone who has a lot of genres they like if they're just the larger, like, the small S simulations, so, you know, tycoons, like regular simulators, tycoons, why is my brain not working? Like Kerbal Space Program kind of games, all those kind of things, Space Engineers, a lot of survival crafters would loosely fall into the small S simulation. You know, you might literally have 1,000 games drop in a year that would all be something you could play and have fun with. There's no any of that. And also because of that, there's that raid we've been waiting on. And they are going to breach my walls, which was not something I was hoping to see. So we got 2 bolt actions, 2 grenades, a revolver, 2 of those, a Hellcat, a shotgun. And I believe you are all flacked up. Okay, so it's a mix. About like half of them have flax. It's not as bad. But the downside is they are going to breach, which does change a lot of our consideration, and not in a good way. So we're going to try to do is we're going to try to harass them a little bit. This is going to be a little tricky because those bolt actions will outrange me. But if we're lucky, we'll have stuff like this grenade guy leading, and he'll be able to just knock him. Oh, hey! That's perfect. Hopefully you arrive in time to do something. Okay, we knocked the one with the grenades back off. And there's the reinforcements. Don't be a jerk. You've got your own problems there, Zach. Okay, so you get out of here because you actually got tagged. I'd like your bolt action. I understand I'm not catching you. Or you could just take care of it and I don't have to worry about it. Just like that. And that is one of the really good reasons to have allies in this game. Where you're just like, oh man, that breach rate's going to cause me some grief. It's going to tear down some of my walls. It's going to be a little bit of a rough time. And then your allies roll up and be like, never mind. All those concerns I just expressed, don't worry about them. Alright, let's grab that bolt action. Ah, there we go. There's a Hellcat. So Hellcat's going to be a straight upgrade from you. So go grab that. Strip that one. And strip that one, because that'll be flak armor. Alright. I was about to be like, do I have the other one? That's fine. But yeah, so them showing up really just reduced how bad that would have been. They would have breached there, so we did knock the first grenader like right on the get-go. It's unfortunate that Earth got tagged on the way back, which was a very likely thing to happen. But taking the grenader off the table is a really solid one. If we could have been able to pop out to take out the other grenader, we would have prevented them from doing that much, and the breach would have been way slower. It'll give me more opportunity to like just go and harass them. But none of that became relevant. Say like none of that became relevant just because when they rolled in, they immediately went after the they immediately had the allies show up. Oh hey, one of them got downed? Yep. We'll go rescue you. And grab that gun. Because not only that, if we rescue them, patch them up, and send them on the way, there's a good chance we will we'll gain more reputation with them, so they will have helped us, and we will be positively compensated for it. Plus, they dropped equipment for us that I can also use. Now, granted, I was like, oh yeah, those bolt actions would be nice. That's a masterwork great bow. So weirdly enough, are actually in pretty good shape. We did definitely replace a revolver with a Hellcat, which is an upgrade. Alright, but what this does mean... Why are you leaving that on the ground? Please haul those back. Getting some flak vests would go a long way for us. Alright, so what this does mean, though... Alright, it's fine. And we got Mohan Rai on their 180 stream streak. Catch the last 180 streams, not miss a single one. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's actually, there is, RimWorld does have a thing where if it's going to be difficult for the enemies to find a path to your base, you will have a higher frequency of stuff like siege and breach raids and all that. Now granted, where I'm at, that wouldn't be the case. They've got a pretty straightforward route. That's actually been our first breach raid so far. Not counting Shambler's Assault, because that's just Shamblers. At least I think that's the first breach raid. I don't think we've had many. But I think our wealth only recently started properly climbing. Nah, I guess it's been climbing for a while. That's my previous statement was incorrect. We've been getting wealth for a while. Alright. So it's time to start building. We're gonna wait till that's built. Okay. And then the plan will be... we'll have walls around this. So no one can tantrum it or steal it straight up. And then we do need a room for our fuel and all that. So if we go over here... what is the minimum size I need for... okay, so it's 5. Alright. I also need to go over here. Because as I mentioned, we are going to make this a whole like anomaly thing. We are going to burn a lot of tiles and stuff that's not immediately useful, which is like objectively a mistake. The Arconexus. How are we doing on... yeah, so we're just over halfway to being able to make our engines and all that. Yeah, so like I said, we don't have a lot of graphite panels, nor will we be able to craft them anytime soon. So we're just gonna try and get this started, built up, and we'll end up honestly, we might not even have a proper bedroom on this thing. It might literally be we get this thing set up, and it's just for all intents and purposes a supply hauler. until we get an upgrade or two. So we just take off. Well, no, because we got to be parked for a couple of days. We'll see, because I'm going to be out of space. So we're going to have to go out of our way to build up the stuff here. It's fine. We'll just have to pursue growing the ship. Most compact ship ever seen. Except it's going to have, like, an empty room that's going to be a ritual room. Priorities. We are a ritualist ideology. So we're going to go and do those things. Scourge Cluster. The problem is, while you're offering me a little bit of plasteel, I don't need that. I got other priorities right now. Just lands in a tile, has like 4 exterior areas. The Revenant just opens the door, unleashes the Revenants, and leaves. It wouldn't actually do anything, but there would be something just comical about that idea about effectively delivering Revenants to someone and just being like, this is a you problem now. I also wonder when we get the if we get allied with the space trade people, like how good, bad, or otherwise that ends up being. Alright. So I got a bunch of meat that I don't really need, but I'm not worried about that. We can sell the fabric. And some drugs. I don't care about the wood or anything like that. And once again, have the problem where they just don't have anything I need. I think we'll try to make the ritual room as best we can, like the main room on the ship. Like the central part of the ship. We'll see how that works out. Alright, let's keep planning this out. So I think we go here. Those will be the walls. We'll have doors that go up this way. And then we'll have, you know, the engine room up here. So we think about that. There's the 2 fuel containers. And there's all that. I don't really want to bring it forward. What I'm trying to be mindful for is right now, unless they've done a secret patch I'm not aware of, enemies can attack through diagonals. So if I have, like, if I have this right here the way you see it, fire and stuff can bridge between it. Level that. So right now we're ending up with, like, the pill shape that, like, everyone's using, which is understandable. We are going to stick with the asynchronous stuff, or not asynchronous, asymmetrical stuff that I've been really enjoying. Alright, so we can go ahead and get rid of the poor quality revolver. Honestly, get rid of those bolt actions. And that mask. I'm probably not going to worry about that. Give you the smoke leaf. Give you a couple people wearing clothing. And they gave us plasteel, they know what's up. And we got a bunch of reputations, so we're almost allied with that. Just put a wall in the interior corners. Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, is we can go in here, and there's a couple options where we could go either on the outside or whatever. For right now, yeah, we can just go like this. And that would make that an enclosed space. And then with that, we would still need to do the ideology room. In this first iteration, with how limited we are, we're going to absolutely have our engines are going to be exposed. Alright, so anomaly. That's now our ritual room. So get that built next. Yeah, and we're gonna do this like Hall of Heroes nonsense. Oh. Yeah, don't worry about that right now. We can think the reality is like for the first iteration, our rec room, our ideology room are all gonna be one room. Just due to limited space. But I do think pursuing just making the ship bigger as one of our main active pursuits will be a big thing. Alright, we got another raid. They're dropping in from all sides. It's gonna be not my favorite, probably. Okay, looks like we got just one that's landed up here. I'm gonna try and beeline my melee down there as fast as we can. Earthrush, don't be by yourself. So you get tox grenades. That actually works out pretty well for us. You can do a deal with that. You'll get in a position to deal with this down here. Yeah, because we got people going to think, are they all tox grenades? No, there is a couple of guns in there, but it is mostly just tox grenades. Okay, you got that one. Get down here real quick. As much as I'd love to stop and snag that, snag that flak vest. So hopefully if we're fast enough, we can drop back, snag that that flak vest off the other one that we downed. Okay. So you'll run over here. You, since you got hurt, have you run over and strip that one. Yes, I don't think we're catching you before you get out here. Oh, wait. You're just gonna... Okay, I don't know. Why are you trying to go through that door? You can literally just leave right now. I mean, it's certainly a life choice. Very short life choice. And you... go in 6 hours. Honestly, with this, go ahead and strip that one as well. Ah, boo, that's bio-coded. But we did get an assault rifle. So in this case, I guess you go ahead. We'll undraft everyone. You go ahead and grab the assault rifle. And then you also have flak. So we can strip you as well. And just like that, we got ourselves a bunch of flak and all that. Okay, so haul this out of here. Haul that out of here. And where are you at? Haul you out of here. There's one up here, right? Oh, you didn't have flak, or the person already grabbed it. 50-50. Cool, so we just got ourselves a bit more flak. So we may not be able to make armor, but we are slowly getting it. Cool, air conditioning, and basic grav tech. So we're gonna get that even faster because we got multiple people. We got, like, the book is researching it, as well as we have, like, our regular old research is researching it. Okay. Xenogenetics. That'll be fun to have that this much earlier in the game. So with that, we can start planning some of our stuff out. Okay. So we have high hopes for our new grav ship, so want to christen it with a good name. What should our grav ship be called? So we are the faction that is not a cult, and this is the cult compound, is the name of the map, but we need the name of our ship. So it could be something like nondescript white van. No, let's not go with that, because it definitely leans more into kidnapping. We're probably not going to be doing that. Shippy McShipface? That is a classic. Just something like the party wagon. Because we are going to do the drum party to make people our friends, and then also, you know, maybe do some ritualistic mech. Or just hat. The friend zone? Oh no. I swear it's not a cult. I swear... I feel like I swear it's not a cult would have been a better faction name. It's a fun name. I feel like that belongs more in the faction thing. The friendly bus? I'll do that. The friendly bus. We're gonna be doing creepy stuff on there. Yeah, I swear it's not a cult. Definitely feels like a really good faction name. I can absolutely see, like, the next time we do a ritualist run. I definitely feel like the next time we do a ritualist run, I swear it's not a cult could be a faction name. I also do really like the theme we did with the name here of we are not a cult, and then the name of the name of our settlement is Cult Compound. Anyways, back to what I was doing with this, which is... Once you get that flooring down, I need to start putting some walls on here. We will need to be able to fit our 4 little engines on here. They are 1x2s. Yeah, the grav anchor is pretty pricey. I could put a grav anchor here, but the problem is because your wealth gets counted against it, I would need to basically send a small away team on the grav ship and come back to here, but that puts a lot of risk on the grav ship team, but the grav ship team failing and then the grav ship team, or the grav ship being lost. Whereas if I bring more on the grav ship, then I've got entirely too much wealth on the colony. Yeah, no, we'll have that. I have to wait for them to build it. I gotta wait for them to build that, and I got the console right here. There's that seasonal flooding. I knew it was showing up. We're really good on food, though. I'll still tell it to just pull up what you can. Stop sowing for a moment and harvest it what you can. Okay. Actually, one thing I can work on with that. And I also remember, yeah, so we don't have the cooler doors yet. Don't care. We're getting ready to try and get the ship to leave. I don't need more people, especially people I can't see the stats on. So I'm suddenly thinking, I have the unstable power core to squeeze in here as well. I'm thinking I could, instead of having the door here, have the unstable power core there, and then sealing that in. The big thing is, if we have a crash landing, I gotta get it to where they can access that. But then there's the risk of that. Alright, let's go ahead and yank that door back out. And deconstruct that wall. Okay. Actually, we'll leave that like that. So there's our fuel. And then we're going to try and get our little ideology slash break room slash whatever room set up. That'll be over here. It'll probably shove the engines off the back of that. And I'm going to try and build some choke points and hallways on the ship. Just that way, as we get into fights, you know, if they get on the ship, we can back into different hallways and defend. Because I did find we ended up doing that quite a bit. Alright, so you got everything pulled up you're going to get to. We did end up needing to do that quite a bit towards the end. Like, earlier on, it wasn't a big deal. I was able to just hold our own. And I'll definitely want to make a defensive position as well. We'll probably do the same thing here, where I make some type of, like, area to force the enemy to fight me in there. So, real question here is, we'll make that our door off this side. Are you going to build the grav thing for the colony? The grav anchor? Probably not. I need a bunch of advanced components and a whole lot to do that. And as I mentioned, the problem they have right now with the way it's implemented is my understanding of ship wealth counts against the colony even when it's not here. I could be wrong about that and I've gotten bad information. But that's what I've been hearing a lot of. So it kind of becomes a problem where you need your people on the ship to hold up the, you know, keep the ship fine, but then you need your people back here, and it's just not well set up to be able to handle the two different locations without it being weird. I'm sure there'll be tweaks and adjustments and mods and all that sort of stuff to find a sweet spot for it and everything. But with all that, it's kind of one of those things that I can't really hold this area back here. So we're going to start roaming with our ship. And the plan is I'm going to try and go and hit these areas where we can expand the ship. We're going to try and build up the ship as much as we can, as early as we can. Because once I get one or two of those grav core extenders in here, we'll be in pretty good shape. Now, the real challenge is I don't actually have chem fuel production researched, so we might have to depend on actually attacking places that have chem fuel. Which makes me realize we should go here. I'll put 2 shells for some extra chem fuel here. Okay, Ghoul and Fusion was the next one I researched. Bioferrite Harvester. Okay, do have that. We're waiting for those 2 tiles to get built. And then get the pilot's console in there. And then I'll be missing to actually have a functional ship, like on the minimum level functional, is just going to be... Sorry, the bare minimum to be functional at all is just going to be the thrusters. Okay. Yeah, so it's honestly going to probably be with what tiles I've got left. Is a small ideology room slash dining room slash rec room. I'll probably have to make some kind of barracks and shove some shelves somewhere. So link, storage, clear, critical, chem fuel. So at a minimum, we'll have that chem fuel. Actually, don't do it that way. Let's make the narrow hallway. I was thinking, it's like, oh, I could make it a little bit wider and have more defense point, but like, no, if I actually have my defense point in the ritual room, then I can force them into a very narrow hallway to move around. Okay, so I can go here for consideration of more stuff. Let's see how much brick I'd have left if we leave it at that. I'm gonna put the engines back here. And we'll start trying to get this constructed. And I need to find a place to tuck the unstable power core in where I don't have to worry about it. Honestly, it might be the best idea for the unstable power cores to just go like this. And just shove it in this spot back here. Okay. Yep, because we'll do that. Alright, so let's see. We got the Gladius we're going to hold on to. We're going to keep our books. We did read everything out of that book, so there's no point in me keeping that one. Have some drugs. Honestly, not going to complain about the medicine. Ooh. Legendary Gladius or a Monosword? I think the Monosword actually outperforms there. But in this case, I think we're not going to worry about it. I will get rid of the Incinerator, because I'm kind of getting to that point where I'm figuring we're doing here. Is we probably want to do our best to try and, clean up stuff we're not going to use. And try and get ourselves down to more stuff that I can pack easy, and a big pile of silver I can pack really easy, versus a bunch of dispersed different items that are a little trickier than that. Alright. Okay, so little by little we're getting our ship online. How many colonists do we have? Is it 9? Aw, man, we are probably going to have a real rough ride on this first one. And the reason for that is, there's just not a way I'm packing 9 people in here and it not be a bad time. We're not going to have a full-on barracks or any of that stuff going. Why is that one tile not getting built? You don't have, like, weird restriction going on here, no? Okay, whatever. Yeah, so our goal is going to be Grav Core. Make our ship bigger until we can actually live in it and it not be a tragedy. Okay, there's our thrusters. Alright. Actually, close that side off. I'll actually make this one the ways out of the ship. So I have a way to, like, walk out the back of the ship real fast where the thrusters are. Until we can enclose that. Okay. And we'll start getting things moved over so that our, probably not like that. Like, so we're gonna have a little bit of a weird, awkward situation here right at the start. Just then trying to figure out how to lay this out. And this is where I'm talking about we're wasting a lot of space on what's effectively memes. But you know how it goes. You just have to. The Hall of Heroes cannot be left behind. Where am I going to fit the drums here? Alright, so this is going to get real awkward in here. So I still got plenty more tiles left, so that's good news. I thought it would be a little bit more restricted than I actually am. And then we can go over here. You can build a fire right in the middle there. Build our ideology point. Build this. We have party. Does our ideology not have a symbol to go on the ground? I thought we would have triggered needing that by now. We got the ritual logo. Huh. It does require 4 columns. Yeah, so we're just gonna have this like weird ideology room over here, the ritual room, so definitely built 2 rooms I don't need right now. Xenogenetics, and you're gonna give me microelectronics. That's gonna be a lot of research types all available at the same time. That's just gonna take time to do. Can I just make you build that panel? That's what's going on. We got a tree stump or something right there. It's just annoying me that they're leaving this one little panel unbuilt. Alright, let's also tear down that wall so we can get the unstable power core out of here. Okay. So you can let that build, and like I said, we're going to need to make probably like a common room of whatever you want to call it between having a barracks and all that. We're wasting a bunch of space and all this stuff for the memes, but that does mean the common room itself is going to have to deliver. So like right now where I got all these fancy beds and all that, I'm probably just going to go and grab the nicest beds we've got, which I actually have a couple of masterworks in here, which is good news. We'll try and grab the nicest beds we have for our colonists on the ship and leave everything else behind. Do I have a couple in the colony? I don't remember. Right. Yeah, he's got 1 couple in the colony. Okay. Bioferrite, extractor, microelectronics, bioferrite shaping. We'll get all that. Right now, we're just trying to get a fix on our other stuff. Royal Tribute Collector, I don't care about. You're just waiting on people to build stuff. Alright. The big thing is between the barracks and the storage room is getting that all sorted. Blight on the heal route. That's no fun. Work assignments. Start ripping all that up. Luckily, I already have more than enough food for right now. I don't have to worry about it. Because yeah, like I said, what I think I'll do is to help out with the transition process is if I can get my storage room set up, I'll take all these production benches and I'll pick them all up, the research benches and the couches and everything, and just basically have a bunch of furniture stuffed in a room, so we go to the next location, we just put all the benches back down and then build a frame around it. I didn't know the cocoa plants could get blighted as well. It's never been a concern about trying to prevent it from spreading to the trees because it's never been that big of an issue in the ones I've done. Could you deal with the one there? Alright, so let's go to your work. There you go. So our ship out of here slowly coming online. Regional survey, and you're willing to give me a shield generator. You absolute trolls. I can probably get the ship up in time to do that, but the problem is even if I get the thing, where am I gonna put it? It's a 3x3. Cultist hate chanters are showing up. Is it just the 5 of them? Oh no, there they are. I was about to be like, you're gonna need a little bit more than 5. Well, you know, you did definitely bring a lot more than 5. That is 18, and unfortunately, even if I wanted to nope out with the ship is nowhere near ready. Okay, just in case things go sideways, hold that door. Dropping closer so I got more people can shoot. So what happens is these will slowly get us to go more and more berserk. When we kill enough of them, they will aggro us. That was nowhere near as many as I was expecting or hoping. So all of you, do your best to hopefully get back up here and slam that door on the way back. That's gonna be a lot of them kind. The good news is that hate chant ends now. Cool, so the door should close, forcing them to fight into our position. I just realized we left the flak jacket out there rotting, so that's lovely. That's exactly what you want. Not really. Oh, don't. Oh, that's real bad. Where'd the Empire's already gone? That's real bad. Alright, we gotta back off because they did break through our defenses. Hey, man, could you wait on that slow psychic drone until later? Oh, don't just skip past me and trash my furniture, you jerks. I mean, right now I've got... Let's do this. Right now I've got bigger problems to deal with, because that is a lot of Chanters, and they have self-resurrection. Yep, so we're just gonna go in and trash everything. And honestly, defending the ship is the higher priority than just random workbenches and crap in there. It's just annoying, the idea of them being like, oh yeah, no, we actually have this whole fight going on here. No, 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 we're gonna go in here and we're gonna go trash the place. What do you mean our lives are in danger? Come on. We could break their stuff and light it on fire while we're in the room with the fire. This whole room's gonna be a loss if I don't get in there, like, now. Honestly, it might be a loss even if I do get in there now. Get in the room as fast as you can. Get over here. They're ruining the beer. Odyssey? I mean, yeah. If you're watching someone play RimWorld right now, they're going to be playing Odyssey almost certainly. Okay, so they did not stop to trash my ship more. Oh, come on. Don't get back up. I'm trying to put out fires right now. Both literal and figurative. Okay, you two run up to them. Alright. So I did manage to prevent the fire from spreading too much. Which is good news. That's fine, you'll die. Assume you'll die as well, because we did spray you pretty bad. Yep. Okay, so how bad? Honestly, our injuries in here, not bad at all. So they didn't get to trash too much. They did... Actually, did they even manage to trash a full bench? They trashed an armchair. But always it looks like they left that alone. They trashed a light. They did trash one of our drums. And our fire. And our art. So, unfortunately, the Hall of Heroes has lost some people. Okay, and why are you super upset right now? Oh, is no one treating you? You're hauling granite? Did you already tend to them? I guess you did. Make sure everyone's on normal medicine. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so that worked out okay, mostly just because I had the fire foam pack to stop this room from being too terrible. Nobody got downed, which is surprising. They did manage to destroy a bench or two, or a shelf or two, but that's kind of a nothing burger. Hey, could you... all the corpses out of the building? Don't care about the other ones so much, but let's just try at least get the ones out of there. Now we will need to repair where they smashed that wall out. Or door or whatever. Let's get you on that first, so we don't just get knocked by the next raid. Okay, and everyone's trying to clean up and repair and all that stuff. That's good news. We have our bookshelf and our couches and all that. Alright, so let's evaluate. So, we got a Canahawk statue. Sorry. We got Ducky Diana, Kiona Chick, and Maximum Effect. So there's Earth Rush. Get your statue moved in here. We got a Lunar statue. We can get you in there. Okay, and that's all the variety of statues we have. Why are you still so angry right now? Oh, it's observed corpses. It's always observed corpses. It's like, I saw a corpse. It's like, yeah, you just got attacked, man. Calm down. Just give us a couple of minutes and we will get back with you on that. And that's Donkey Duff. Did we already have Donkey Duff in here? Pretty sure we didn't. If we do, we can deal with that later. Oh, right, medium psychic drone. Right. We had the medium psychic drone triggered at the same time that everything else is going on. That's why everyone's getting so angry. And I need you... to deal with that real fast. There. Okay. Yeah, so it's minus 31 because medium psychic drone. Oh, you have a death refusal you haven't used. Okay, I mean... I guess you could choose a death refusal, but you're just... Oh, maybe it's because of the brain injury? That even with the death refusal... Can't really function or whatever? I don't know. I haven't seen what limitation you can put on that death refusal can't overcome. Alright, so the unstable power core is on its way. Okay. And little by little, we're going to get this whole ideology room figured out. Alright. Which does need to be perfect, because we're going to certainly run into stuff later where I will need to expand it more. If we were to build the ideology things... Because the logo, which we'll need, requires 4 columns. Alright. So go here and say structure. And now still give me 2 tiles more worth of statues to add. Because that's clearly the priority here. That of all the things I should be working on, I was like, no, you gotta understand. We gotta make this nice. That's all a waste. Okay. We still have 125 panels after this. And we got to use those 125 panels to actually make a living space of some sort. Could you prioritize building something other than this? Let's have you pause on the one thing that'll cause mood penalties. Build all the other stuff first. Cache the supplies. Orbital and bombardment targeter. Not gonna worry about that right now. We do have our chem fuel supply full for the moment. That's gonna be the hard one. Is just the chem fuel. Because I can't produce it right now. Right now I got a boomalope that can help. But I'm debating whether or not we bring it with us just because of how limited space we got to work with. Okay, let's go ahead and pop these doors open for right now. Okay. Let's get 125 floor tiles. So that'll be about 10. We'll see how that one does. Because that can be our barracks slash rec room. I also probably need to prioritize them working on that in the back. Get the unstable power core sealed away before something takes a crack at it. That's fine. With the stuff hauled there, they should get that knocked out. Yeah, it says I'm like out of steel, but there's 3,000 steel laying around out there. Got components everywhere. Need to get those hauled in. Am I missing any good materials I've mined? Bunch of random steel and all that. We haven't gotten down to that spot. It's looking like we're gonna have components for days. Build the last section of wall for our unstable power core. Because again, one of the big advantages we'll have here is by having a power core just in the wall back there. It means I don't have to worry about power for a while. Now, every once in a while where you do the thing where you slam the ship down, you damage it, I'm going to have to tear down that piece of wall and repair that if it takes damage, because it can potentially explode. I don't know if it can explode from the actual, you know, quote-unquote crash landing. It's possible. If it does, that should be contained within the explosion, so it should just damage this area. Like, it'll destroy those tiles, but I don't think it'll blow up more than that. I could be wrong. We're figuring this out as we go. And meanwhile, I'm letting the rest of the colony continue to run just as it's been run, getting research done and all that, until we get enough in here. All right. That's going to be the hardest thing, is all of this stuff, like what are we leaving behind, what are we bringing with us? Because it's just not all going to fit. There's just not a way. Meanwhile, let's look back at our ideology. Okay, so no work facilities or beds allowed. So I can put recreation stuff in here. So like in a pinch, I can put the pool table in our ideology room temporarily, just to keep that working nice. Except it's not gonna fit. Pool table is gonna be a hard one to make happen. Oh, right, I've got the columns there. It's fine. Inspired trade, that's fine. And the fancy floor is way overkill. But I'm trying to make sure we don't take a bunch of mood penalties when we go to leave our current digs. I'm trying to keep all of this nice. And we'll just tear out what we can to fit on the ship. The best quality stuff. Moving on from there. Do we have any of these couches that are masterwork couches? Yep. So the masterwork couch, the first one, goes right here at the piloting console. Alright. Yeah, so it's just taking time because I have to run really far with all the equipment. It's fine. I could honestly also see putting a door here. So basically, I would have a way to go into the ideology room, pop out the back towards the engines, or pop out the front to go this way. All depending if I want cover from this side or I'm trying to prevent them from stealing my engines or whatever. But that gives me a room I can potentially do a very short lap and force enemies to go way far around. And then the idea is eventually I'd probably want to enclose this so that these engines here, yeah, go down to back there. So they're contained within the ship. And I'd probably put a set of doors around here so we can fix them if needed. Or rather, get rid of that spot and put a door there. So you just walk back into that area. All right. Okay, more grav cores detected. Because like I said, that's going to be our big target once we leave here. Is we're going to need to beeline right for a grav core. Just because I don't see a realistic way we sustain our population here without everyone murdering each other. Because of not having a nice rec room and bedroom and all that stuff. So we're going to need to get a grav core right away. So that way I can start building better facilities on the ship. Alright, so what's going to happen real fast, chat, is I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast because that's distracting me. So I'm going to do it real quick, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She-Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Okay, and let's get back to getting this ship built so that we can hopefully start working on expanding and bringing our ritualistic ways to our neighbors, letting everyone know what we got going on here. We can start pursuing like unique weapons, making our ship bigger, doing Odyssey things. Another thing I'm going to need to do is to get at least one research bench inside the ship. So at least research is moving, even if it is at horrifically slow rates. Letting everyone know we're totally not a cult. Exactly! Like, we really have a lot of people committing a great deal of defamation saying that we're a cult. Alright. And we do have our construction people, like, working on getting things sorted. It's just taking time. Because I decided to put those really nice tiles in the ideology room, to help get it to be nicer and all that. That's an extra time sink. I might do that with the barracks / whatever room, just because, again, it'll help a great deal with our moods. Rebuilding the HMS Not a Cult. That's an excellent name. What did we name this thing? What do we name this thing? Actually, I have no idea where we even checked the name on the ship. It was some kind of bus. Like the Happy Friends bus or something, like, or the Friendship bus or something like that. Must not make real life. Oh, you mean Scientology? How that's totally a cult? I'll call it Scientology as being totally a cult. Like, there's a lot of other people where you start hitting, like, the wiggle, is it not? But then there's Scientology. It's like, no, Scientology is a cult. Like, I can respect a lot of people's, like, religious beliefs and all that, but that's a cult. Like, that is definition cult. They require you to be isolationist and cut off your family and everything else. Cult. Any organization that one of the first key aspects of being part of it is you may not talk to people outside the organization anymore, or you have to go through like special channels or whatever. Cult. That's isolating you to create a support network that requires you to use people internal in the organization as your support. I'm gonna try and get just that. Let's see, you mean it's been legally classified as a cult in a lot of jurisdiction? The organization, that is. Correct. Unfortunately, here in the US, it's not one of them. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 9. I'll bring an extra bed. Do we have... Alright, so that double bed down there is a masterwork. So Canahawk's double bed is being brought with us. Oh good, I still have these activities. So I can toss those in here. Bioferrite shaping, disruptor flares. We're getting some really good stuff here, so let's go here. We got a masterwork side table. Another masterwork side table. And a masterwork dresser. All right. Let's see, we haven't been classified as an occult in that sense. Mostly because our colony hasn't come under legislature courts. You're not sure where it stands, Chance. Can't stand them. Some at Walmart trying to have you join. Yeah. I wonder why... It looks like it posted it twice, and one time it got automod, the other one it didn't. I'm just gonna leave the one automod. Ultimately, every religion has begun as a cult. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, because like a big part of it though is the isolationist side of it. there are definitely plenty of religions out there who are very inclusive, being like, hey, if you want to join, like, welcome. You can still talk to other people. Like, there's none of that. It's when they're like, no. This person's not a member. Don't talk to them. Like, you're not allowed anymore. You need to break off your familial ties. That's like the big, like, it kind of doesn't matter what else is going on there. Oh, gotcha. You allowed it through, because on my end it was weirdly showing as like it was still being held and it went through, and I'm like, what? But yeah, no, there's definitely like, because there's a difference between a cult and a religion in suppression, like under suppression and that kind of stuff. But yeah, like a lot of the cult has to do with like it's harmful to its, you know, the people involved. It's isolationist in the sense that they try to eliminate your support network of friends and family so that you are beholden on it, that they have their own language within the organization to kind of feel out the who's and the, like, who is and who is not part of the group and all that. Like, I do get the idea is that you have, like, when a new religion comes into play, a lot of times there is, the established religion will try and suppress it and everything historically. Like, I don't disagree with any of that. Alright, what is the best statue I've got laying around still, sirs? Good. Do we got a masterwork laying around here? If not a masterwork, an excellent. It's looking like good is as good as we're gonna get. Quest available for mysterious cargo. And you are willing to give me Nose's Gold Howl. This weapon has a trait where it has a 20% range multiplier, an increased burst count, and an increased beauty. So it fires slightly longer range, and it fires an extra two projectiles on a masterwork shotgun. That's definitely the best one we're gonna get. All right, what are you throwing at me? Mysterious cargo, and we are just gonna go right here and just smash it immediately. That's not true. Let's not smash it immediately. We're gonna capture it, so we get credit for the Revenant, and then we're going to execute and smash it easy. I mean, the theological and anthropological sense of the culture, nearly all religions have. But it's not what Rual is mostly meant. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like, it all depends on, like, where you draw the line on a lot of that and what you do and don't define it as. So we need someone who's set to Warden. Oh, you'd be set to Warden. And we have defeated the Revenant. Now I'm gonna smash its spine. Alright, so we got our Masterwork chain shotgun, so Vita is gonna grab that. Because it's a chain shotgun with increased range and increased damage through the means of having extra shots per volley, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and we need to just keep running that power up. Okay, so this one's also good. So we're basically just trying to make this room nice, do the best we can. Because that is going to ultimately become our barracks. Mad Crow. Got Zeus hammered. There's just a little glop of red just where there was a crow once. A couple of scattered feathers, and that's it. Free Revenant? Yeah, no, if I had an actual place to do containment, I would keep it in there. but I don't have enough room for even technically having a proper thing. This hole in the earth was once a crow. Basically, I mean, if we assume like the Zeus hammer is like a giant like war maul kind of hammer type thing, but it delivers an electric shock when it hits, and you take, you know, your typical crow. I don't know about you, but I feel like a really big like maul or war hammer or something like that, if you just were to smash a crow, you'd be like, well, I could find the feathers. Where's the rest of it? I don't know. Several inches under the dirt. Is it still relevant? Okay, so I got 64 tiles left. So how do I want to go about this? So that's going to be 9. That'll be... We'll start with that and see if that works. Hit the crow so hard its lineage felt it. Yeah, all no members remaining of it. Can we hold that door open now, since that's all internal to the ship? We will want to add a door over here. That's gonna be like a storage pod kind of thing. And right now everyone's continuing to sleep in their rooms. The goal here is I want this room to show as a barracks that is, you know, very impressive or whatever. Honestly, I wasn't going to do it. I've got the materials. And that'll help. There's a small point I wanted to add, but you forgot. There are people who split away from the organization Church of Scientology, but kept all of the most beliefs. And they don't want to do anything with restrictive controlling stuff. If you accept those as Scientologists and non-cultists there, they're a canvassing small minority. Yeah. I mean, I could, like, if we're talking, like, a lot of the place, like, legal definition of a cult, I do believe people who broke away from the proper church itself, where they have like the isolationist stuff and all that kind of nonsense, then those ones I'd be like, yeah, no, I could accept the argument that at that point is no longer cult. Oh, I can't actually put it there. That's fine. Those beds are going to be susceptible to being destroyed during a raid until we get a couple more tiles. Same run's got graph ship now? Yeah, so we're going to be short on a lot of things. I don't care about an eclipse. Have a good time. I do like the idea that when we leave, though, I'm going to grab all the furniture I care about, so far as, like, we're going to grab our production benches. We're just going to yank them all up and just load them in a hallway or something. We'll do that with, like, our pool table and all that as well. Even if I don't have a place to fit it on board, we're just going to shove it in the closet. Let's see, you mean they're shunned by and hated by the organization? The members aren't allowed to talk to them, so it's pretty much not want to put them into one basket with them. Yeah, no, it's kind of like their own thing at that point, that they have like a similar core belief on the bottom, but like all the big R religion things of Scientology aren't present, because again, the main organization is very isolationist, and is very, very harmful. And again, and that's not something I would say of like any other religion type thing, but Scientology is a cult. Like, there's just nothing to say there. Any other religious beliefs, like, no, that's fine. Like, I'm not a religious person, but... Okay. It's a shame I wouldn't have that. You just go straight... What is this? Do they just know I wouldn't stand a chance? Because that's attacking a camp with 14 Neanderthals, so I wouldn't be able to have my defensive position. I am attacking their camp. And I got 9 people, most of which were like, we had like 4 of who were children here who are still like leveling up and all that, their combat. So I'd need to be most likely pushing into their position. It's not that we couldn't do it, we could. Now the shame is I can't, like, that's the thing. The Masterwork Mech Commander helmet, I'm using as a regular helmet. That's what that's going, is I don't have the mech stuff done. 4 anti-grain warheads is a lot of anti-grain going on. Like, that is a lot of anti-grain to throw at stuff. Those would be useful and an extreme liability. Because I imagine we have, like, a bad landing and suddenly half my ship gets vaporized because the anti-grains go off. Or we can have 12 goodwill, which is clearly the right choice. Between these 3, it's definitely the 12 goodwill. I'm obviously being super sarcastic here. I don't think I've actually seen before I actually don't think I've seen either of these rewards before. Like, just straight up a Mech Commander helmet. You could try. I need to build my ship first. I don't have a means of doing the thing they want me to do. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could accept it and then caravan over there and do it. Not feeling great about the idea of being the one on the offensive against 14 Neanderthals, where I'm basically just going to engage them out in the open. That's most likely how it's going to go. Now granted, this chain shotgun's got stuff. Extra range and extra burst fire. So instead of 3 shots, it's 4 shots. The beauty doesn't do anything, but I mean, hey. What's more important than being able to win fights is looking good while doing it. I'm also still bothered that this thing has a death refusal. It's just got there, and it just seems like they're like, nah, man. I don't have death refusal. You can't make me. Okay, so very impressive, somewhat rich. Yeah, so good news is we're at least making our barracks nice. Rual's refusing death refusal. Yeah, no, it's Giggles over here. That's his whole joke. He's like, I'm gonna have death refusal, and they're gonna just silently think I'm gonna pop up at any moment to come and get them, and I'm not gonna do it. And they're gonna wait to the very end, just ready to respond, but I'm just gonna absolutely just blue ball them on and just not do it. Let me just leave them thinking it's coming at any time, and I just won't. It'll be a great joke. They'll never see it coming. We call that a normal death. Fair. Yeah, we are leaving so much behind when we get out of here. Like, this is all I'm gonna have for a storage room with the tiles I got left, is whatever this little pod, whatever the biggest I can make that is. And I'm just gonna put shelves in. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, hey, all the money you have, that's first priority. Corrupted obelisk. Cool, man. I don't remember which one the corrupted one is. I know you can memorize them, and I always think, yeah, I should probably do that. Because there's 3. There's one that'll clone stuff, one that'll cause you to, like, grow limbs and all that. And then one that will teleport you to another location. Either way, I doubt we're gonna be here for when this thing's sorted. Most likely, we're just gonna be here for the first part, because we did... Oh, actually, I don't think we get the research unless we fully finish it. It's fine. If we get the research done on it, great. If not, great. Don't care. Right now, we're building a ship to pursue our own goals. We will wake up the monolith and research it as able. The big goal is going to be getting some like revenants and locking them in the back room of the ship to feed our anomaly. Give us the bioferrite we desire in our life. That way we can fight enemies by using their own bone goop. Metal blood? Exactly. I was trying to think of if I wanted to do, like, sort of a NASA thing with this, like, make all of the main part of this, like, white, make this, like, kind of a copper color, and a copper color as well. Maybe just have, like, a random blue spot on it. Because the last one we gave racing stripes. Well, at least in the end, it was a hodgepodge paint job because we started painting it to make it look nice, and then we ran out of stuff to paint it, and, you know, it just kept being one thing after the other, so it kind of just became a mess. Obelisk type progress. The investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It is an technological device that seems to interact with the organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of a much larger architect structure that has been destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action remain a total mystery. If not suppressed, its activity level will increase over time, and you can't tell what will happen if it fully activates. Yeah, it's probably fine. And I think we're going to try to make it a goal as much as possible to always go to a point of interest between stuff, or if not a point of interest as in like proper, some place that we get, you know, something of interest, whether it's like we're going underground or whatever, or we're assaulting something, or, you know, a tile that's got a whole lot of plasteel or whatever the crap it is. Sure, that's an extra good statue. Putting entirely too many statues in this bedroom. If we're having them build as fast as they can. It's just one of those things. I don't have many people I got doing construction, really. But that's okay. This is going to be kind of like the big construction wave where we're doing a lot of this stuff. And then more than likely, most of the construction that happens later will be more just slapping more parts on here. Because the big thing is I got to have like my rec room and my bedrooms be very impressive to make sure we get the mood bonuses for that. And so we are taking the time to do... What is our ideology color again? Oh yeah, it's like that pale lime or whatever. That is not a particularly attractive color. But hey, you know what? That's fine. That's what they want in their lives. You can have yourself a pale lime bedroom and ideology room. Timberwolf is hunting Kiona chick. Don't be nearby. Okay, cool. That's... Oh, Kiona. Kiona chick. That's bad, friend. I got help on the way. Oh, you might be able to make this work. She made it without injury. And if you didn't see what we did, is even though I don't have a source of bioferrite, I waited till the wolf got to a point where I couldn't possibly miss, and I blasted it with the flamethrower on the bottom of their Hellcat rifle. So I cannot refuel that Hellcat rifle right now because I don't have a source of bioferrite. But I figured her getting mauled by a Timberwolf by herself where, you know, help might just arrive way too late. Yeah, let's burn some wolf. Exotic trade's good. Alright, what do we got here? A bunch of books we don't care about. A neurocalculator is something interesting to consider. I don't have the highest confidence we'll be able to manage that. A television would honestly be a thing that could help with our moods and all that. Alright. I'll take your glitter world. I'll take your components. Take the television. Yeah, neurocalculator is an interesting one to consider and all that. I don't think we're gonna do that one. We have a book on melee. I already got a bunch of those. So we don't care about this. A bunch of those could be fun. Alright, so what might end up happening here is we might knock down the alpaca count a bit. The reason we're knocking down that alpaca count a bit because I can't really take him with us. So I'm doing what I can. All right. Okay, it's getting pretty close to having the slow built rooms getting all that sorted. And one thing we're going to go out of our way to target is tiles I can get chem fuel. So we could very well go to the glow forests, because in the glow forests I can rip up. There's these yellow mushrooms that got like all these little bulges on them. We can use those as a source for a bunch of that. It's in our 3,000 silver just laying on the ground out there. Okay. Okay. And just waiting patiently for this to get all sorted. What is your construction at, by the way? It's gotta be pretty high. 15? That's considering they don't have a passionate in the first place. Alright. See if we can't get you to help things out by just delivering the materials here real fast. Okay. There, so you had a Donkey Duck manually just deliver all the floor tiles of that, so Maximus or Maximum Effect could just go in there and just build it real fast. Relatively speaking, it is still fine floor and all that. Obelisk Duplicate. While Keonochik interacted with the obelisk, it pulsed with energy and generated a flash of light. Keonochik found herself face to face with a copy of herself. The duplicate claims to be the real Keonochik and has joined your colony. Cool. So welcome. Now, with this, there'll always be something. We can just go like this. Keonochik. With this, there's always something like wrong, bad, however you want to say it about the clone. Now, most likely it'll have a disease that we won't be able to cure, and when that happens, they will likely not be around much longer. So I'm not going to bother getting them all equipped and all that stuff, because the possibilities are stuff like Crumbling Mind. I can't do anything about that. They will just get a permanent consciousness penalty. We can get there's like a clone sickness where the two different people will slowly lose consciousness until one of them dies or you cure it. Right now, I'll just install this over here. Actually, don't install. We'll sell it if someone shows up, otherwise we'll just leave it. Alright. Yeah, so it's the duplication one. That's a fun one to abuse. If you get the opportunity. Like, the best combination is if you get someone with unnatural healing and this thing, it is super abusable, where you just get one pawn that's like your really, really good pawn, you just clone it, whatever the negative thing is, unnatural heal one, unnatural heal the other if you need to. Keep repeating that process. Yeah, we're gonna say no to that. I'm gonna also have to say no to this one as much as I would like to actually get there. I'm gonna get to keep it, but I don't think we're gonna be ready for it. I still gotta get stuff moved over. Tattered apparel on you, which is that helmet that's slowly disintegrating, which is understandable, you're not getting rid of it. Animal disease plague, that's fine. Alright, so as soon as we get these last two granite columns built, then we can go and get that opened up. They'll start working on that. The idea of you build this ship, it's made out of like steel, it's probably, you know, lightweight alloy, all that sort of stuff to make it fly. And then you turn around, it's like, what am I going to go ahead and use the rest of this? Oh, sandstone flooring. We're going to fill the ship up with sandstone flooring and slate statues. That's what we're going to go ahead and have inside of here. What do you mean it's flying horribly? I don't understand. Got tons of medicine laying out on the ground up there. I need someone to be a dedicated hauling person. Like, you're cleaning. Having a proper hauling person, too, would be good. I'm gonna bump you up. I don't think I'll have time to do it. Yeah, and you're another one that would be great if you ever had time, but you just won't. Okay, and that should satisfy everything we need for that. Then we can go over here and say orders, floor, do this, grab that. Paint the floors the ideology color. Now, we're not going to be able to do space stuff for a while because I don't have vac suits and all that. Alright, we actually have our religious symbol on the floor and all that. They're getting drums moved in. Fire starting spree on Zerks. Could someone put it out? Organ decay on Kiona Chick. Both of their kidneys, their hearts, and their lung. Which means there is 0 chance we are saving this person. Even if I tried my best, I would need to, before it's too late, I need to find a heart, lung, and kidney. Not or, I'd have to find all 3 of those. Because organ decay, you can't just treat it to make it better. So, yeah, that clone is super doomed. Which is about what you expect. The clones are generally going to be doomed unless you have a means of healing them. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you get unnatural healing, that obelisk is huge. If not, it's not very usable. So what I think we're going to actually do is I'm just considering what mood penalties we'll actually get. If I let this person just keep getting sicker and dying, the mood penalties will be far worse than if we just have them leave. So I think we're going to go send them out in the world, and we're just going to kind of go into what we're doing is we're saying, hey, Kiona, go wander forth the next village. Maybe they got healing mech serum or organs to help you. You will die here. You have a chance if you leave. So go forth. Knowing the 99.9%. What are you tempting me with? What are you doing here? EM Pulsar. This weapon's individual traits. This weapon can emit an EM burst energy centered around the user. The burst will stun nearby electronic targets like mechanoids or turrets. Once used, the pulse will take some time to recharge. Regardless, it is a Masterwork charge rifle. So they're offering me a Masterwork charge rifle or 2 anti-grain warheads or a book about Devil Strand. Now it's for 6 hives. And that just depends on where they show up on how awful that is. 6 would be a lot of hives to handle. The EM Pulse doesn't seem as useful. Like, you could use it last second, like if Scythers run up to you, or you run your person into them and then just pulse it. But it doesn't feel like that's what you'd want to do with a weapon meant for short range. It also doesn't... What, does it tell me the range on that? It does not. Because that range does matter. Because if the range is like 1 or 2 tiles, it's not very useful. So if it's like from max, if it's just like this area, it's utterly useless. But if it's something like that, you know, where it's like kind of on the larger side of like an EMP grenade, then you know there's something to be talked about there. So we got 20, 19, 15, 14, 13, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and I'll just save the last one because I don't see a place I'd want to put just one. Here, I'll put it right there. Okay. Basically, the situation there is you have a 0% chance of survival if you stay where we're at. Well, that's interesting. Wait, I can just build those walls not on the floor? That is not useful, but curious. I thought that was going to have the requirement of building the floor to even put them on at all. That's not what I want. I'm going to cancel that. Alright, so get that all built. Yeah, because the one here, that EMP is a weird one. Like I said, I don't know what the range is on it. Like, I understand the range is that. Like, genuinely getting a charge rifle right now would be very good. Being able to just... I mean, actually, we have some pretty solid weapons. It'd be fine. I could see, in this particular case, I could see getting rid of probably one of the Hellcats for the charge rifle. Like, I like the Hellcats a lot, but if we're being honest about a lot of the stats, they're probably just objectively not as good. That is not a big storage room. It is what it is. It is what I can afford to do right now, and that is what we got. Okay. And then those will be the last 2 tiles there. Alright, so we can go in here and say furniture, sandstone. And this is just going to be a straight up like cargo pod thing. No elegance whatsoever. We are just packing it in like sardines. Okay, so I have lights in all the rooms to avoid the darkness mood penalty. I probably should have lights in these gaps as well, but that's probably not going to happen. Alright. Clear that. Critical. Alright, where are you at? We can go here and say... stove. There we go, buildings. So basically, buildings that we're not using, we chuck those in the ritual room. That's what they're going for now. If we don't have a place to use you, you're getting stored in the ritual room as like our surplus. Because that's officially as big as this place is going to get for the time being. Then we're going to go fly over, like I said, get the core thing to try and expand this thing as fast as we possibly can. That way we can hopefully get ourselves like an actual proper rec room, an actual proper bedroom. Well, barracks, I guess. We will want to make a place to keep things that go bump in the night. I will uninstall one of you. Because we're getting pretty close to getting out of here. Like I said, I kind of just want to get them to build that. Alright, we got Disruptor Slayers, Sleep Suppressor. Because once we build this in here, I'm going to make at least one or two of these that are always just straight up cash. We'll then go and, make one or two of them that are just like always weapons. That kind of thing. Alright, so we got another door in and out of the ship. Getting the art in place. Alright. So we got our ideology room all set up. It's sort of our rec room as well. We can reinstall the bookshelf. Both of them back here. Any of these other ones, amazing. So that's in our masterwork. Shove you right there. And there's a masterwork. So shove you right there. That way for kids, taking care of them, and book reading, we've got that as well. Alright. Yeah, they're not out of steel, so I'm curious it's taking them so long to work on this. They should be prioritizing that, I'd think. Alright, meanwhile, we've got the masterwork bed in here somewhere. I'm gonna reinstall that in here for a happy couple. Okay, so with that I got no more grab plates. Straight up out of grab plates. Now, they're loading all sorts of junk in here. We are going to restrict a lot of these shelves to not just permit anything. All right. Okay, so start by linking these two. Storage, clear, critical. This is for silver. That's the only thing that goes in those shelves. Grab these two. Link. Storage, clear, critical. We'll start with weapons. And do not allow bio-coded. We will allow unique weapons. triple rocket launchers, sniper rifles, smoke grenades, LMGs, Hellcats, charge and lance and chain shotgun, doomsday rocket, and assault rifle there, as well as EMP grenades, Zeus hammer, mono swords, then go here to armor, cataphract. So basically going to all of the like genuine armors. I'll add the vac suits for now. Oh fine, just add all that. Don't allow tainted. Basically all the stuff that's a step over like junk things. Alright, and meanwhile we'll go here. Link these, storage, clear, critical, and food, but not hay. I'm gonna link these, storage, critical, don't permit wood, don't permit textiles, don't permit blocks. Don't permit dye. We're just gonna go and like only let certain things in there, but you get the idea. We're trying to go and grab just goodies out of there. Alright, so we got all that stuff opened up. These two doors can be latched open as well now. So basically we're just gonna give that time up and don't permit raw plant matter. So the obelisk. You've learned more about the obelisk. This device has the power to duplicate intelligent creatures. In theory, it can produce duplicates without limit. The obelisk appears damaged and unstable, so its energy level rises unless suppressed. If it were fully active, it would go into a duplication loop, chaotically pumping out a large number of flawed human duplicates. Kionchek thinks that it may be safe to shut down the obelisk, but will need significantly more time to study. That's fine. We're not going to bother that. We're just going to go ahead and, you know, do our thing. But, you know, you can study it in the meantime. No, I can't fit that in there, but that's fine. Alright, so you're going to start fires, let me guess, in the storage room. Could you not? Could you not? Could you not? Could you especially not? You're terrible. Don't do it. Okay. Stop targeting everything. Calm down. Okay. So nothing got severely hurt. Rather than having you cook more. Alright, so we got mech hive showing up by transport pods. They're not going to attack immediately. Stay inside the perimeter area. What are we up against? So they would attack, and we would get 4 cataphracts. So realistically, those are going to appear inside my base, where they're not going to interact. You are all ranged. You are all ranged. It's actually a pretty awful group to deal with. which is not the greatest. The MP Anvil is an interesting thing. I don't think I would actually end up using it. And unfortunately, we're not going to be out of here, I think, in time to do this one. We're so close, I just need to make sure we actually haul our good stuff out of here. So realistically, what I think we're going to end up doing is running all the way up to this edge, and as they come around, kill them one by one. And we're just going to hope the close range, we can just Death Star them, and then also have our EMP revolver do its job. Okay, they're beginning their assault. Everyone run down in. You two there. If this ends up not working the way I think it is, we are putting ourselves in a position where we cannot really retreat from it. You all need to get here now. The good news, the thing I'm most worried about, which is the Cyclopses and all that, those are kind of up front. It's not really what you want to see. That's fine. Okay, back you off again. Okay. Alright, cool. Nicely done. We can go orders. Allow so you can tread those mechs. And the only thing we got is a couple of bruises and a scratch or two. So all in all, that's good. Yeah, this revolver is not good on a real level, but it does have that EMP effect, which is kind of nice. I do kind of want to get a hold of something like an assault rifle or something like that, or a heavy submachine gun that's got the EMP effect. It would be interesting to see how much you can abuse that by just having a lot of things able to spray shots into it that just stun randomly. Okay, so I think that's all fine so far. I've been just trying to watch what we're putting in here to make sure we're only putting stuff I actually want to bring. Like I said, I got a set of shelves for food, a set of shelves for my weapons and armor, and a set of shelves for just raw cash. We got party. And you are going to be critical for books. So yeah, once they load up the ship is basically ready. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to make any type of preserved meal. So we are not. We're gonna bring our meals with us. And like I said, I'm gonna grab all these production benches, and we're just gonna shove them on the ship. When we get to our destination, I'm going to slap down a really fast building and just fill it up with our production stuff to get ourselves back online. And we'll live on the ship. If things get ugly, we will just abandon our crafting benches if we have to. And that's fine. Yeah, medicine going on there is a pretty good one. No shelf set for medicine? Yeah, and that's what I was just kind of looking at. We just saw some medicine drop there. I'm like, I feel like they could go in here. Put them by the bedroom so we have them for treating people. Meanwhile, so it's Kiona Chick and Donkey Duff who share a bed. Okay. So that way everyone else will take the singles bed. Okay. I don't mind them adding meals up here, but let's make sure the raw food goes in the place designated for the raw food. And you are not taking books. We got space for books over here. We'll probably go to you and instead just say important, so that they prioritize the other shelves. Yep, so right now everyone's just running back and forth, getting the ship all loaded up as best they can. We'll grab the pool table and all this. I don't think we'll bring all the couches and the sofas, as much as those are excellent. I gotta keep in mind there's only so much I'm gonna be realistically able to bring. Yes, each one of those shelves is 1,500, so 3,000 total for a shelf. So that'll be 6,000. I have over 7,000. That's not counting I got more money down here we never hauled back. It would be good if we could get a caravan to just, even if it was just dumping stuff. I don't have any, because they mentioned there was no one nearby to trade with friendly-wise. Yeah, I think caravanning all the way down to one of those would be a real rough time. Alright. We'll let them deal with that. Okay. That'll also be good because it'll massively reduce the area I've got to clean and all that. Yeah, so we're slowly getting everything loaded. It's gonna be like mostly like components and plasteel and uranium, steel and all that up there. Alright. Okay, so go get your gun back so it doesn't rot outside. Okay, so we got a bunch of clothes also going in there. Clothes are probably not the best choice. But I'm also thinking, let's go here. Apparel. Don't. This one's already for armor and all that. Yeah, we're not gonna be ready, unfortunately. That's okay. I wouldn't have had a place to put the shield generator anyways yet. We can always do that at a later date. So good news is it looks like our first core is right up here. It's in a glow forest too, which is a double bonus. And the reason I'm saying that is we're worried about chem fuel. The glow forest, you can just literally harvest chem fuel from mushrooms, so that'll be good. We can also potentially get ourselves some Psycap, and that's, you know, good for trade and sell, and one would assume mood stuff as well. Yeah, there's all that wood, and that's gonna just be left. That's fine. I guess I'll want to add one more shelf down here. So we have some wood for the fire. Because then what we could do is I could set to not automatically reload the fire. We manually reload it, we hold our ritual or whatever, and then just kind of leave everything as it is. Yeah, I should probably do that. All right. Okay. Link those storage, clear, critical, medicine. Do that. Then go to these ones, storage, clear, important medicine. So they should start bringing the medicine over here. And in this one, clear, critical, and wood. That way, again, we can bring the fire on when we want to go and do our ideology stuff. And that should be pretty good. Yeah, so pretty much what we got going on here is we're just loading up the ship. We got a bunch of money to load up on it. We got some more weapons we can load up on it. The food we're going to definitely top off. I suspect we're going to top that off as well, if not with anything else, with the steel. Which is fine. We check our rooms over here. The barracks is average-sized, very beautiful, slightly dirty, rich, and very impressive. And then we have our sanctuary, which is extremely impressive, rich, quite spacious, beautiful, and slightly dirty. And then the rest of the rest of the place is pretty awful. Yeah, we can't change colors yet because we don't have that. Alright. We have advanced psychic rituals. Cool. So you're 350 watts of power, and there's like not enough left now. If we got the advanced lights, we could potentially sneak a stove in the back here. It would block the ritual room, but that's okay. You got the shard beacons. Okay, let's merge the shards into one stack. And haul those to our ship. I know if we'll end up wanting those, but those are a resource that is a little bit of pain to get sometimes. A lot of this is honestly just waiting for money and all that to get brought across. Storage. We'll have unfinished. Don't allow unfinished apparel. Ghoul prosthetic, masks. Just clear all that. That was not what I wanted to do. As done goofed. Alright. Okay. That was not what I want to do. So meals are allowed up there. Manufacturers allowed up there. Raw resources. Bioferric gold, grab panels. All of this is allowed up here. No stone, no plant. Items. Artifacts, inert relics, neurotrainers, text. All this. Nut books. What's under MISC? Yeah, MISC is allowed too. So unfinished, what I want to do, high-tech armor, belt, bionic component, gun, pack, piano, subcore, weapon. I'm gonna put that all there. We won't worry about weapons or apparel or anything like that in there. Okay. Oh, did we... One second. Textiles are under manufacture. So no to those, unless it's synth or hyperweave. A lot of beer taking up that space in there? Yes, it is. That's basically money and all that. Because I'm really not worried about steel and all as we move around. The ship does take a lot of steel, but I found most of your metals, other than like plasteel, to be really easy to manage once you start getting moving. So haul the components out of here. Haul the plasteel out of here. Let's go to the weapons one. We will allow heavy SMGs on there. We will not allow wart. We're not going to allow that middle step, just the finished product. Now, good news as well as things that once I load this up once, we're probably not going to have to worry about this kind of thing again, because one, we'll build more ship. And two, we're just in this weird thing of trying to basically ransack our own storage room real quick. Okay, get the smoke launcher over there, because I need that for dealing with the sentry guns and whatnot. Yeah, so the food's basically full. Hull silver, hull silver, hull silver, hull silver, hull silver, hull silver. Get the cache loaded up. I'm gonna add silver to these shelves as well. And salting spree. Yeah, I queued you have to do a whole lot. That's not super surprising. Oh. Wait, did you even insult them? Did you get a single... You got one insult off and went, I'm done. Okay, are you kind? No? Alright. I'm not gonna complain. Just Canahawk had a break when it went duty head, and then went about their day and they were just fine. And S2D is like, I mean, I'm upset about this, but really? That's what you went with? All the insults in the world, and that's the one. Alright, I mean... Okay. You get that. I mean, but that's the thing. I'm not someone who'd go and insult people typically. If I were, I'm not the kind of person who'd just sit there and go on like this tirade and start insulting and screaming at everyone. I'd probably just like vent one or two things and then just go about my day. But that's never been the kind of person I am, like when I get mad or anything like that. I don't have much of a temper. Like usually people have to like really, really push me. Because I'm also the kind of person that, in the event that something is really pushing my buttons, then I'm like, okay, like I'm genuinely getting pretty upset. I'm the kind of person to be like, hey, I'm gonna step away, I'll clear my head, and we can revisit this like then. Because nothing productive comes from this if we keep pushing right now. But like I said, I think I can only count like maybe 1 or 2 times in my entire life that I got to that point. And usually that's when I was like, I clearly was, realizing something was getting under my skin and trying to remove myself from the situation. The person kept following me around. I'm like, you have to stop. Like, very genuinely, you have to stop. Like, I'm trying to disengage from this because this is not going to be helpful to anyone. Well, I'm not going to be staying here long enough to matter. We're just trying to load up this ship with all the goodies we can. Make sure we get all the steel, all the components. You just keep loading until it takes no more. Any weapons we care about in here? I think we sold the Masterwork Gladius and we kept the Legendary Gladius. I think the reason we went with that was we realized I'm probably not going to ever use the Masterwork Gladius. Yep, notice it just as well. Yes, it's mostly steel. Did you not, like... Did you not want to bring that with you? There you go. It looks like it's mostly steel. Is that gold down there? Bring that little bit of gold as well. Oh, hey, no skulls. Get those skulls out of here. Alright, we're just about to finish finish loading this thing up. Cold snap? I genuinely don't care. We're getting ready to leave here any minute. Do we have more silver down here? Yes, we do. So that'll be... I forgot you're still restricted. That is on me. Alright, so go ahead and haul that out of here. And haul that out of here. And haul this out of here. Oh, but I got a couple more stacks over here. Haul that out of here. Haul this out of here. Haul this out of here. And haul this out of here. The back of that ship is just a big old pile of money. Yes, it's literally just that stack there and all that over there. Then the rest of that, to me, looks full. So we're gonna take one last peek here, and then we're on our way out. Because I'm seeing some random clothes, a bunch of alpaca wool, and a whole bunch of that. All stuff that would honestly, genuinely be nice to bring with us. But I don't think that's happening. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is uninstall all of these. Jade, honestly not worried about Jade. About the only thing you do with Jade for the most part is you use Jade for like decorations. Yeah, because I see we got 2 stacks of Jade. Will it tell me we can haul that? Because we'll see. If there's room left in there, it'll let me haul it. Yeah, so that's it. We apparently have a stack of Jade or 2 in there. And the wood's fully stacked. Chemfue's fully stacked. And what is your problem? Slept in the cold. Still met up in the hospital? Yeah, but the shelves are full down here. Can I get you in there? That's fine, honestly. I'm just gonna go with it. Let's go ahead and load all this stuff up. Because I need to get out of here because moods will start breaking because he basically tore apart all the things that helped that. I need to make sure we're actually getting these into that room. It is a real shame that this person... I probably could use them. It is a real shame that we're deciding that they died on impact. Because the more I have to stop and like grab the next person, the more we don't get out of here. Okay. So let's get out of here because we got this cold snap. That should be the last of the furniture. And with that, I believe we are fully loaded and rock and roll. So let's go ahead and launch this ship and we will have our very first journey. The Tech Challenge Ritualist Tribe is officially nomadic. We're packed in here like sardines, but that is okay. 1 second. 1 second. One of our benches didn't make it. That's too fast. Alright, that's good. Now we can get out of here. And as I mentioned, I'm not going to bother bringing the boomalope or the alpaca and all that. We won't have the food for it. Alright, so mechanoid relay. We're near polluted tiles. And with that, we are now a nomadic colony. Which it will keep being like, you concluded the monolith. You brought back the monolith. You concluded the monolith. It's totally fine. Alright, so got the mechanoid relay. This is an interesting tile. We got mechs down there and there. Is it just the 2? There should be 3. One, two. Oh, there's a third one there that just doesn't have anything at it. We got, I think that's the Ancient Danger there. All right. Okay, bear with me for just a minute, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute.
I'll blow you to smithereens. You got that?
Yeah, we both can do that. I'm trying to explain that we both have guns on each other.
I couldn't even hear. Who even are you? What are you doing here alone?
I'm doing what I wanted. That's what I'm doing.
Are you doing what you want, are you? You do what you... Yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna take me to your leader? Is that what you're gonna do? Because we got
You know what?
the
Why not?
killer back there with gunpoint. And you want to
Yeah,
survive? You better start place.
See, here's the thing. You're in my car. You're in my car, and I am in charge here. So your buddies might have the cure, but do you know what you don't have? Their safety.
You're gonna kill us both.
Oh, it wouldn't be
You're
the first
crazy.
time I'd had that said. Any of that. You should have seen what was left of my ex.
Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Okay, we are back. We have just landed at the mech relay. So what we need to do is we need to get out there and deal with this. So we got on the first one, we got a Lancer, Pikeman, a Scorcher, and a Scyther. So a nice balanced group. This one we've got 2 Lancers and a Legionary. And weirdly, the third one doesn't have anyone at it. So not gonna complain about that too much. So good news, I should be able to initiate on them. In this case, I probably want to go from down here over and up so that we can get our melee onto these two and then just basically spray shots into everybody else. And then this one, I can just jump the melee directly onto these ones. And I'm actually curious, with the EMP revolver, if it hits the shield, will it just instantly kill the shield or not? I actually have no idea how that works. So with that said, before we do anything else in this tile, we are just on the move. This first one's the one I think we're gonna have the highest risk of serious. What was that? Oh, it's lightning. It was just like weirdly pulsing. I was like, what? Do you have something going on that you're slow? Oh, you're stoned. Cool, man. Alright, so we got a little bit of cover here. So you two are going to go there. You're going to mash in right here as best you can. And I'm expecting them to wake up when I get too close. I don't remember how... Oh. Bioluminescent spores. Some variety of fungus is blossoming and releasing bioluminescent spores. The spores pose no danger, and their shimmering visuals will brighten the mood of anyone who sees them. Aw. Well, that's cool. That's actually kind of nice. So this does seem like the exact moment we should run in and start doing this stuff. Okay, you go. Try and rescue them really fast. Alright, so you got some minor injuries, nothing super bad. But apparently, instantly, our people got downed and all that, so that's not the greatest. We'll go orders, allow all. So you can hack that and hack this. I will go up here, and for anyone who wants to fish, fish away. That's a bummer, because there's no remaining spots in the ship. Storge. Gladius. I'm definitely not leaving a legendary Gladius to rot in the ground. And honestly probably won't stay here long enough to matter. So get your Gladius back, get patched up. Because right now all the production stuff is just going to sit in there. So give it a quick minute for you to recover. You got properly thrashed in that one. Okay, so we can go ahead and hack these two. Which should get done because I don't have my people queued up to do really anything else. And as soon as they're, as soon as this one's mostly healed up and all, let's go ahead and actually preach health you, because you're going to be a hot minute, because that's a pretty significant injury. Alright. But as soon as you're all healed up, we're going to run down here, and like I said, we'll probably just toss both the melee on the Lancers, and then just open fire on the Legionnaire. I'm kind of just hoping that the EMP rounds on Lunar's revolver will just pop the shield in one and be done. Okay, so you got caught hacking, that's fine. Okay, one stabilizer down, one's about half down. Slept in the cold and all that. How is the temperature in here? Well, power. Okay, so we got 250 watts of power. So I could probably do... Nah, it's fine. I was going to try putting a heater in here. We might need to do that eventually. For right now, I just have them fishing for the sake of fishing. We don't have a spot set up to cook. I guess technically we could say, hey, if you get low on meals, cook this. Turn that back on. Don't start a social fight. We're trying to get stuff done here. Just one of those things, like, just need to do this one thing. It's like, no, we got a social fight, man. So we're gaining more injuries from social fighting than from just straight up dealing with stuff. Alright, meanwhile, let them do their thing while We wait for yet another set of injuries to heal up. At least enough for you to re-equip your EMP pistol. Alright, how are we doing? So you're pretty close to back up. You're pretty close to back up. Ooh, you almost lost your nose. That's pretty annoying. We're just gonna have to wait. And everyone's assigned out stuff, so we're all good here. Like, we got a couple of recreation options here, not a whole lot. And I am allowing them to cook on the fire there. We have people growing. Ah, it's literally once again both of our growing people are the ones who are knocked out of the fight for right now. Probably shouldn't go with that, but we're going to. Alright, so same basic plan. We're going to run our melee up here. I'm going to try and bring my ranged up to this group, I think. Offer me a little cover just in case someone gets a shot off. Alright, and that's that all sorted. You can hack all those, orders, allow. You can mine all that. Harvest all that. Okay, what do we got on the map so far as stuff worth? Mad boomalopes. How many? A lot. Alright, so it's 6. So we're going to try and take advantage of the water here. We can just run out into the water as fast as we can. Is that not the ancient danger? I may not have gotten close enough for it to matter. Okay, so the idea is pretty straightforward. We're just trying to make it so that they have to cross the water. If they have to cross the water, that's going to give us a bit more of an advantage so far as them taking a while. Not super excited that Luna's... Oh, please don't hit Luna. Alright, that's all sorted. Okay. So I got all that stuff to harvest, and what I was doing is going compact. We can mine that. We don't have plasteel. Don't have silver. We don't have gold. We do have uranium. I'll leave it at mining that, because mostly the plasteel I was curious about. We don't really have much space in there. Cool, so I've got them basically ready to harvest everything worth harvesting on the map. And we're just going to cut them loose and let them haul in what they can. It's not going to be as much as I'd like, I'm sure. But that's fine. But then we'll want to get probably off of this tile, because being on the mushroom tile like this, we won't really be able to get much. Will they harvest without a dumping stockpile? They'll still harvest, but you're right, I should have a dumping stockpile and all that here. They'll harvest, they just won't bring it back. So we'll do low priority, low priority. That'll also let us know if we see stuff piling up here that are, you know, or stuff is just full and we can't make room for it. Okay, and you're getting better. You're getting better. Ancient Danger. I would like to potentially pop the Ancient Danger. That's another one that's got a certain amount of risk to it that I probably should just leave it alone, but that's fine. Alright. I'm also realizing I should have popped the Ancient Danger before doing this part. That's fine. Okay, and we'll probably have one more mechanoid attack. Come on, what do we got? Okay, so we got a Lancer, a Legionary, 2 Pikemen, and that's it. Alright, so you two just start running at the Pikemen. And I'm suddenly realizing I don't have the inventory space to do anything with that other stuff. Let's move over here, because there's a really good chance I'm going to have to fight these two without the support of my other guys. Because otherwise they're going to trash my ship, and that's just not acceptable. There's not cover here. So realistically, one of you, congratulations, candidate. Alright, well, maybe you won't run up to it. Okay, and we got all that sorted, so that went fine. Okay, so get back to what you were doing. Let's check on our injuries. Bruises, bruises. Ooh! I did not see that you took the needle launcher hit. That is a solid hit, friend. It's fine, but genuinely was just a couple hit points from dead with the liver hit. Yep, and we'll let them get all recovered, and then we can worry about the Ancient Danger. I have no idea how we're getting more of this stuff in. I think, honestly, it's going to be tossing the smoke leaf. Which is totally fine, I actually don't care about. Ah, I see. Yep, so we're going to go here and say storage. Smoke leaf, you're out. And the reason we're doing that is if we keep the smoke leaf in there, I can't bring the grav core ship and all our grav core pieces and all that. And that is just way more important. So get the full stack of that out. Alright. Yeah, now you have all that set up to haul. Is there anything else here? Okay. Oh, we got a busted shuttle that's gonna crash down and bring stuff. Go ahead and just choose it. Oh, that's a terrible place. You're on your own, buddies. You're gonna handle that, or you're gonna fail on your own whims. I'm not slogging through the water for the, like right now all the way up there to maybe get it. Okay. There's so much fire being scattered everywhere. Yep, they got it. Good job, team. Real proud of you. We did good work today. Why are you mad? You slept in a cold. Basically, there's not enough positive bonuses on you. Yeah, so you give them a mode to recover, because like I said, I would like to pop the Ancient Danger. Odds are it's not going to have anything I care about, but you never know. Ryan, we didn't have room for the research bench. Can I put that down in here? Yeah, it won't let us use the ritual thing, but at least I'll have the research bench placed inside the room. So research can happen. Yeah, we're just pulling up the fish, and it's going bad. What? The shuttle you sent was destroyed? Oh, it caught fire. Boo, game. Come on, man. It's fine. Kanahawk is still in a mood break. So I could have that mood break end and you finish being hurt. Alright. I was going to hold off doing the heater, but considering the mood situations, I do think it makes sense for us to build a heater in here. We should have enough power to run it. That should keep it a bit warmer. Okay, how are you doing? Alright, let's get everyone rolled down here. I'm gonna Ancient Danger. Alright. Hey, one Professor, how's it going? That is a lot of Scorchers. Come on. Come on. I was gonna say, I'm a little nervous about walking up here and tapping on these, because we don't know what's gonna pop out of these yet, and get real ugly real fast. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have Zerx pop over here. The rest of you pop there. And I just need you to get a shot on anything. Oh, I hate this. Okay, I guess that one's empty. Okay, nothing but friendlies. Alright. So, unfortunately, based on my observations, they all definitely popped out already dead. And it's so unfortunate indeed that they already were dead at the time that we found them. They definitely were not okay, and nothing we need to worry about that. Alright. Gotta bring that all back up here. Tech Prof Sun Oak. So I have a tech core. So if we go ahead and get this done real fast. Why are you throwing up? Food poisoning. Cool, man. And mostly it's because I do not have room on my ship. Alright. I guess I had a crafting spot here for right now. And smash the mechs if you can. Man, it's properly cold. The good news they do have that heater, it's at least helping. Do we get the grav core in here? Yeah, there it is. Because what we'll want to do is move to another tile, get ourselves in a good position where it can start expanding that area. Give ourselves more storage, more things to make our people just generally happier. We can let them keep hauling stuff back. They keep smashing mechs and restocking. Like, low-key, I'd want to just build more on right now, but the issue is we don't really have everything set here, and because we're in the dark, I can't really grow stuff we want to eat. So this is one of those things that, if I put in the time, it's going to be a problem. Keep saying slept. Well, I mean, it keeps cooling down more. It's fine. Neural computation. We got the tech print for that. All the Luciferum home. All the components home. All the gold home. All the Tech Prof core home. Have a tantrum and smash things in your room. Okay, just trying my best to keep you from actually breaking anything. We got pemmican in there. I'm not super worried about there. Do we have a spot for you? I don't think we'll do much with that, but that's alright. Okay, so we brought that back. So the only thing that got tossed on the ground was those two. We can definitely go to here and Storge say Luciferum can go in here. And then artifacts can go in there as well. Okay, so there's not room there. Well, storage. I hate to say it, but we're chucking the beer. A lot of these things are more valuable to us than a little bit of beer. Okay, haul the beer out. Yeah, I'll take Luciferum. I guess we're just getting too much materials in here. Alright. So fortunately, that's probably not a good use for that tech prof core. But I mean, honestly, as much as I want to hold on to it for really big research, the unfortunate reality is I don't really have the room for it, so I'm just going to slap it in. It's going to be effectively wasted, but that still spares me 1,000 research. And that's pemmican next. Yeah, that's fine. We don't want to wait for multiple layers of these. Cool. So that said, we shredded all but one of the mechs already. So that's good news. Oh, there's a little bit of plasteel still down there. Because what we can do now is we got our goodies from this tile. We don't really have a reason to stay. So let's go ahead and get out of here. Because much as I want to say the darkness and not really being able to build here in a way that's not going to be... How much is that? Ah, it's just one component. That's probably one that just doesn't fit. Alright. What is that? Okay. So I can get agave fruit and all that in the desert. There's slate and all that. That'll let me expand my ship a second time. That is the ancient stockpile. So this is a desert. This won't be a great place for us to grow food and all that, but it'll probably be fine for building up our ship. So the plan is we'll probably try and park here for a minute. Go and try and, like, expand our ship, do all that stuff. And then while we're doing that, we'll be able to go grab our second grav core. And make ship bigger. And the more we make ship bigger, the less we have to jam people in here like sardines. We'll be able to get, like, a production room on the ship, be able to get our storage bigger. Alright, so the place we need to go, the stockpile's down there. Or here. As long as map says multiple stockpile locations. So there's 3. Where's the third one? It does matter. We'll figure it out. So let's go ahead and move our landing zone down here. The Ancient Danger's right there. We got all 3 stockpiles are right down here as well. We got a little bit of growable space for when the weather warms up. It leaves lots of room on this left-hand side for me to expand the ship. In a pinch, I can also slam one of those geothermals on there. Okay. Minor crash. While landing the friendly bus, Keonochek accidentally disengaged the grav engine too early, causing the grav ship to free fall for several feet. Several buildings in the grav ship have sustained light damage from the crash. Geothermal. Unstable power core was one of the ones that took damage, so we will need to rip that wall down and repair. In the interim, we'll go zone. I don't imagine we're going to actually get this grown here, but we'll just say potatoes for all of this. And then we can go over here, orders, cut trees. There's an ancient danger, that's fine. We're not going to deal with that right this second. I need to clear up some space or build the ship. We'll say... Alright, so it's just components and steel, we won't worry about that. Alright, so what we need to do is before we get into anything else, I need to pop back here, and let's patch up that unstable power core. And then reseal it. Okay. So with this, to make it work, let's go ahead. We need to grab a couple of these benches off of here. We'll go ahead and install... Actually, if I'm going to build there. Okay, so how do I want to go about this? So one of the things I need to do is down here somewhere, I need to put the extender. So let's go get ourselves an extender. It has to be inside the radius here. So I can put it over here somewhere. That gives us a lot more tiles. Yeah, I'll put it right back there. We'll start by getting the extender in position, and then we'll build more. So I'm going to go ahead and increase like the warehousing spot here. But then I'm going to also try and put like an area up here for production or something like that. We're of course social fighting again. As we're just slowly losing fingers. What is it going on that you two are social fighting constantly? Oh, it's probably psychopath. It's fine. Yeah, so it'll be those ones there. Okay, you finished hacking one of these entrances. We're not going to sweat going down into the entrance immediately. I'm going to keep trying to get the ship built a little bit more. Then we're going to go pop down into these and see what we can get out of them. Alright. So we don't have a huge number of tiles to work with. We only got 124. That should be enough to increase the size of our storage room and then potentially get a production room. Okay, we'll start with getting all that built. That'll be our potential production room, so I can get the stuff out of here. Oh, we also need to go over here and go zone, dumping stockpile, regular stockpile. And we can go here and say low priority, low priority. And probably just go power, geothermal, slap it down. Pop it on in. Alright, we are going to need some ore. Components are way more than fine, so there's some steel over there that we're going to need. Now we're seeing a less dangerous steel right now, because that's right on the edge of the map, which does not enthuse me. There's some silver. There's jade, I'm not going to worry about it. Animal migration ostriches. Okay. So we still got 45 more tiles. So let's plan on that 6 over there. So that'd be, let's see, 6, 17, 23. $46, that's 1 too many. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get that. And this looks pretty terrible right now. I do want to get it fixed. I'm going to deliberately put those extra tiles there just so I don't accidentally build stuff out there and have it get whacked through the walls. In the meantime, we can go over here and say, alright, stove. Tailoring bench. Stone cutting bench. Won't worry about the brewery right away. Won't worry about the styling bench anymore. We'll put the butcher here. I probably won't get much out of it for the time being. A drug lab. Toss those back here. All right. So the downside is these aren't going to work with the power we've got. Actually, that should be working. Oh wait, we haven't run the power into this room yet. Okay, so now you're all out of panels. So this will be our new storage room. So basically we just ran over here and we just slammed that thing in. And we're going to go here. We're not going to put a lot of effort into it. We're just going to slam some walls up around this, so it doesn't get targeted. Do not build a roof over it. Okay, exotic goods trader showing up. Yes, as fast as we can, we're trying to get all of this online. Dark Scholar. I really don't want the Dark Scholar. Okay. Alright, so for right now, take the Psychic Pulsar. Fire Foam and Shields book would be good. Shooting and mining would be good. Plants would be good. take your skill stuff because genuinely we got a lot of people who could benefit from that. I'm gonna keep the mind numb. I don't see a reason to trade for the stuff. Basically, I'm deliberately being inefficient to get goods I want out of it. All right, so for medical, we'll go ahead and do that with you. Vertigo Pulse. Oh, was it? Didn't we have someone who had psychic powers? Yeah. Vertigo Pulse, will grab you. Alright, so this is gonna be a weird choice, but it's gonna be a not my problem kind of problem. Hey, buddy. Actually, you go talk to him. Alright. So we've got the caravan here, so the hope here is that the caravan will just be the one to deal with this, and I won't have to. Give me that food. Alright. Site stealer revealed. Oh, that's not where I wanted that to happen. That's really not where we wanted that to happen. Of course, it'd immediately get a hit on you. The rest of you just get down here to help. Okay, so you got one little scratch in there. That's fine. Oh, come on. Well, I wish I'd handled that differently. So get to the ship and get yourself patched up. Oh my god, please just stop. We will need to go here and say zone, home zone on all that. Get those fires out if you can. What's your favorite creep joiner trait? Mine is probably the perfect memory one. Generally speaking, the one I'll usually go after is unnatural healing, because having like a pocket mech healing serum, even if occasionally it has side effects, is really, really strong. Yeah, that's how that works. Don't worry about it. We can just tend through a wall. Okay, looks like we're good now. Can haul that inside so it doesn't rot. Alright. Compact steel. Man, all the steel on this tile is right by the edge. All of it. All of it is right by the edge. Every last little bit. Which is really bad for getting caught with a raid and all that. It's fine. clips. Everyone's treated. The good news, it does remember all my recipes, for what it's worth. So I need to let them sit there and just work on that, tear that up. We're going to get our geothermal power all sorted out. Now we still need to hop down into all three of these for our next ship expansion. But I want to get the last one locked in so we can get more shelves. Got our tiny little production room up here. You can go a step farther and say, hey, give me those tool cabinets. And we'll rearrange this mechanoid cluster. Psychic suppressor. So we do have a Cyclops. And a thing that's going to pop out Lancers. We do have the shield. So honestly, it's mostly just these 3 guns and those 2 mechs. So, oh, and there's a military over there. So honestly, not that bad. I just want to give my people a chance to recover here for a minute. Where are you going? Okay. So what we'll do is we'll have one of our people grab the smoke grenade launcher. We can use the smoke grenade launcher to shut down those turrets. And we're just going to kind of beeline in here to take out the Cyclops, mop up the others, and we should be fine there. On for you, for this. You're gonna be on smoke duty. Because I'd like, if possible, to shut down the turrets without penalizing our accuracy too badly just because of the Cyclops. Because it's got way more shots. And I find a lot of times when you are penalizing accuracy, the one who gets more shots just tends to win out because of just sheerly more dice rolls. Alright, meanwhile, we can go here. And no elegant solutions, we're just gonna say, hey, this storage room, cram it full. Just cram it full. And how are you doing? You got a scratch in your eye, which is not great. Okay. So let's grab everyone before we have another mood break if we can help it. What is your deal? Why are you like in super mad? Unsightly environment and everything. Alright. So first thing I need to do is lay down some smoke. And the most important thing, I think, is taking the Cyclops out of the fight. Why are you slowed? Okay, it's fine. Can I get the smoke so I can run literally right up to them? That is the big question. There's not a proximity sensor. This might be perfect. I can get one more, one closer. We can literally run our melee up to and smack it. Get on it. Get on it. Please get on it. Please get on it. That's fine. Okay, so all of you ranged. Get on that. You just keep smoking the spot. Right there. Just keep the smoke going. Okay. And grab them. You're no longer needing this fight. Alright, you're no longer needing this fight. Alright. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. Cool. So it's a bit messy. But it's okay. Alright. So you're on extreme break risk because you're in serious pain because of burns and all that stuff. So we need everyone to get sorted out real quick. You can switch weapons. So you're ready for what we need down below. Alright, so the big problem we have right now is moods are bad. You're gonna smash up furniture in your room. Honestly, if you just want to bang on that wall, I am okay with that. Mad Emu. Oh no. Would you all calm down? Oh, of course it beeline to... person on mood break. So what is your deal? So darkness, chilly. Denied joiner. Please don't break my tables. So what I need is I just need 2 seconds where they're not all throwing a fit. It does seem weird that everyone's like on their last wits all of a sudden. I think it's just the expectations, like the sky high expectations is in place. So even though I got like a barracks in place, they're not bad. It's just not enough to offset it. So we're definitely going to need to improve that situation. Because the rate they're all having breakdowns is way more than reasonable. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, let's check on you. Yes, you're hungry, minor pain, observed course, denied joining. Yeah, so you have the comfort, we're just not getting any type of bonus from a barracks or whatever. Even though it's a very impressive barracks. It's fine, they'll get that sorted. Right now they're cleaning up the mess, so we'll take less penalties on that. Because I need them to all be in somewhat better shape so we can go dive down below to expand our ship more. Because that's the kind of stuff that will help us get these moods sorted out more. Light on the potato plants. Fortunately, it's that one. So what we're going to go ahead and do is just say these two ones, they don't exist. They can't hurt us. We do want those ones to exist, though. So how's Vitez doing? You're getting there. Just waiting on you to stop having a mood break. Going from there. Alright, and we got someone who's trying to join. That is unfortunate because we do not have enough space as is. I am not taking on more people until we get our things settled a little bit more. And low-key, if we get a decent amount of Luciferium, I'll probably take my melee and put them on there, because all those scars we're building up, that'll be a thing to deal with. Cargo pods. Well, hell yeah, just 136 grav plates. All right, yeah, we can expand our ship. That's fine. Getting me freebies. Those are what we're here for. That's almost enough to max this thing out again. All right, so you all are getting sorted. Everyone, get in the hole. I'm gonna start checking these stockpiles. So we gotta be careful here, because unfortunately, I don't have that many people who can take a whack to the face. So we're gonna go ahead and Canahawk, you start hacking that door. Melee team, get over here. Everyone who's not Canahawk, just get up here somewhere. You got the better shield belt. Alright. You just kind of were like, I'll take it, and just smashed it with your Zeus hammer. I respect that. Pollock seed. Not something I'm going to use, but that's okay. Got some value. Can't grab you. Alright, so we got a sentry gun in the corner. We're just going to rush it. Nicely done. Maybe start hacking those terminals. Meanwhile, you can run over here to get that door. Alright, so we're just trying to get through this whole area down here real fast. Once this one's done, we'll go for the next one. Yeah, found the bodies down in these ones to not be worth anything. Turret reprogrammed. Love to see it. Blast door opened. Love to see it as well, so you can go start hacking that. And hacking that. Melee can go pop over here. Range can get ready to follow up. Okay, grab all of them, get you into position. Cool, get you into position over here. And that one's our friend. Alright, so we can go ahead and grab Canahawk. You start hacking that door. Get everyone over here to deal with this. Oh, hey, Zerks. Just leaving you over there to do your own thing. Alright, grab everyone else over here. Yes, basically we're just popping around here trying to open up this whole place. I'm using my people with the shield belts to lead because when the drones hit them and explode, the shield belts absorb a lot of damage from the explosion. No, just skip that one. So it really does help mitigate the risk. If you go up with like no shield belt, no armor, and you get caught by one of those hunter drones, they do have a tendency to just pop you. So Cannon Hawk will finish where they're at there, and grab that. So get you starting to move all the way that way. And a peek at the bodies, there are some of the ruins you can get some good bodies, but I've just found like this particular style one, I've not had anything good come out of any of the bodies here. Nothing worth mentioning, like if you're way early game and you got bows, you can get, you know, some revolvers and that kind of stuff. Auto pistols. Nothing super good. Okay, and we're going to work our way all the way back over here. Drop you two there. So it looks like that's the last room. And we either find what we're looking for in this one or not. We did find a bunch of package meals, which will be a bit on the nice side. But nothing's too things. So let's see. Safes. Component boxes. There is a singular component box. We can send you to pop that open. Okay, we got one more door to hack. So we need to get out of here because people are going to start getting hungry and tired soon. And with that, it looks like we have cleared the whole place out. So what we could do is undraft everyone, exit, grab everybody, items, package meals, components, the biomutation thing, and the Pollux seed. And I'll be the first one of those all sorted. Let's see, somehow seeing a altar on a spaceship really messes the brain. An altar. Oh yeah, no, it's like... Think of like Warhammer 40k kind of thing. Alright, so this one, we are going to tell them to seal the entrance real fast. Because we did get the goodies out of there, so that'll destroy that zone. So I don't lose track of which ones I've actually done. We're going to let everyone recover, haul that crap back into the ship. Maybe get some of this stuff built real fast. Let's see. Bills, make sandstone, do until you have 200. Bills, granite, do until you have 200. Marble, do until you have 200. That way they don't just make them forever. Alright, so we got 3 of those and then an ancient danger to pop. I'm gonna get all these shelves. I'm genuinely not gonna put a whole lot of effort into organizing those. Just leave them the way they are, it's fine. Because that means they're going to start bringing more stuff in. Ultimately, we'll want to tell them to not bring in the bricks and all that stuff, but I'm going to worry about that later. One downside is we are going through food faster than I thought we would. Yeah, so sadly, there goes our vac suit helmet. It served us well, but it's got 4 health left, so it's just going to disappear anytime now. So yeah, it was the right call to just have them drop it. Go tear that apart. You can get goodies out of it. Because it's fine. I'll go through here and I can organize this later. The point is we increased our storage. And I definitely want to add more, but I'm figuring we get that built. And then I figure out where we're building things next. Oh. You're making more art that I totally missed that we were making. That's okay. I hadn't really planned for that, but sure. Go ahead and put the 2 statues right there, I guess. Alright. So let everyone rest. And then when they wake up, we can go ahead and get the next thing. As far as the next place we're adding to, Mad Boomalopes, we'll deal with that in a minute. This is the second time they've given us Mad Boomalopes. Alright. Okay, orders and allow. Alright. The only problem is if I start having them build another section of the ship, I gotta worry about that. We definitely want another section of the ship. So what I could see is potentially extending this area of the ship out a little bit farther. And then maybe, like, you know, bolt on some, like, actual bedrooms onto the side to try and get our more sensitive people on there. Honestly, probably the correct answer is to go back here or something like that. Like, literally maybe just put an expansion on the back of the ship that is just a proper break room. So instead of, like, we got this kind of mixed sort of break room, sort of whatever, make it its own dedicated break room so that way we get the mood bonus from it. Because that'll help manage moods a lot. Oh, right, we got all those package meals. Okay, so people are waking up. As soon as these last three wake up and they get their food, we're gonna go ahead and pop down into the next one. Because we got the three of those to clear. Get their goodies. Alright, so I will take your pemmican, because we can. Honestly, at this point, take that bow. I'm probably not going to use it. And take the beer. You can't really afford anything else. You have 4,000... Oh, it's solar flare, right. I was like, I don't understand. Yeah, it's solar flare. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to. Okay, let's all of you wake up, get in the hole. Got more of the grab panel things. Kanahawk can start hacking. Rest of you can get into position to support. Some Glitter World medicine. Alright, so we're getting a lot of areas so we can just run around down here. So weirdly, no defenses right there. Let's see, were there grab plates? Or there may be other grab gear? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is we're here for a grab core. So I've got some wasps over here. And 2 boxes to pop. I'm going to hold that door. Okay, so you got one little nick on you. Go ahead and open that. Go ahead and open this. And we'll have you patch up them real fast. So we got an orbital beam targeter and a biomutation lance. Everyone who's not Kanahawk, go ahead and run on down here. Get ready to help with that once we're ready to pop that door. Turret disabled. Love to see it. Okay. We have a component box. So you go ahead and open this. You go down here. The rest of you over here. Okay, you all run up here. Alright. So everyone's just zipping around back and forth. If I actually remember, I'll hold those doors open so they move faster. Alright, so both of you get ready to rock and roll. Oh, right, we disabled the turret. That's fine. Okay, and we can have you hack this door now. Alright. Now, it's certainly a thing that if we went a different route around here, we could probably certainly make it faster by not having to, like, ping-pong back and forth. But keeping one person hacking, oh, that's kind of a way it's worked out for me. Oh, come on. At least give us one of the not needing to hack doors. Zerk, you just start hacking this door. They're probably getting to the rest, like the last little bit here. I'm expecting to have a room with at least a couple of enemies in it. Okay, so we got another round of wasps. Cool, so we got all these, and the grav core. We go ahead and have our melee run down here. And get everyone else in position down here to help Zerks. But that's the main thing we came here for. And then once again, let everyone have a chance to recoup. We'll check out the last one, because you never know when we're going to pop in and find, like, a unique weapon, a bunch of drugs, whatever. Or more Gravlite panels. Okay, so we got a lot of Gravlite panels here, so let's go ahead and exit, grab all of this. Items, components, Grav Core, Glitter World Medicine, the Gravlite panels, the Orbital Power Beam Targeter, and the Biomutation Lance. So we got a lot of goodies down there. There's a good chance I won't be able to do that all in one trip, because I have found once it fills up this ring around here, they'll stop bringing stuff up. Well, actually, it might be fine. Yep, no, they got it all. So when they wake up, we will seal that one closed. EMI field for some good stuff, very genuinely. So it would kill power for 7.2 days. I could genuinely live with that. The question is, what I take? I'd probably take the Glitter World and Uranium, I think. The vac suit helmet is nice and all. That's fine. Kill my power. There's pemmican, so next up they're going to do bridges. So one thing we are going to add to this list now is pemmican forever. Don't do it with that. So basically we end up with extra resources, just start making pemmican. And now we got people waking up. We're going to go ahead and slam that one closed. Again, same reason, so I don't keep going down to the same place we've already cleared. Unload the map in case that helps anything. Alright. So everyone's going to run around, they're going to haul stuff. It'll take a little while. It's fine. But yeah, we got really lucky on a tile having a drop pod and getting the grav core thing. So literally with this landing, I got a grav core and I'm going to have almost 500 gravlite panels. And that's out, like, without crafting anything or anything like that. We're going to give them all, like, a day to do the recreation, food, sleep, take care of all our stuff. Then we'll jump in that last one. And then after that, we'll probably do a quick set down at some place that's just like a recoup, resupply kind of thing. Because that's what's going to probably be necessary, because I don't have a means of getting chem fuel myself right now. We can't craft it. I have to go get a boomalope or something to let it slowly build up the supply. So it would make sense for me to hit a tile. We can park the ship there. I've got a pretty significant expansion to add onto the ship, which is pretty awesome. And then at that point, we can also work on trying to get our chem fuel topped off, get some research happening. Yeah, so I think the next move is, like I said, probably expand off the back here. And with the back expansion, I'll probably want to go and add a rec room. So instead of where I'm just kind of hybrid this room, make like a dedicated dining rec room so we get the mood bonuses that we're really hurting for. I could see genuinely just increasing our supply here. That's probably not the right move. We did get the microelectronics, so it would be worthwhile for us to try and get ourselves some power set up. Because we get the, like long-term power, not just what I did here, which is, you know, went onto the tile and just smashed down a geothermal and boxed it up. Which, honestly, this works pretty well. All things considered, this works pretty well to just park near a geothermal and just plug it in. So I kind of have, like, a power cable port for the back of my ship, so wherever my ship is, we can just plug it in there. And that's an extra bunch of power. Okay, so everyone's had a little bit of time to recoup. Let's pop down this last one here. Okay. Melee team over there. Canahawk start hacking. Okay, got a hunter drone situation. Let's do the same thing we did with the last one. Go hug it. Give it a smack. Yeah. More grav panels. I was not expecting more grav panels. Let's set you aside and you're going to do this one. Oh, I need to hack it. Alright, so you hack that door. You hack this door. And then you hack this door. Okay. Cool. So you go this way. And then once you're done hacking that door, you hack this door. Oh, that's your shield belt coming online. I just saw a blink. I was like, oh god, what did I miss? Okay, so we got all that sorted. We can not worry about any of this over here. So melee, get down there. So in this case, actually, don't worry about any of that. There's nothing left for you to hack up there we care about. There's just that door I gotta get over there. Okay, so you can go do this door now. Yeah, even more gravelite panels. Okay. Probably getting close to the end of this place. Probably just last room or two. Of course, we got one more door to hack down here. More graphite panels. So our ship is going to increase a ridiculous amount once we set it down. Because I've got enough to add another 250 panels worth of gravlite, like the grav core. And I think we're almost probably 600 gravlite panels. Like, genuinely, I might not be able to use all my gravlite panels without crafting or going after any extras. Just because of how generous this one specific map has been for us. Oh, cool. I hate it. Grab everyone but Kanahawk, because you'll be too late to the party. Oh, actually, that's fine. It's just a bunch of, like, little baby ones. Probably get away with, like, a little nip on the toe. Yep. Yep. Saw that coming. Okay, and we'll run everyone over here. And then pop through that door, and that'll probably be it for this place. Okay, so with that, let's get you to patch them real fast. So that that doesn't have as high of a risk of infection. Okay, and with that, we can just go here, and time to get out. So grab everyone, items, packaged meals, we got a bunch, insect gel, we got a bunch, another 80 of the gravlite panels. Alright. Yeah, so we're gonna have 488 gravlite panels by the time we're done with all that. Okay, so we got all that. We'll go ahead and honestly, I'm not gonna bother sealing that because there's no more for me to clear. Actually, I will seal that because we'll probably be wrapping up in not too long, and I'll forget which, like, that I've already cleared it. It's fine. Alright, now just unload the extra map. Yeah, so now once we grab all this stuff, we're probably just gonna move on to the next map. We'll want to grab some of that. Well, actually, we've got a bunch of the steel. Basically, just load up whatever we can. Insulting spree. Thanks, I hate it. Alright, you two go to sleep. Okay, so just a couple of insults there were all they got off. Cool. So what we want to go ahead and let them do is I'm going to let them really quickly... Actually, I don't even want to wait for those to grow. Because they're only at 40%. And I've got 90 meals to go with. And a little bit of raw food. And that's still not counting the extra meals they're bringing in. We'll let it sit here for a minute. Because we still got to bring all that stuff in. We already grabbed a bunch of steel. I have more components I know what to do with. Yeah, I'm not too worried about. Yeah, we're going to grab these last meals. We'll probably move on to our next tile. What are you going after? A tiny bit of steel. That's fine. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of here. So what we're going to aim for is just basically going to a pretty benign tile I can just quickly pop off on. We're going to want to be building a lot onto our ship. What do we got here? Not the ancient smoke vent. Those will be obnoxious. Glow force doesn't sound like a good idea. Ancient smoke vent. No, thank you. Wet climb with lake. That's not really what I'm looking for. Increased plant life. Abandoned colony. Maybe later. So very genuinely, let's just pop over to like one of the tiles right next to where we started. Because then we can go ahead and we'll grow stuff, expand our ship, because I've got literally like doubling my ship's size worth of materials on now. But our food is not in an amazing spot. Oh, I forgot about the ancient danger. Honestly, that's fine. I don't really need the ancient danger, and with how people are getting a little bit crabby, it's probably better we just situate ourselves, get our food sorted. But like the best I can get out of the ancient danger is something like a mech resurrection serum or the blueprints, which are certainly good things, but it's RNG anyways. And plus we got an ancient danger right there. Yeah, so I don't think there's like a correct, this is the place. So geothermal up there and over there. Yeah, so it looks like 4 geothermals over there. I'm just gonna rotate the ship so I can plug it in nice and easy. Gotta get our charging port lined up. Alright. Good as deconstructed the geothermal. I'm not too worried about it. With the way this works and how fast you can get components and steel and all that, it's honestly probably just better we move on, because we go right here and just go compact. Like I got plasteel right here. I've got several areas where I can get components right here. Probably shouldn't even mess with these ones over here on the edge. I got tons of steel all over the map. You get the idea. I don't need to walk through it. But like I am finding one of the, pros or cons depending on how you look at it, of the grav ship is all those metals that you used to need the deep drill and then you just kind of hope you got enough of it or whatever. Or just be patient and have to hope for opportunities to get more. A lot of all those things have just kind of disappeared. That if you're not staying in one place, you move that ship around at all, you just keep getting more and more and more stuff to the point that I literally had to keep making myself stop mining because I was just getting too much junk. Alright, with that said though, chat, it is going to be about that time. So, rather than going on and going a little bit longer, wrap up just a couple minutes early before we start the next episode. Thanks so much for tuning in. I also am very tired because I didn't sleep well last night. But I do hope you enjoyed the content tonight, all that stuff. If you have and you're not already following, don't forget to follow. Let's see, I suppose the more moves, it opens up the access materials. Yeah, no, and with the grab ship, it doesn't feel like there's a reason to stay in one place. Because you can just move from place to place to place to get whatever you're going for. Like, go to the unique locations, grab the drugs, go to unique location, grab the unique weapon. So you don't really stay in place. About the only time I stay in place is I park and then pull up crops to, get some food and all that. But with all that said, alright, thanks so much for that. But I will be back here again tomorrow at 10 p.m. EST for probably more RimWorld is most likely what we're doing. Yeah, that's right. We're doing more RimWorld on the next stream, and then the stream after that we're checking out Street Grub, Business Hero Street Grub, which is a tycoon game and a couple other things, and there'll be more RimWorld. With all that said, if you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find.